comfort to the poor. We have proof, and proof sufficient, in every benevolent establishment throughout the kingdom, to evince there never has been any want of liberal feeling, when it has been required. If 100 persons of sufficient property will undertake the promotion of the plan, it can easily be accomplished in this way, if government will advance, in the first instance, the £100,000, and each of the 100 persons will consider himself as a kind of trustee to the establishment, subject to the payment of an annual sum of £50 to government. This will discharge the interest. The trustees, in proportion as they can, to employ on the establishment the present unemployed poor, which will give considerable relief to the poor rates. The trustees then shall have a power to receive a reduced rate from the parishes accordingly as the unemployed poor get off the parish books. This will lessen the claim upon the private property of the trustees upon the interest which they have to pay to government. If I understand correctly, the establishment, ultimately, is to produce profit. If so, the present trustees, or their assigns, shall have a power to discharge the original advance of the £100,000 by government, but not to have power to make alterations in what has once been established, but as the wisdom of government sees proper. Otherwise, for the sake of profit, it might become a kind of speculative concern, and occasion its own destruction. It does appear strongly to my view, that government giving protection to it will give it strength and security not to be obtained by any other means. The trustees, and not government, shall possess the power of executing the arrangements, but not the power to alter the plan once laid down, without the consent of government. I hope this rough outline will not be considered impertinent, and I most sincerely wish every success may attend your truly benevolent effort. I am, sir, with the highest respect, your very obedient servant, James Johnson. Chelsea, August 4, 1817. This plan appears to me very unexceptionable. But other modes may be asked for, and others offer themselves. Individuals possessing £100 each, and the means of support for 1 year, may unite on this plan, and carry it most successfully into execution. Extensive parishes, in which the poor are numerous and the annual expenditure large, may put the plan into immediate execution, or several parishes, according to their number of poor and annual expenditure, may unite under the Gilbert Act 14 and carry the plan into practice, most advantageously for themselves and the poor. Or, one or more wealthy individuals, who may be desirous of ameliorating the condition of the ignorant, the ill-taught, the vicious, and the miserable of their own dependants, or others, may form such establishments as the proposed, and effect thereby the greatest possible good to their fellow creatures, most certainly increase their revenue, and add a new zest and pleasure to every hour of their lives. But before either or any of these plans can be put into execution, I have still other duties to perform. I must direct a complete model to be made of the whole arrangements proposed, and draw up rules and regulations by which the population within these villages can be alone governed, to enable them to attain all these promised benefits, and never to recede or be stationary in their progress of improvement. These I will yet do, and at all times, while my health, strength, and other circumstances will admit, I will render all the personal aid in my power to put any establishments, on the plan now advocated, into execution, or, if I can be of any real service in aiding any superior plan, devised by, and proceeding from any party whatever, I shall have equal, nay, and I speak from my genuine feelings, I shall have more real pleasure in giving such aid, than I could derive from giving support to any plans of my own. But now, permit me to say that, opposed by the ignorance and folly of the world, I have devoted nearly 30 years to deep research and active experiment in order that the plans before us might be well matured. In thus acting, and in bringing the principles on which they are founded prominently before the public, I have expended sums that would have stayed an ordinary or short-sighted prudence in its course. I have not, up to this hour, I do not, regret one moment of this time or 1 shilling of the money which has been spent and expended. I ask for no return, none is due to me, I have simply performed my duty. The great leading object of my life, from my youth upwards, is this day accomplished. The principles and plan are even now so fixed and permanent, that hereafter the combined power of the world will be found utterly incompetent to extract them from the public mind. It will from this hour go on with an increasing seal writing. Silence will not retard its course, and opposition will give increased seal writing to its movements. It may now be said, my great task is done, I resign it with unspeakable pleasure into the hands and unto the guidance of others. When death approaches, he cannot now be to me an unwelcome visitor. I shall receive him, come when he may, and as he will, with a satisfaction of which none of you, perhaps, can now form any just conception. I should rejoice, however, to see these delightful associations of unity and mutual cooperation flourishing in this country, and in others, and should my life be longer spared, the utmost bounds of my ambition is to become an undistinguished member of one of these happy villages, and in which my personal expenses would not exceed £20 a year. I ought to apologize for having spoken so much of myself, but it appeared to me somewhat necessary, in order that no part of the subject might be misunderstood. It now becomes an important question to consider what resolutions ought to be proposed to this meeting. Many offer themselves, and probably a material advance might now be made towards carrying the plan proposed into immediate execution, and in several places. But I am most anxious that not one premature step should be taken in this business. By the observations of several public writers and public men I perceive the subject is not understood. They have hitherto caught a few only of the parts, as I contemplate them, and have mixed them in an incongruous manner with various notions of their own, which have no connection whatever with the plan I recommend. Many sensible and intelligent individuals, whose minds had not been previously directed to such subjects, are so confounded and astonished at this new and extraordinary combination of human powers, that they very naturally conclude the proposer must be either mad, a visionary, or an enthusiast, not in the least suspecting the truth, that I have ever been a plodding, practical, persevering, matter-of-fact man, who has been engaged for 35 years, in all the common and inextensive transactions of business. Under all these considerations, and as I do not wish to take any party by surprise, it appeared to me to be due to the subject, due to the country, and due to the individuals who are desirous of promoting the plan if it should be found to possess the advantages I have stated, that it should undergo the most severe scrutiny, in its details separately, and as a whole combined, proper for a great national and universal system, to relieve mankind from the ignorance, vice, poverty, crime, and misery, with which the whole earth is now degraded and oppressed, to the deep hurt and injury of all ranks and descriptions of men, none of whom can be happy under the fundamentally erroneous notions on which society has been hitherto constituted. And that this high and important duty, a task worthy the present age and period, shall be committed to the calm and mature investigation and deliberation of a sufficient number of the most respectable characters in this kingdom, for rank, intellect, practical experience, and active benevolence, and without distinction of parties, sect, or class, that they should form a national committee, in order that strict justice may be done to the plan proposed, to the country, and to the world. By this procedure every part of this interesting and important subject would be well and effectually sifted to its lowest foundation and through all its extensive and multiplied ramifications, and thus prove, by a full and fair examination, all its defects and advantages, and whether it will be proved, as I have stated, to possess that high claim to public notice and universal adoption. It is for the meeting to decide what encouragement shall be now given to an immediate experiment of the plan, in one, or in more instances. In conformity with these views I beg leave first to read the following resolutions, as they stand in connection, and afterwards to propose them separately for your opinion and decision. 1. That many of the poor and working classes in Great Britain and Ireland cannot now procure employment to enable them to earn a proper subsistence. 2. That in Great Britain and Ireland the poor, the unemployed, and the inefficiently employed, are now supported at a ruinous expense to many parishes, and by extensive and injurious private charities. 3. That under these circumstances the poor and working classes generally experience privations and distress to a greater extent, probably, than they have suffered at any former period in the history of this country. 4. That this arises from manual labor being of less value now, compared with the price of provisions and the habits of the people generally, than it has been at any former known period. 5. That it is not probable manual labor can regain its proper and necessary value under circumstances beneficial to the country, unless other arrangements shall be formed by society, purposely devised to give productive employment to all who are competent and willing to labor. 6. That it is the highest practical point in political economy, as it most essentially involves the well-being and happiness of all ranks, to attain the means by which the labor of any country can be the most advantageously employed. 7. To reduce the poor's rate, and to gradually abolish pauperism, with all its degrading and injurious consequences. 8. That, as a solemn and grave judgment ought not to be given hastily on a subject in which the vital interests of this empire and other countries are involved, the plan now proposed shall be submitted to the scrutiny and investigation of a committee composed of many of the leading, most intelligent, and best disposed, from among all ranks, who, by their previous acquirements, may be competent to give a useful opinion upon the subject. For something must be done. 9. That the Committee of General Investigation be composed of the following noblemen and gentlemen, or such of them as may be inclined to perform this high and important duty, for themselves, their country, and for posterity. The committee to have power to add from time to their number, and to be a quorum. 10. That this committee shall report the result of their investigations and labors to a general meeting to be called for that purpose, early in May next year, or sooner if they shall so determine. 11. That the proposer of the plan shall give from time to the committee, all the information in his power, that they may ask or require. It was not my intention to have proceeded further at present, but a most benevolent and public-spirited gentleman, whose name I am not at liberty yet to mention, called upon me last night, and, in the most liberal manner made me an unlimited offer of about 1,500 acres of land, proper in all respects to try one experiment upon, and of at least £50,000 in value, which I might use for such purpose at any time after October next. I cannot, therefore, refrain from proposing the following additional resolutions. 12. That it is now most desirable that one or more experiments should be tried with the least possible loss of time. 13. That for this purpose a subscription be now opened, and that whenever £100,000 in money or land shall be subscribed, one experiment shall be commenced forthwith, and a second when £200,000 shall be subscribed, and so on, as each following £100,000 shall be subscribed. 14. That the following gentlemen, or such of them as may be inclined to act, shall be a select acting committee, to direct and superintend such experiments, assisted by the proposer of the plan. 15. That the most warm and cordial thanks of this meeting be given to the gentleman who has so nobly stepped forward to offer his land to the country, for the use of an experiment, at the moment it was wanted. Letter published in the London newspapers of August 19, 1817. London, August 16. Mr. Editor. As the adjourned public meeting to consider a plan to relieve the country from its present distress etc., is to be held on Thursday next at the City of London Tavern, it is important that the public should be put in possession of the following with the least possible delay. Your early insertion of it, therefore, will confer another favor on, Sir, your obliged R. Owen. 49, Charlotte Street, Portland Place. The first public meeting, to consider a plan of amelioration and reformation without revolution, has passed, under circumstances peculiarly interesting. An unaided individual, directly opposed to all the existing errors and prejudices of every sect, party, and class in the state, I called that meeting. I was anxious to discover the real tendency of the public mind, when left unfettered by the influence of name or authority. I therefore purposely went unattended by anyone, except Mr. Rowcroft and Mr. Carter. The former had more experience in public meetings within the City of London than perhaps any other individual, The latter was the secretary to the committee of the Association for the Relief of the Manufacturing and Laboring Poor 15, and therefore, as he already possessed greater knowledge in these matters than any other gentleman, his services were truly desirable in aid of the measures about to commence. With these two gentlemen I entered the room, having previously determined to leave the choice of the chairman really to the meeting, for to me it was truly indifferent who was named. Mr. Rowcroft requested the company present, to appoint their own chairman. His name was immediately called out by many voices, and no other was put into competition with it. He declined, and gave the best reasons for so doing, that the state of his health made it imprudent for him to fill the situation. It therefore had not been in his contemplation for a moment to accept that office, although, if an honest devotion to the cause of the poor, long experience, and very strong rational powers of mind, though greatly tried by severe exertions, rendered any individual, proper to fill that place, Mr. R. was certainly entitled to it. After an ineffectual resistance he acquiesced in the wishes of the meeting, and, without knowing one sentence that I was going to utter, or one resolution that I was going to propose, at length took the chair, read the advertisement, and stated what I had prepared for the meeting. I may here mention that in consequence of the incessant and numerous applications, by letter and personally, made to me for some days previous to the meeting, I could not finish my preparations for it in time even to read over a fair copy of them, as it was not ready when I left home at 11 o'clock in the morning. Under these circumstances the business of the day commenced. I knew then, however, as I did before, and as I know now, that the subject would carry me through, and it will continue to do so, whatever obstacles, trivial or important, may intervene. Those who opposed the principles and plan that I advocated were some of the younger disciples of the much dreaded notions respecting the evils of a too rapid population, the advocates of reform, not founded on previous training, instruction, and productive employment of the people, and some of the opposers of all the measures of government. A knowledge of the extent of land in this empire and the world, advantageous for cultivation, but now waste and useless, with the known practice of every farmer in the kingdom, whose servants raise 10 times the food they could eat, would suggest sufficient to enable every thinking mind to discover that no position can be more fallacious than the one which states that population has a tendency to increase geometrically, while food can be increased only arithmetically. A reform of any of our great national institutions, without preparing and putting into practice means to well train, instruct, and advantageously employ the great mass of the people, would inevitably create immediate revolution, and give new and extensive stimulus to every bad passion. Violence would follow, every party, whether more or less virtuous, ignorant, or intelligent, would equally suffer in their turn, and in a short period this empire, and all Europe and the Americas, would be plunged in one general scene of anarchy and dreadful confusion, of which the late French Revolution will give but a faint anticipation. Such must be the consequences of any premature national reform. Unless the people are first made temperate and intelligent, and unless productive employment and useful occupation be provided, sudden and ill-prepared reform is greatly to be dreaded, and cannot be too much guarded against. All, everyone, the poor and the rich, reformers and opposers, would be severe sufferers by the change. All such ill-digested and short-sighted proceedings, in any party whatever, ought to be firmly opposed by every reflecting individual. The remaining opposition was on the part of those who have long been in the habit of systematically opposing the measures of the existing administration, supposing, as I have no doubt they do sincerely, that they could direct matters, under the existing circumstances, better than they are now managed, but hitherto, nothing really beneficial, that is practical, has been advanced by them. I have for years very coolly and dispassionately observed both these parties, and put their professions and practices to the test. There are some exceptions on both sides to the following conclusions, but, as parties, and acting as a body, I cannot, after so many years' intimate experience of the conduct of both, be now mistaken. These conclusions are, that the present ministers are thoroughly satisfied that the principles on which, from previously existing circumstances, they have been hitherto compelled to act, are erroneous, and that the system they support is full of error, and productive of many serious and grievous evils, that they heartily and sincerely wish to remove the latter, if they know how, but they do not, as a ministry, possess sufficient practical knowledge to enable them to carry their wishes and inclinations into execution. They are in search of it, and ultimately they will find it among individuals who combine science and practice, and who are sufficiently intelligent and independent not to be influenced by any party or interested motives, and thus may the country and its inhabitants be safely and rapidly improved. The opposition have involved themselves in a maze of false intelligence, somewhat gratifying to discourse about, because it possesses the appearance of much learning, but when examined accurately it possesses no substance, it cannot be rendered of any practical use whatever, and were they to be placed in power tomorrow, they would be found, with the exception of Lord Granville XVI and a few others, to be mere theorists, and quite inadequate to the task of removing the distress of the country. There is, however, a far greater portion of genuine good intention and disposition among all parties, even among the premature reformists, than is in any degree conjectured by their opponents. I know many of them well, and, as men and friends, I respect and love many among all the parties. I only wish I could now dispel the atmosphere of separation and distortion that has been formed around the mind of each, that they might be permitted to see each other without prejudice, and I trust the time is not far distant when this will be accomplished. The particular objections brought forward at the meeting by the several speakers who advocated them, were so little to the purpose, so futile and contrary to daily experience, and evinced so much real ignorance of the subject before them, that the chairman restrained me, on account of the exhausted state of the meeting, from making more than a general reply, and to which I the more readily acceded, inasmuch as a complete answer to their objections, and to many others, was contained in the printed papers distributed at the meeting, and which I recommend to the calm and deliberate consideration of every individual who has sincerely at heart the safety of his country, the improvement of the condition of the poor and working classes, and the well-being of all, without any exception whatever. At the next meeting, now that the more preliminary but necessary part of the subject has appeared, I will give the minute details of the plan, with which I learn many present were wholly unacquainted, as they had not seen the report and papers previously published. I mean also to ask for a general, that is, a numerous and highly intelligent committee of severe scrutiny and investigation, to report on the plan, both as a limited and as a general national measure. My impression, nay, my cool dispassionate conviction, is, that it will be found highly beneficial for both, and perfectly safe and advantageous for all countries, and for each individual. At the last meeting I was satisfied to discover that while the business proceeded regularly, the impression was most unequivocally and decidedly in favor of the measures I had recommended, and to the last the majority was against the amendments that were opposed to my resolutions. For a considerable time I noticed with interest the proceedings of those who wished to defeat the objects of the meeting. The parties were all new to me. I wished to discover the depth of their minds, and the peculiar atmosphere by which each was enveloped. This was very soon done. Afterwards, when the adverse parties proceeded to excite tumult, I looked upon the scene before me with precisely the same feelings with which I should have noticed so many individuals in a very ill-managed lunatic asylum. Yet they must not be left thus, they really merit our sympathy, and we must, at least, endeavor to do them service, even in opposition to their present prejudices and their consequent feelings. Robert Owen. Address delivered at the City of London Tavern on Thursday, August 21, 1817. The last meeting terminated under circumstances of some disorder, but I trust and look forward with hope that these assemblages will be in future conducted with more order and decorum. I was not prepared to find, as I then discovered, so very little practical knowledge among some of the prominent speakers of the day. They have yet to acquire all the elements of the system of political economy. I had indeed abundant proof at the last meeting that they have not made one step in advance in the right course to enable them to arrive at one useful practical result. I hope, therefore, All the supporters of premature reform who are here will listen to what I am going to say, as they would attend to anyone in whom they have full confidence that their welfare alone was the object of the discourse. You say that you wish to improve the condition of the poor and working classes by giving them more freedom, and by reducing the taxes and expenses of government. We will suppose both these apparently important objects gained, that the most ignorant and licentious had full liberty to act as they pleased, and that the expenses of government and the taxes were diminished 10 millions a year. Would you, do you think, be better off than you are now? You would not, but the reverse would be soon experienced. The 10 millions now raised by the government, and which they expend again in some particular channel for labor, would be withdrawn, and all those laborers would be thrown upon the parishes, and would thereby create new sources of misery and degradation. It is true the 10 millions raised and expended by government, if not so raised, would be expended by individuals in another channel, but not one laborer more would, or could, be employed in the latter case than at present, although much distress would inevitably arise from the change of employment from one set of laborers to another. Should greater liberty be now given than the British Constitution can with safety afford to all its subjects, the lives and properties of the well-disposed, and the safety of the state, would be put to imminent hazard, and until better training, more useful knowledge, and productive constant employment shall be given to the poor and working classes, no really intelligent person could venture to give more freedom to such a population as ours has gradually become, than the British Constitution in its ordinary state now admits. It is a mistake to suppose the existing government possesses power independent of the genuine voice of the public. It has been for several years past solely governed by that voice, and my present proceedings are the most unequivocal proof of the truth of this statement. If you wish really to improve the government, the only beneficial practical step you can take is, to increase the knowledge and improve the conduct of the public, and then both your objects would be safely and effectually obtained. The government of this country cannot now resist the influence of the public voice, whether it be right or wrong. It becomes therefore of the highest importance, both to the government and to the people, that the public should not be superficially trained or instructed, but that it should be substantially well informed, and that effective means should be devised to train it as human beings intended to be rational ought to be trained. Believe me, my friends, that after you have in vain searched in every possible direction to attain your object by any of the childish, impracticable, and futile schemes, which have been hitherto proposed for your relief and improvement, you will at last discover that the only road in which it can be found is through productive employment for all the working classes, connected with good instruction. Now let me request you to consider all I have said calmly, at your leisure, when at home, after every feeling of anger has subsided, for while these exist in any degree, you cannot be in a situation to use your judgment to any rational purpose. Act in this manner, and I am sure the time is not far distant when you will agree with me in all that I have stated. I must now proceed to other matters, important for you and all present to understand thoroughly and well. It has been stated by me, that a gradual alteration in the arrangement of the working classes is absolutely necessary, owing to the new circumstances in which the country has been placed. It may be useful for me to make my ideas on this part of the subject better understood by this public. At the commencement of the late war, all the products of Great Britain and Ireland were produced by about 5.5 millions of the working classes, aided by a comparatively limited proportion of mechanical agency. The war created a large demand for men in the prime of life for all the purposes of war, and it also created a demand for all the materials of war in such a manner as to give a most extraordinary stimulus to the rapid extension of mechanism. The result of these combined proceedings was to leave this country at the commencement of peace with a working population of about 6 millions, and an increased mechanical agency, which is now daily at work, that affects as much as could be accomplished by the united labor of 150 millions more, and without consuming either food or raiment, and requiring but a few of other articles of manufacture. The certain results of this unnoticed change in the manner of supplying the wants of this and other countries, was to add in a most extraordinary manner to the amount of annual products, without increasing the power of consumption in the same proportion. The one, therefore, greatly outran the other, and a very material diminution of products became necessary. Individual interest immediately made the calculation, and found mechanism to be a cheaper agency than manual labor. Human beings were therefore dismissed from employment, their labor in consequences rapidly fell in value, and with it fell almost every other article of commerce, and misery at once and most extensively followed. This is the grand cause that is constantly operating every hour to grind you to misery, and while it continues, without other arrangements being made to give a right direction to this magic power hitherto unknown to the world, you must be subjected not only to the misery that now exists, but to much greater. Were every shilling of your national debt and taxes removed tomorrow, and were the government wholly unpaid for all its services, in a very few years either this or some other country must suffer more than you now experience. Mechanism, which may be made the greatest of blessings to humanity, is, under the existing arrangements, its greatest curse. Those who direct the affairs of men ought to make themselves masters of this subject, and thoroughly to understand all its mighty influence and consequences. They are overwhelmed with the labor of picking useless straws, while they ought to be engaged in gathering the most precious and valuable of all products, and which they might collect in unlimited quantities with only the labor they now bestow in collecting the veriest trash. Investigate this subject now, or ere long dire necessity will compel you to give due attention to it. We, and all countries, are already so placed by it, that a very large portion of human beings are thrown idle greatly against their will, and they must be supported or starve, or be so placed as to be enabled to create their own subsistence. Something, therefore, must be done for them, and done soon, or society will speedily be in a confusion of which the human mind can previously form but inadequate conceptions. That something must be employment on land. There is no alternative. The question then is, how are men to be most advantageously employed on land to create their own subsistence and well supply their own wants? Is there a single individual in existence who has been placed in a situation to enable him to understand this subject even partially? If one exists, let him now be named, and brought forward to instruct us in the practice of what ought to be, what can be, done. For 5 years I have in vain sought for one, and if I had found such, I would have given to him all the knowledge and experience which, through nearly 40 years of active inquiry and practice, I have collected, with the sole view of benefiting my fellow men of every rank and description, of every country and color, and I would have remained secluded and unknown to the public to the latest day of my existence, and when such individual shall appear, and will advocate this most interesting subject so as to make it practical to the world and give its endless benefits to man, I will again retire to the shade and rejoice, for, whether you believe me or not, it is a fact, that with the sentiments and feelings I possess, the full blaze of popularity would give me far more pain than pleasure. A rational being will not, never can, derive gratification from the ignorance and imbecility of his fellows, and there is no other source whatever from whence popularity or fame can proceed. In the absence of such individual as I have asked for, I will now give you the result of the practical knowledge that experience has given me. It is solely for your use and benefit, and I give it you at the hazard of all that is usually valued by man. The question is, how can men be most advantageously employed to create their own subsistence and supply their own wants? I answer. First, not by any of the existing arrangements in society, they have now been fully proved to be quite inadequate to the purpose. Secondly, not by any arrangements that it is possible to make by individualizing man in his proceedings, either in a cottage or in a palace, for while his character shall be so formed, and while the circumstances around him shall be, as they then must be, in unison with that character, he cannot but be an enemy to all men, and all men must be in enmity and opposed to him. Nay, more, while this arrangement of society shall continue, the best parts, the only valuable parts, of Christianity, can never be brought into action. You may as well attempt to unite oil and water, individualized man, and all that is truly valuable in Christianity, are so separated as to be utterly incapable of union through all eternity. Let those who are interested for the universal adoption of Christianity, endeavor to understand this, and discover that which for nearly 2,000 years has rendered it impossible to unite their theory with the practice of the world. Thirdly, I admit that to purchase a cottage, and let it to a laborer, with land sufficient to support an industrious family, would do much to relieve and improve society, but when all the details of such arrangements shall be known, it will be found very difficult of execution, very expensive, and very defective in all the results which are now required to remoralize and improve the working classes. As we advance in this interesting inquiry, it will be discovered that a limited knowledge only of our physical and intellectual powers could induce any parties to recommend this mode in preference to united labor, expenditure, and instruction, in conformity to a practical plan suggested 120 years ago by John Bellers, in complete unison with the soundest principles of political economy. Let us now contrast this plan, only somewhat enlarged, with the separate individualized cottage system which is beyond all comparison the best that the existing arrangements of society now offer. In the first place, under the cottage system there must be a separate dwelling and all the usual appendages for each family, which will be at first greatly more expensive and far more incomplete than the arrangement proposed in the plans lately submitted to the public, and all the domestic labor to produce usual comfort would be double at least. In the second place, 1/2 more land would be required to feed the parties on the cottage system, than on the new plan, and of course 1/2 more labor would be necessary in cultivation. In the third place, the cottage system would not admit, without greater expense and inconvenience, of an effective system to well train and instruct the children of such parents as we now find profoundly ignorant under that system. While under the new, the best possible arrangements are made, not only to prevent the acquirement of bad habits, but to give good ones, and the soundest and best instruction, and all this will be given more under the eye of their parents than in any way in which this important object can now be attained, except under constant family tuition, and this in many respects will be found greatly inferior to it. In the fourth place, the cottage system offers no obvious advantageous mode to employ the children, so as to render them afterwards so valuable to themselves, to their neighbors, or to their country, as the plan proposed. Under the cottage system, they become stupid, ignorant, and brutally selfish. In the plan now advocated, they will be made lively, intelligent, and rationally selfish, that is, truly disinterested and benevolent. Under the cottage system, the parents are subjected to all the restraints to which ignorance and brutal selfishness must ever be liable. Under the other now proposed, such injurious restraints may be gradually withdrawn, and in the second generation, punishment of every kind will not only be unnecessary, but the reason why punishment is pernicious will be evident to all. Under this system kindness, properly directed, will easily and shortly accomplish that which punishment, if permitted to try its power, could not effect through all the ages of time. For punishment is the instrument of ignorance and barbarism only. While the working classes shall remain individualized, the world will be liable to famine from unfavorable seasons. It never can be the interest of the growers of food, on this system, to raise more than sufficient for the consumption of the year in an average season, and the cottage system will be subject also to this evil. The new arrangements will easily admit of granaries, and to have always on hand at least 12-month stock for each village, in readiness to prevent the melancholy effects of a season of scarcity. The new villages would combine within them all the advantages of the largest town, without one of its innumerable evils and inconveniences, and with all the benefits of the country, without any of the numerous disadvantages that secluded residences now present. In fact, the entire labor of the country, by the proposed arrangements, would be directed under all the advantages that science and experience could give, while now it is wasted in the most useless efforts, and generally exerted under the grossest ignorance. This difference in the application of human powers will soon produce an advantageous result in favor of the new system, far exceeding the annual amount in value of all the taxes and government expenditure. But who is yet prepared to understand this kind of political arithmetic? The cottage system renders each individual of every family subject to those evils which all have witnessed and experienced, or are hourly liable to experience, the husband suddenly deprived of his wife, the wife of her husband, parents bereft of their children, children deprived of their parents. The ties of endearment are separated in a moment, and, under your system, what remains to the survivors? A wreck and desolation, of all that before made life desirable, often anguish not to be described or imagined, for the irreparable loss of the only loved object in existence, no friend remaining that feels, or can feel, one particle of interest in all those nameless associations which had been formed by and with the departed object, and at the same time liable to insult, poverty, and every kind of oppression, and no one inclined to help or relieve. All are individualized, cold, and forbidding, each being compelled to take 100-fold more care of himself than would be otherwise necessary, because the ignorance of society has placed him in direct opposition to the thousands around him. Under the proposed system, what a reverse will take place in practice when any of these dispensations of life occur. In these happy villages of unity, when disease or death assail their victim, every aid is near, all the assistance that skill, kindness, and sincere affection can invent, aided by every convenience and comfort, are at hand. The intelligent resigned sufferer waits the result with cheerful patience, and thus most effectually parries every assault of disease, when unaccompanied by his fell companion, death, and, when death attacks him, he submits to a conqueror who he knew from childhood was irresistible, and whom for a moment he never feared. He is gone. The survivors lose an intelligent, a sincere and truly valued friend, a beloved child. They feel their loss, and human nature ever must regret it, but the survivors were not unprepared, or unprovided, for this natural event. They have, it is true, lost one endeared and beloved object, and endeared and beloved in proportion as it was intelligent and excellent, but they have consolation in the certain knowledge that within their own immediate circle they have many, many others remaining, and around them on all sides, as far as the eye can reach, or imagination extend, thousands on thousands, in strict, intimate, and close union, are ready and willing to offer them aid and consolation. No orphan left without protectors, no insult or oppression can take place, nor any evil result whatever, beyond the loss of one dear friend or object from among thousands who remain, dear to us as ourselves. Here may it be truly said, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? It may now be asked, if the new arrangements proposed really possess all the advantages that have been stated, why have they not been adopted in universal practice during all the ages which have passed? Why should so many countless millions of our fellow creatures, through each successive generation, have been the victims of ignorance, of superstition, of mental degradation, and of wretchedness? My friends, a more important question has never yet been put to the sons of men. Who can answer it? Who dare answer it, but with his life in his hand, a ready and willing victim to truth, and to the emancipation of the world from its long bondage of disunion, error, crime, and misery? Behold that victim! On this day, in this hour, even now, shall those bonds be burst asunder, never more to reunite while the world shall last. What the consequences of this daring deed shall be to myself, I am as indifferent about as whether it shall rain or be fair tomorrow. Whatever may be the consequences, I will now perform my duty to you, and to the world, and should it be the last act of my life, I shall be well content, and know that I have lived for an important purpose. Then, my friends, I tell you, that hitherto you have been prevented from even knowing what happiness really is, solely in consequence of the errors, gross errors, that have been combined with the fundamental notions of every religion that has hitherto been taught to men. And, in consequence, they have made man the most inconsistent, and the most miserable being in existence. By the errors of these systems he has been made a weak, imbecile animal, a furious bigot and fanatic, or a miserable hypocrite, and should these qualities be carried, not only into the projected villages but into paradise itself, a paradise would be no longer found. In all the religions which have been hitherto forced on the minds of men, deep, dangerous, and lamentable principles of disunion, division, and separation, have been fast entwined with all their fundamental notions, and the certain consequences have been all the dire effects which religious animosities have, through all the past periods of the world, inflicted with such unrelenting stern severity, or mad and furious zeal. If, therefore, my friends, you should carry with you into these proposed villages of intended unity and unlimited mutual cooperation, one single particle of religious intolerance, or sectarian feelings of division and separation, maniacs only would go there to look for harmony and happiness, or elsewhere, as long as such insane errors shall be found to exist. I am not going to ask impossibilities from you. I know what you can do, and I know also what you cannot do. Consider again on what grounds each man in existence has a full right to the enjoyment of the most unlimited liberty of conscience. I am not of your religion, nor of any religion yet taught in the world. To me they all appear united with much, yes, with very much, error. Am I to blame for thinking thus? Those who possess any real knowledge of human nature know that I cannot think otherwise, that it is not in my power, of myself, to change the thoughts and ideas which appear to me to be true. Ignorance, bigotry, and superstition, may again, as they have so often done before, attempt to force belief against conviction, and thus carry the correct-minded conscientious victim to the stake, or make a human being wretchedly insincere. Therefore, unless the world is now prepared to dismiss all its erroneous religious notions, and to feel the justice and necessity of publicly acknowledging the most unlimited religious freedom, it will be futile to erect villages of union and mutual cooperation, for it will be vain to look on this earth for inhabitants to occupy them, who can understand how to live in the bond of peace and unity, or who can love their neighbor as themselves, whether he be Jew or Gentile, Mahomedan or pagan, infidel or Christian. Any religion that creates one particle of feeling short of this, is false, and must prove a curse to the whole human race. And now, my friends, for such I will consider you to the last moment of my existence, although each of you were now armed for my immediate destruction, such, my friends, and no other, is the change that must take place in your hearts and minds, and in all your conduct, before you can enter into these abodes of peace and harmony. You must be attired in proper garments before you can partake of all the comforts and blessings with which they will abound. Such are my thoughts and conclusions, and I know that you will hereafter ponder them well in your minds, and truth will prevail. When you shall be thus prepared, if life be spared to me, I will be ready to accompany you, and to assist with all my power in every particular step that may be necessary to secure your immediate happiness and future well-being. Now, my friends, I am content that you call me an infidel, that you esteem me the most worthless and wicked of all the human beings who have yet been born. Still, however, even this will not make what I say one jot less true. No name can make falsehood truth. How can any name whatever make truth more true? Of what use then can names be, except to give a false validity to gross error? No one here is implicated in the slightest degree in these sentiments. I do not wish to pledge anyone beyond the most severe scrutiny and investigation, only to approve of what may appear practically beneficial, and to reject all that may be proved wrong in principle, or any way injurious in practice. The interest of those who govern has ever appeared to be, and under the present systems ever will appear to be, opposed to the interest of those whom they govern. Law and taxation, as these are now necessarily administered, are evils of the greatest magnitude. They are a curse to every part of society. But while man remains individualized they must continue, and both must unavoidably still increase in magnitude of evil. Under the system proposed both these scourges of society will gradually diminish, and the diminution will be in exact proportion as men are made rational, moral, and intelligent. Each village will ultimately be governed by a committee of all its own members, from 40 to 50 years of age, or, should this number be too numerous, it may be composed of all from 45 to 50 years of age, which would form a permanent, experienced, local government, never opposed to, but always in closest union with each individual governed. This committee, through its oldest member, might communicate direct with the government, and the utmost harmony be thus established between the executive, the legislature, and the people. No change whatever in our national institutions need take place for many years, except among the working classes, nor at any period, until the benefits of the arrangements proposed shall become fully evident to all parties. Every great national change hitherto proposed has rendered it necessary to sacrifice the interests of some parties, by which only, the proposers imagined, the welfare of the others could be attained. But, my friends, the improvement I now advocate will remove many evils from all, and not introduce one to any. The change contemplated has no tendency, even in the slightest degree, to remove those who enjoy any supposed advantages in eminent stations to which they have attained. No one will envy them their privileges, whatever they may be, and every hair of their heads will be securely guarded by the rapidly improving condition of the great mass of the people. This gradual and well-prepared change now advocated has no tendency whatever to drag down from their stations those whom a course of events, far beyond their control, has placed there. It has solely for its object to raise from abject poverty, misery, and degradation, those whom the same course of events has now sunk to the very depths of wretchedness. If the principles for which I contend be true, then there can be no permanent and beneficial change in human society that does not enable every one of the working classes to produce his own subsistence, to improve his bodily and mental powers, and to secure to himself the natural comforts of life, and which by his own labor, properly directed, will be very easily attainable. I hastily notice these particulars, in order that you may understand that a mere change of sufferers, whether it be from one part of a class to another, from one entire class to another, or from one nation to the other, is no remedy for the great and increasing evils which the world now suffers. But this is the dilemma to which the systems that have hitherto regulated the conduct of men has reduced them, and while their principles shall be acted upon, a choice of severe evils only lies before them. Every intelligent mind will comprehend, that to give the British population now, in its present state, greater freedom than the Constitution has heretofore admitted, would put to hazard the safety of the state. The contending and selfish passions of mankind, irritated, goaded, and aggravated, by the hitherto unperceived operation of the new and irresistible power of mechanism, if let loose before ameliorating circumstances could be introduced, would expose all that is valuable in the country to certain destruction. But not a moment should be lost in applying the proper remedies to relieve the country at the present alarming crisis. The plan proposed will effectually accomplish this object, in a manner most advantageous to each, and not injurious to any. The objections made against it proceed from a gross misconception of each of its parts separately, and a total want of knowledge of its effects when combined. The poor will not be required to go into the villages appropriated for them, when they can do better, or remain in them 1 hour longer than they wish. But I have no idea that these villages will be occupied by the present poor only, for they will be found to afford the most desirable arrangements for all the present surplus working population, who cannot procure a comfortable support in their present situations. I will, as I promised at the last meeting, give directions for a model to be made, and draw up the regulations necessary for the government and arrangement of these villages, on the principles that have been stated, and on which alone they can be successfully conducted. In the meantime, however, it is highly necessary for the well-being of society, that the whole of this important subject should be immediately submitted to a committee, composed of the most intelligent, scientific, and practically experienced individuals the country affords. A few of the most prominent names from among all ranks and parties are selected, not that many others, equally entitled to this high trust might not be still named, but as it is proposed that power be given to the committee to increase the number, these may be afterwards added. I will not now offer to the consideration and adoption of this meeting the resolutions which were read to the last, but which were not proceeded on to a vote upon them. The discussions in a committee will best prepare them to further consideration on a future day. A further development of the plan for the relief of the poor, and the emancipation of mankind. To the public. The adjourned or second public meeting, to consider the plan I have proposed, has passed, and from its commencement to the end, it far more than satisfied all my wishes. Each prominent figure moved correctly to the wire that was touched for the purpose. The opposition to the measures recommended to these meetings for their concurrence has well accomplished the part assigned to it, and has thereby forwarded all my views, and brought the adoption of the plan in its whole extent some years nearer than otherwise could have been possible. My chief apprehension previous to the meeting was that there would not be a sufficiently decisive stand made by its opponents, to elicit all the arguments which could be urged against it, for I was anxious the public should discover all their fatuity and weakness. I therefore put forth in the newspapers that were published and very extensively distributed during the 2 or 3 weeks preceding, as much stimulus to all the parties, as, without creating personal animosity, would call into action all the opposition they could offer, and my object was attained. I thus distinctly discovered its quality and amount, and was astonished to find both so inefficient. It was, indeed, far beyond my most sanguine expectations to find the plan opposed only by the remnant of a party, who cannot discern that the first step of their own success would inevitably secure their own destruction. I have long known that the utmost resistance which could be made, in its greatest aggregate amount, would not ultimately be more than a feather opposed to a whirlwind, but to experience so little opposition at the outset of my progress, is a sure proof that society is abundantly ripe for all the important improvements about to take place. The gentlemen who opposed the plan at the public meetings, did not surely imagine I wished to have the opinions of the ill-trained and uninformed on any of the measures intended for their relief and amelioration. No. On such subjects, until they shall be instructed in better habits, and made rationally intelligent, their advice can be of no value. I called the meetings to discover the best practical means to effect those objects for them, in the shortest possible time. The first was convened simply to ascertain whether it would be prudent to proceed in my long-determined measures with a greater rapidity towards their execution than I had intended when I left home early in the year, for on my arrival in town I found public inquiry and anxiety for the practical part of the plan beginning to outstrip my most sanguine hopes, as well as my preparations to carry it into immediate execution. This first experiment upon public opinion satisfied me that the most intelligent and uninfluenced part of the meeting was much further advanced than I had calculated upon, and this knowledge, combined with my previous personal communications among all ranks and classes, convinces me that 7 out of 10 of the reflecting part of society are in heart already prepared to go with me, and that while the supporters of the old errors and evils are considering how to defend that which is indefensible, 2 of the remaining 3 will come over to the new view, and the third will be paralysed. The second meeting now became absolutely necessary to enable me to advance, for I could not proceed another step until I had ascertained whether the hour was come when freedom of opinion, the natural right of all human beings, could be obtained for the world. 2 modes presented themselves by which this object might be accomplished. One was, to go to a committee of the best disposed, best informed, and most intelligent, from among all parties, and to claim from their united wisdom, perfect freedom of opinion, as the first necessary step to ameliorate the condition of mankind. The other mode was to put public feelings at once to the test, and to ascertain, at every personal risk, what was the real state of the public mind on this most interesting subject. I determined to attempt both modes, that if one failed, the other might be restored to. The appeal to public feeling, therefore, formed part of my address, and when it was delivered, the instantaneous burst of genuine heartfelt approbation that followed, told me in language I could not misunderstand, that the world was delivered from mental slavery, that the shackles of ignorance, superstition, and hypocrisy, were burst asunder forever, that the road was fairly opened for the introduction of those principles which would, in practice, withdraw all uncharitableness, and remove every other cause of disunion and separation from among human beings. Happiness never can be attained or secured while men shall be trained to hate and to be wholly ignorant of each other. Having by this means ascertained the real progress of intellect, I gained all the purposes I wished by the meeting. Those who remained at 7 o'clock could only be of service to my object by carrying some amendment that would prevent the appointment of a committee. For had the committee been appointed, the discordant principles of which it would have been composed, could not have failed to retard all my subsequent movements by its necessary forms and consequently slow procedure. Such is the peculiar nature of my operations, that I cannot yet derive useful aid from class, sect, or party. The popular leaders among the livery, and others, and their well-trained followers, fortunately came to their assistance, and an amendment being at length carried, I was relieved from the only difficulty that presented itself to my mind, and was again set at liberty to put in train the most vigorous and decisive measures for carrying the plan into extensive execution. No time shall now be unnecessarily lost, but the public must be guarded against precipitancy of expectation. It is folly to draw conclusions without data, and it is equally unwise to suppose that practice can proceed with the rapidity of thought. The greatest change which the world has ever yet experienced cannot be effected in a few days. It is now but 1 month, from the time I am now writing, since that change was publicly announced, and already, in the minds of all, the existing order of things has no secure spot on which to rest. Beneath it, all is slippery and unsound. Where are its defenders? Has one come forward who possesses any real knowledge of human society, or of mankind? Not one, nor will any such appear to defend that which they know to be indefensible. Silence in them is true wisdom. Soon they will acquire courage to support that which they know to be alone true, and which in practice can and will give more happiness than has yet been promised. In a little time the new order of things shall penetrate the hearts and understandings of the intelligent, and be established forever on an immovable foundation. A little time longer only shall men have eyes, and see not, ears, and hear not, understandings and understand not. Is there not room, and are there not means, now, to make many thousand millions more of human beings happy than exist this day on earth? Universal practical knowledge, derived from experience, replies, yes, and all men, except a few whom a melancholy theory benights, assent to the dictates of experience. Vociferators for freedom while subjected to the lowest mental slavery, chained to the earth by the most violent and injurious passions, bound hand and foot by the worst habits and most degrading ignorance, and existing amidst intellectual and physical wretchedness, cry out to their deliverers not to touch their bonds, and beseech them to leave them in possession of all the liberty they enjoy. Mistaken helpless beings. They must not, they shall not, be left thus. Their deliverance is near at hand, and they shall enjoy true liberty, both of body and mind. Were I now to proceed to all the details of the plan which shall be in due time completed, to throw full light and exhibit to them in native brilliancy that which ere long they shall possess, their present existence would become loathsome, they would not longer abide these dens of poverty, of crime, and of torment, and their sight would be destroyed by the intensity of the day that is beginning to dawn upon them. Suffice it to say, to those who are in some degree prepared to understand the change, that the following arrangements have been made to enable society to pass from the old to the new state without inconvenience, and in order that not one of the prejudices with which men have been afflicted shall be prematurely or ignorantly attacked, or opposed in any way so as unnecessarily to hurt the feelings of a single individual. Under a proper treatment those prejudices will all gradually and imperceptibly die away, until the knowledge of their existence shall be obliterated from memory. The first villages of unity and mutual cooperation may each be occupied by those only who have been trained in the same class, sectarian notions, and party feelings, by which means many of the most unpleasant counteractions experienced in ordinary society will be at once avoided, and many important advantages will be gained. The cause of disunion of feelings on account of class, of differences respecting religious notions or political parties, will be removed, and should any individual, after the trial of a residence in the village he first selected, have his mind changed on the subject of class, sect, or party, he may at any period remove into another in which the occupiers of it will agree with him in all these respects, or he may retire with his property into common society. A large part of mankind will be immediately and essentially benefited by quitting the old state of society and forming themselves under the new. The first class will be from the parish paupers, etc., and may be arranged in the following order. 1. The parish poor, properly so called, that is, the infirm and aged who cannot now help themselves in any way, and for whom everything must be done. In future, such helplessness will not be created. The first business of society is to provide for these sufferers, and if, as will be the case, much more comfort under the new order of things can be given to these miserable beings with less trouble and expense than they require at present, a substantial practical good will be at once obtained. To the children of the poor whom the parishes are now compelled to support, and which in general they accomplish at a great expense, and with little or no benefit either to the children or to society. No one can doubt that under the new arrangements these children may be better trained, instructed, employed, and associated, than they are at present, and at much less expense. 3. Those who can labor, are willing to work, but who cannot procure employment, and whom, therefore, the parishes must support. Under the new order of things these may be made to create all their own subsistence, and to repay the interest of all the capital invested in the outfit of the establishment formed to give activity to their industry. These 3 descriptions of poor, who must of course be under parish direction, may be advantageously combined, in certain proportions, into each parish employment settlement. And the payers of the poor's rate will soon discover it to be their interest to establish these settlements with the least possible delay, and those who permit next year to pass without creating the change, will suffer materially in many respects for their neglect. But it will not be necessary to force anyone to go into these parish establishments, or to retain them there for an hour against their inclination. These establishments should be known as the only mode by which parish relief will be administered, and as it will be a very improved mode, compared with the present system, no applicant for such relief ought to receive it from any other parochial source. Over the pauper establishment properly instructed superintendents and assistants must be placed, to direct them under regulations duly prepared for their easy and regular government, which will be formed throughout on consistent principles for the prevention of evil. The second, or working class, will be composed of those who are without property, and must be employed in and for the voluntary and independent associations of the fourth class. The third, or working class, will be composed of the present labourers, artisans, and tradesmen, with property from £100 to £2,000 each. These will form 12 voluntary associations, or divisions. The first division of this class will consist of members who possess £100 each, whether men, women, or children, who can for 1 year, or until the village residences be prepared, continue to maintain themselves, provided the adults are likely, from their age and strength, to perform a reasonable day's work for 5 years to come. The class can from the first have much better accommodations than those described in my report to the committees of the Association for the Relief of the Manufacturing and Labouring Poor, and of the House of Commons on the Poor Law. The divisions of this class, from the 2nd to the 12th inclusive, will be composed of individuals and families, who, besides maintaining themselves until the new residences shall be ready, can advance from £200 to £2,000 each person, and who, on joining their respective divisions, are willing to enter upon the regular employment of the establishment, it being understood that all their occupations will be as healthy, pleasant, and productive, as it is possible to make them, under arrangements in which mechanism and science will be extensively introduced to execute all the work that is over-laborious, disagreeable, or in any way injurious to human nature. And their accommodations of all kinds will be in proportion to the capital they can at first advance or may hereafter acquire, and ultimately they cannot fail all to attain the highest division of the voluntary associations, and to render mechanism and science the only slaves or servants of men. The members of these associations will be all upon an equality, and governed by a general committee, chosen at first by themselves, which will select subcommittees of 1. Health, 2. Instruction, 3. Agriculture, 4. Manufactures, 5. Merchandise, 6. Domestic economy, 7. External communication, including the government of the empire. Each of these subcommittees to choose a head, who will be the executive of each department, and the remainder will form his council or assistant associates, and the several departments mentioned will be directed by their respective committees. In a few years, when all shall be properly trained and instructed, the General Committee will be formed of all from 40 to 50 years of age, with power in the majority to add particular talents of any age to their number. The fourth class, or voluntary independent associations, will be composed of persons unwilling or unable to be productively occupied, possessing from £1,000 to £20,000 each, and who by their capital will employ the second class, and they may be divided into associations in proportion to the amount of their property. The associations of this class will each be governed by a general committee and 7 subcommittees. The persons of the second class employed therein will not be eligible to be elected or to elect to the general committee for the government of the establishment, but this second, or working class, employed in each of these voluntary independent associations, shall elect 7 out of their own number, who, with 1 appointed out of each of the subcommittees, shall form another subcommittee, which shall choose a head among themselves by ballot, and which committee, so chosen, shall superintend all the arrangements and transactions between the employer and the employed. It being understood that the employed shall be well provided with all the necessaries of life, and have a reasonable proportion of recreation, during 7 years, at the termination of which, each adult who has attained the age of 25 years, shall have the option to receive £100 from the community to become a member of the first division of the third, or working class, with property, or to remain 5 years longer, and then to receive £200, to enable him to become a member of the second division of the third class, or, at his option, to go into the old society and provide for himself, or to serve the very wealthy or higher ranks, while they continue to prefer their present mode of life. I conclude, however, that every class in society, below the very wealthy and the highest ranks, will give a decided preference to physical and intellectual liberty, over bodily and mental slavery, to temperance, health, and rational enjoyment, over intemperance, disease, and suffering, and to have thousands and tens of thousands of well-disposed, well-informed, and sincere friends around them, on all sides, all acting for each other in one bond of love and interest, rather than exist among the folly, insincerity, and counteraction of society as it is now constituted, and more especially when the same property and care will produce them more than tenfold advantages beyond what any of the existing arrangements can afford. In short, when the time shall arrive when it will be prudent to develop the whole plan in its more minute detail and general combination, it will be obvious to the meanest capacity that the old state of society will not bear one moment's comparison with the new, and that the only real practical difficulty will be to restrain men from rushing too precipitately from one to the other. By the adoption of the plan proposed for the parochial poor, the parishes of England and Wales will soon materially diminish their poor's rate, and gradually reduce them, until they shall be extinguished. They will also essentially benefit and improve the poor, and render a service of the highest magnitude to their country and mankind. I therefore take it for granted that as soon as they understand the plan, so as to be capable of putting it into execution, they will be eager to adopt it. To enable them to adopt it, the first step necessary is, that several parishes combine together in order to carry the plan into execution. The second step will be to form arrangements to enable them to borrow a capital on the revenue of 1/3, or half, of their average poor's rate for the last 3 years. The interest of the sum so borrowed to be paid out of the annual rate, which, owing to the reduced number and expenditure of their poor, will gradually diminish after the first year, from the present amount down to entire extinction. By the time the parishes shall have accomplished these arrangements, the model of the establishment and its appendages, with the regulations for its government, will be ready, and then the execution of the plan may commence and proceed without loss of time. It may be useful here to remark, that the plan developed in my report to the committees of the Association for the Relief of the Manufacturing and Labouring Poor, and of the House of Commons on the Poor Laws, was intended for the parish poor only, and of course no part of society will long continue in a worse condition than the individuals within such proposed establishments. Under these arrangements the parish poor will soon lose their ignorant and vulgar habits, and acquire such an improved character as the new circumstances will imperceptibly and speedily give them. When these results irresistibly force themselves on the minds of all, the meanest and most miserable beings now in society will thus become the envy of the rich and indolent under the existing arrangements. The change from the old system to the new must become universal. To resist the introduction of this plan, in any part of the world, will now be as vain and useless, as for man by his puny efforts to endeavor to preclude from the earth the vivifying rays of the sun. Such as has been described must be the beneficial change that will be created among the existing paupers, and at a greatly reduced expenditure. But, under proper arrangements, the effective and independent members of society may in a short time be surrounded by circumstances that will afford them all they can desire, all that can be of real service or add permanently to their happiness. The first class of the voluntary and independent associations will possess benefits and be surrounded by advantages of which no one can yet form an adequate idea. No part of their powers will be wasted, all will be employed to the greatest benefit for the individual, who, though not individualized, will enjoy far more than the most successful of his class have yet experienced. The members of this class will soon be instructed to conduct the affairs of their own village with ease, order, and success. They may come in, or sell out, whenever they choose. They may acquire all the endless advantages to be gained from such an association, and should they ever feel inclined to try a change, and wish to return to old society, they will experience every facility for the purpose. But I do not contemplate that such a wish will ever arise, or exist in anyone, after they shall have experienced and shall comprehend all the advantages which the new societies will produce. Shortly they will have no inducements, no motive, to commit crime, or to be immoral, but they will have every motive to be active, cheerful, and humane. They will rapidly acquire such useful knowledge as will make them ardent in their endeavors to improve the condition of all around them. Each will acquire such irresistible energy in this cause, as no one now comprehends, but which will perpetually keep these societies in the most delightful activity, and afford full scope for all the physical and intellectual powers of our nature, and both will be directed in the right course only. But these valuable qualities will not be confined to their own villages or associations. Persons, when properly trained for the purpose, will be sent from time to time to. There are numberless other minute combinations of mind now formed in the British Empire, but to descend to every varied shade of class, sect, and party, would be endless, and would turn the subject, of all others the most serious to humanity, into one fit only for jest and ridicule. N.B. Those who shall be solely governed by the religion of charity, can, and will, unite with all, or any of the above sects and parties. Travel, in order to collect and communicate knowledge, to benefit and harmonize the world by their superior wisdom and conduct, and thereby to cement and extend more and more the bond of union, goodwill, and mutual cooperation among all mankind. By these improved characters, prejudices of every kind will be overlooked, they will know how to draw forth the best qualities of the heads and hearts of all men, and to allow the worst and inferior ones to lie dormant, and they will act upon their knowledge. They will go forth to do good, and the happiness they will derive from such conduct will alone compensate them for their absence from their own abodes of health, intelligence, activity, and happiness. And thus the change from insanity to rationality will take place with the least possible inconvenience to society. It is to prepare the way for this change, that the combinations are made so numerous, in order that those who have till now existed within one kind of atmosphere, may not be opposed by those who have been subjected to another. And, to accomplish this important object, in the best way, and to the greatest practicable extent that the existing arrangements of society will admit, I have composed tables which at one view exhibit the most general combination of minds in the British Empire, as they have been formed by the present and preceding generation. The tables show, first, the various classes into which old society may be conveniently and naturally arranged in the new order of things. Secondly, the more general sects and parties which now prevail. Thirdly, the various combinations of sect and party, which are, or may be, united with each class. These tables have been arranged in compassion to the weakness, prejudice, and error which have been gradually created for the existing race of men, who have been so afflicted in consequence of a chain of causes which may be easily traced beyond their present powers of mind to comprehend. These tables have been formed to enable all men more readily to understand their real situation in society, to discover how the minds of others have been filled with impressions which hitherto they have not understood, and to show the gross folly of being angry or displeased with those who have been thus forced to differ from us in the association of their ideas or sentiments, and consequently also in their conscientious feeling of what appears to them right or wrong. Offices shall speedily be opened in London, and in other places over the kingdom, where books will be kept, and any person wishing to join either of these new associations may call and state his wish to become an inhabitant or member of one of the new villages, of class number 2, 3, or 4, and division in that class, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12, and to be associated with sect and party no. In the table of sect and party, his name will be entered in the proper column, to designate his class, sect, and party, to which he will affix his signature and address, paying a small charge to cover the expense of registry, etc. And as soon as there shall be a sufficient number, say 500, of any of these associates, entered in the book, then the operations for one of the establishments may commence, and afterwards, as each 500 shall be entered, others may follow in rotation, or many may commence at once and together, as soon as the preparations for one shall be completed. To enter further into details would be to create a desire for the attainment of the object that would be injurious to its sound and beneficial progress. The change cannot be effected in a week or a month, although much, very much, may be put into action next year, so much, indeed, as with ease to relieve the country from the most grievous evils of poverty. And it will be done. Should it be asked on what principle is this assertion made? The reply is, on the well-known principle of self-interest, which compels all men to prefer their happiness, when easily attainable, to a continuance in wretchedness and misery. The multitude, the uninformed part of the public, those, in short, whose field of vision is confined within the circle of ordinary localities, could form no conjecture why I disclaimed connection with the errors of all existing systems, political and religious. They could not know that, to secure to them solid, substantial, and permanent good, my course must be such as they have seen. The declaration made at the last meeting was a step absolutely necessary then to take. To oppose myself to all the most inveterate and hitherto unconquerable prejudices with which the human intellect has been afflicted, could not have been a premature and hasty measure on my part. I long knew that to deliver from abject slavery of intellect, from the grossest ignorance, from the vilest passions, from crime, from poverty, and from every species of wretchedness, I must for a time offend all mankind, and create in many feelings of disgust and horror at this apparent temerity of conduct, which, without a new understanding, a new heart, and a new mind, they could never comprehend, but these in due time shall now be given to them. Ere long there shall be but one action, one language, and one people. Even now the time is near at hand, almost arrived, when swords shall be turned into plowshares, and spears into pruning hooks, when every man shall sit under his own vine and his own fig tree, and none shall make him afraid. But, what is still more marvelous, the time is also at hand, when your respect, esteem, and love, for those who oppose all your prejudices, will be much greater than for those who now defend them, because you will discover that the instructions of the latter tend only to perpetuate endless evils throughout society. Yes, my friends, in the day and hour when I disclaimed all connection with the errors and prejudices of the old system, a day to be remembered with joy and gladness henceforward throughout all future ages, the dominion of faith ceased, its reign of terror, of disunion, of separation, and of irrationality was broken to pieces like a potter's vessel. The folly and madness of its votaries became instantly conspicuous to the world. When the benighted intellects of humanity were opened, and it was clearly perceived that any faith, however horrible and absurd, could be given to all of the sons of men, it was in the same hour made known, that, therefore, faith could be of no practical value whatever, but that its longer dominion on earth must be productive of error and misery, and, if permitted to remain, that its continuance among the children of light would produce only evil continually. Now from henceforth charity presides over the destinies of the world. Its reign, deep-rooted in principles of demonstrable truth, is permanently founded, and against it hell and destruction shall not prevail. Yes, on this day, the most glorious the world has seen, the religion of charity, unconnected with faith, is established forever. Mental liberty for man is secured, and hereafter he will become a reasonable, and consequently a superior being. What is the character of this new religion? It is throughout consistent with all facts, and therefore true. It suffereth long and is kind, envieth not, vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not its own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth. Beareth all things, believeth all things. What is the power of charity? It never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail, whether there be tongues, they shall cease, whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. What has been foretold of charity? That it has been known only in part, and prophesied of in part, but when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but when charity reigneth alone, we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even also as I am known. The greatest of all things is charity. What are the signs of the last days of misery on earth? And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon earth, distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. This generation shall not pass away until all shall be fulfilled. What immediate and permanent consequences will follow from the religion of charity alone, unconnected with faith? Peace on earth and goodwill towards men. What will be its conduct to those irrational persons who for a time must oppose it? Commiseration for their mental infirmities, but an unceasing kindness will be continually exerted to benefit them, and thus evil shall be overcome of good, until its nature shall be changed, and its injurious propensities shall disappear from among the children of men. Then shall the wolf dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf, and the young lion, and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. What overwhelming power has done this? Where is the arm that has crushed the mighty ones of the earth, and made them afraid? Who has said, Let there be light, and there was light, and all men saw it? This marvelous change, which all the armies of the earth could not effect through all the ages that have passed, has been accomplished, by the invincible and irresistible power of truth alone, and for the deed done, no human being can claim a particle of merit or consideration. That hitherto undefined, incomprehensible power, which directs the atom and controls the aggregate of nature, has in this era of creation made the world to wonder at itself. The nations of the earth will be astonished. Their heretofore esteemed sacred institutions, their far-famed complex political arrangements, and their varied domestic manners, habits, and languages, will be no longer esteemed among men. Old things shall pass away, and all shall become new. I may now be asked, what are the characteristic differences between old and new society? They are decisive and manifold. Old society has supposed, contrary to every fact that has been observed from the earliest period of known time to this hour, that man forms his own character. And the transactions of mankind have been governed by this absurd notion. New society will be instructed, by close and accurate attention to all existing and provable facts, that the child does not fashion itself in the womb, or direct the language, manners, habits, sentiments, and associations, which shall be afterwards impressed upon its natural physical and intellectual powers, and that the whole character of man is a compound of these combined circumstances. Old society, therefore, from the hour the child was born, began a system of conduct diametrically contrary to fact, and nature was counteracted by all the efforts of ignorance. Nature, however, continually opposed ignorance, and all the force and violence of the latter could not keep the former in subjection. Ignorance then called in superstition and hypocrisy to its aid, and together they invented all the faiths or creeds in the world, a horrid crew, armed with every torture for body and mind. A dreadful conflict ensued, nature was overcome, and compelled for a long season to receive laws from her conquerors, and to be the slave of ignorance and superstition. Nature was then treated with indescribable severity, and would have been put to death if she had not been immortal and possessed of powers capable of gradual reaction, equal, and superior, to any force that could be permanently exerted against her. As time advanced, the appalling terrors of ignorance and superstition, faith, and hypocrisy, imperceptibly diminished. Experience united herself to nature, and produced real knowledge and demonstrable truth. These grew up together, and, in close bond of union with their parents, they became strong, felt conscious of their strength, and were soon eager for attack. But nature and experience, knowing the wiles and power of their opponents, restrained their ardor, but inured them to continual opposition and severe contest, until knowledge and truth became assured that their united efforts would be irresistible. War was then openly declared against ignorance, superstition, faith, hypocrisy, and all their dire associates. The latter instantly sounded the alarm, collected their forces, and began to prepare for battle. To their utter dismay, however, Charity, who till now had been compelled by force, contrary to her nature and inclinations, to be their ally, and to appear in their front ranks, escaped their toils, and declared she would henceforward unite herself solely with nature, experience, real knowledge, and demonstrable truth, but, to prevent all future devastation and misery, she would use her mediation and obtain the best possible terms for the weakened and now disheartened enemies of nature and her invincible allies. This offer, seeing all resistance vain and hopeless, was readily accepted, and truth and charity dictated the terms, which, in consequence, were kind and benevolent, evincing that they were not influenced by anger, revenge, or any evil motive whatever. Ignorance, superstition, faith, and hypocrisy, were permitted to retain all their possessions, to remain free and unmolested in the conquered country. But they were to leave it solely to the government of nature, aided by experience and real knowledge, as counselors. And charity, assisted by demonstrable truth and sincerity, was to preside as the active agent over the whole dominions of the new state of society. Their first care was to make a new code for the government of the people, in unison with all nature's laws. They decreed it to be just, that as nature was always passive before birth, in infancy, childhood, and youth, and was made beneficially or injuriously active by the treatment she had previously experienced, nature could do no wrong, and, therefore, could never become a proper subject for punishment, that the cause of all her errors proceeded from the powers that acted upon her passive state, and that if these were consistent and proper, nature would become actively good, and in consequence universally beloved, but if they were irrational and improper, nature would become disgusting and wicked, and in consequence disliked and hated by all. Charity, truth, and sincerity, therefore, decreed, that not one child of nature ought to be neglected or improperly treated, that all should be trained, instructed, associated, and occupied, and placed amidst circumstances most congenial to the genuine feelings of nature, and which were to be arranged by the twin sisters Science and Practice, who were to unite their efforts in the execution of everything that was to be accomplished. Every minor regulation was in strict unison with these general laws, and truth was ever watchful to mark the least deviation from her favorite rule, that inconsistency is error, and therefore inconsistency must never be admitted into any transactions within the dominions of the new state of society. Such as have now been described are the fundamental differences between man in the old and man in the new state of society. In the first he has been a wretched, credulous, superstitious, hypocrite; in the last he must become rational, intelligent, wise, sincere, and good. In the old, the earth has been the residence of poverty, luxury, vice, crime, and misery; in the new, it will become the abode of health, temperance, wisdom, virtue, and happiness. The change from the one to the other, however, must not be too hasty. All I ask is, let it be gradual, and conducted in the true spirit of benevolence, and let no one be injured in mind, body, or estate. We have, therefore, my friends, a most important duty now to perform. The institutions of our forefathers, erroneous as they are, must not be handled with violence, or rudely touched. No, they must be still preserved with care, supported, and protected, until the new state of society shall be far advanced in quiet practice, until it has proved its numberless important benefits to mankind, even to the conviction of the most unbelieving. None must suffer in person, property, or comfort; all will be soon reconciled to the change, and lend a helping hand. The instructors of the endless, varied, and existing creeds or faiths, which have deluged the world with blood, and rendered it a curse and desolation, will all become the unresisting teachers of charity. Benevolence will pervade all their language and all their conduct, and an evident and substantial success will crown every step of their future progress. They will no longer say, "We piped unto you, and yet have not danced," or "We preached in vain." The whole frame of society may remain as it is. The British Constitution will readily admit of every improvement requisite to ensure the interest and happiness of the Empire. A change of the most extensive magnitude the world ever contemplated will be accomplished without violence or confusion, or any very apparent opposition. The feelings and the interests of mankind imperiously demand this change, the world approves, and none can resist. Thus, in the fullness of time, ere its commencement was well known, is the great work accomplished. The change has come upon the world like a thief in the night. No man knows whence it cometh, nor whither it goeth. Robert Owen. September 6, 1817. Note: no intelligent mind will for a moment suppose from what I have said, that I am an enemy to all religion. On the contrary, my efforts have been, and will be, directed to secure the interests of true religion, and to establish it permanently throughout the world. I well know, and am now competent to prove, that the real enemies to truth, to genuine religion, and to the happiness of mankind, among all people, are those parts of every religion that are in direct and palpable contradiction to existing facts, and which have been added to pure and undefiled religion, either by weak, mistaken, or by designing men. Withdraw these from the Christian system, and then it will become a religion of universal benevolence, competent to make, and it will make, men rational and happy. Let but this change be effected, and I will become a Christian indeed. Address dated September 19, 1817, on measures for the immediate relief of the poor. The urgent applications which are hourly made to me from those who suffer in almost every conceivable manner from the effects of the present wretched system, render it an imperative duty on my part to state such practical measures as are in progress to give the relief so anxiously sought for. The evils experienced are both mental and bodily, but those which affect the body require removal with the least possible delay, and every individual who can feel for the afflictions of others is called upon to give his earnest attention to the means devised for the purpose. Whatever inexperienced or theoretic men may write or say on the subject, it will now be discovered that no other measures than those I have proposed possess, in their ultimate results, any practical value. I therefore again call upon the public to do its duty to itself, to strive to overcome its prejudice, its weakness, and its errors. These, I well know, cannot be conquered in a day or a week, and time must be allowed for them to disappear gradually and almost imperceptibly. But the measures devised and recommended need not interfere with those diseases of the mind from which separation between man and man proceeds. The practical means of relief for your suffering and degraded population are before you. They may be easily adopted, and united to all your various creeds, and acted upon without much inconvenience until your minds shall attain sound health and enable you to discover and secure the good things which so abundantly surround you, and until you acquire the power to discern the manifold advantages of demonstrable truth, over the evils which perpetually arise from pursuing systems founded on and involving the most palpable inconsistencies. Many of various classes, sects, and parties, enter with a hearty sincerity into all these practical measures, with a determination to do their duty to their fellow creatures, and yet retain the integrity of those religious notions in which they have been instructed, nor have I any wish or desire that they should act otherwise. It is no part of my plan to form a sect, or to induce individuals to change one creed for another. My practice has ever been otherwise. It has always been to encourage the utmost liberty of conscience, the only true freedom of mind, and source of truth and wisdom. I know that all mankind, ere long, will think as I now do respecting the formation of human character and the inutility and grievous evils of faith, for with me this subject has long been known as a science which at pleasure I can force upon the world, and in due time it shall be so developed, that is, when the minds of men shall be prepared to receive it without injury to themselves or their fellow creatures. But let me not be misunderstood. I wish not that the world should change old names for a new one, or be subjected to any false influence. I came not among you to establish a name, but to relieve you from the errors and evils of all names. Ponder well on that which I shall now state, and consider all its important consequences to yourselves and to posterity. I have not the smallest desire to leave a name to be remembered by men for an hour after my death, although I know I shall afterwards retain existence through all eternity. I would not now give one straw for the homage or even worship of all mankind. All such vain wishes and desires appear to me, and soon will appear to others, to be weakness itself, and of less value than I can find present language to express. The sole object of all my efforts is to do you good, to relieve you from the most wretched mental and bodily slavery and misery, and the time is fast approaching when you can no longer doubt these sayings. To procure that good for you in the best way, and in the shortest time that practice will admit, an office is to be immediately opened in Temple Chambers, Fleet Street, under the superintendence of a gentleman who in all respects is well qualified and most willing to give every explanation of the practical part of the system to those of all ranks and descriptions, from the highest to the lowest, who may be sincerely desirous of acquiring such information. And such knowledge cannot fail to make the means obvious by which the poor and working classes may be, advantageously to all, relieved from their present distress, and the country saved from all the evils of poor's rates and pauperism, by which also health, temperance, affectionate association, cheerful industry, and increasing intelligence and happiness, will take the place of disease, intemperance, severe labor, counteraction, ignorance, and misery, by which, in short, mankind will be benefited in the most simple manner, and to the greatest extent that the present knowledge and experience of the world will admit. I am, however, most anxious to guard against precipitancy of expectation in those who are now prevented from employing their talents to benefit themselves or others. Of the full distress of their situation I am well aware, and it is a correct knowledge of their sufferings that stimulates my exertions to obtain for them the most speedy relief. The first village of unity and mutual cooperation that shall be erected, will be in part a model for all others in this country and over the world. It should, therefore, possess all the advantages that modern science can give, to exhibit in practice the extraordinary difference of results, between human faculties blindly moved to action by ignorance, individualized, and when they are governed in all their operations and transactions by the combined intelligence and experience of all past times. This will soon be proved by practice to be almost as infinity is to unity. When these results shall be rendered obvious to common minds, truly has it been said, that the world will wonder at itself, yes, it will become at once conscious of the intensity of the darkness in which it heretofore existed. But to complete a scientific arrangement like this, which involves the comfort, well-being, and happiness of the present and all future generations, will require much calm consideration, and the cooperation of various minds, the best versed in each minute part, in order that the most weak and helpless should have common justice, and to prove that we are really actuated solely by motives of pure and undefiled religion, of charity, of genuine love to our brothers, unmixed with any motive that would give to self what they would not freely bestow on others. Such arrangements as these cannot be completed before the beginning of next year, but I hope they may be in forwardness to enable as many parties as may be prepared to act upon them, to commence the foundation of villages and all their appendages early in the ensuing spring. And that the public mind may keep pace with this important work, a paper, entitled The Mirror of Truth 17 will be published twice a month, in which every objection to the new state of society shall be candidly answered, and all doubts of its truth and happy results removed. The light shall be made to appear, so as that none shall remain in darkness. In the Mirror of Truth, the supporters of the old and the new system will be equally admitted. Strict impartiality to the candid representations of every class, sect, and party, will mark all its proceedings, and, as truth alone is the object in view, the most intelligent opposition is earnestly solicited. The prospectus to this paper will soon be advertised and published. In the meantime, on the 1st of next month all inquiries on the subject connected with the new state of society are to be made, in person, or by letter, post-paid, addressed to Dr. Wilkes, New State of Society Enrollment Office, Temple Chambers, Fleet Street, London. Immediate and patient attention will be given to every inquiry in person or by correspondence, dictated by a spirit of benevolence, and all information that may be of practical use in this undertaking will be thankfully received. It may be useful to add, that until the office is opened in Temple Chambers, books of enrollment continue at Linsell's, Wimpole Street, Longman & Co., Paternoster Row, Cadell and Davies, Strand, Hatchard, Piccadilly and Arches, Cornhill. R. Owen. 49, Charlotte Street, Portland Place. September 19, 1817. On the employment of children in manufactories. To British Master Manufacturers. I beg to address you, gentlemen, on behalf of a cause in which, as men and fellow subjects, we are all deeply interested, the amelioration of the circumstances of those whom we employ as operatives in our various manufactures. Many of you, who have received a liberal education, will, I am sure, acknowledge that it is a subject of great national importance, and will consider it with more just and enlarged views than the narrow principles of immediate gain might suggest. To such it would be presumption in me to offer any explanation of that which must already be obvious to them. But there are others who have not been so fortunate, who have never had the leisure to study or to think about matters of this nature, and for these only are the following observations intended. Practices now prevail in our manufacturing system, which have been produced by circumstances not under the control of any individual, and for which, therefore, no individual can be justly blamed. They are, however, notoriously the source of most grievous evils, and stand in the way of improvements in the condition of our working classes, which are essential to the well-being of the state, and without which indeed its security must rest on a very precarious foundation. I refer to the premature employment of children, and to the unreasonable term of daily labor now exacted from persons of all ages who are employed within our manufactories. It is to these practices we may attribute the worst effects of the manufacturing system, and if we permit them to continue, through mere indifference to the subject, or from the egregious and fatal delusion that they are connected with the prosperity of our manufactures, we must be content to suffer all the evils arising from the increasing misery and demoralization of the working classes. But it is my most earnest wish to excite the public attention to this important question, and to do away with any delusion that may exist in your quarter respecting it, to convince you that the continuance of these practices is directly opposed to every individual interest in the country, and that these fruitful sources of evil may be effectually closed without even diminishing the immediate gains of the master manufacturer. Let us direct our attention, in the first place, to the unnatural circumstances in which the younger part of our operatives are now placed. Children are permitted to be employed, almost from infancy, in our manufactures, all of which are more or less unhealthy. They are condemned to a routine of long protracted and unvarying toil within doors, at the age when their time should be exclusively divided between healthful exercises in the open air, and their school education. The utmost violence is thus offered to nature at their very outset in life. Their intellectual, as well as their physical powers, are cramped and paralyzed, instead of being allowed their proper and natural development, while everything about them conspires to render their moral character depraved and dangerous. Without a vigorous constitution and good habits, children can never become really useful subjects of the state, nor can their lives be rendered comfortable to themselves or uninjurious to others. While so many obstacles are unnecessarily opposed to that mode of training for the rising generation which humanity and expediency so strongly recommend, society is alone to blame for the imbecility and suffering that may arise within it. The offspring of our poor must continue to be squalid and wretched, to be untaught for any good or really useful purpose, but admirably trained to effect their own misery, destined to disturb the peace of society in their younger days, and at an early period. To become a burden on the community for the remainder of life, eating that bread in idleness, which, if the state did justice to them or to itself, would never be claimed by any, not naturally infirm, except as the reward of useful industry. I conceive it to be a fact which consists equally with the experience of every one of you as it does with mine, that the labor of a child, strong and healthy, possessed of intelligence and of good habits and dispositions, is infinitely more valuable than that of one who is weak and unhealthy, imbecile in mind, and of depraved habits and dispositions. But though this fact is abundantly clear, it may not occur to you to trace the cause of this difference between the two individuals, and to perceive that in almost every case this great disparity is to be referred altogether to the different circumstances under which they have been trained and educated. A very little examination and reflection, however, will convince you that this is the true state of the case, and I will not allow myself to suppose that in the face of so striking a fact, you will any longer have any desire to employ the inferior instrument, when, by means of regulations as practicable as they are humane, you may with certainty procure the best. No child should be employed within doors in any manufacture until he is 12 years of age. In those manufactures in which dexterity of operation is much more easily acquired by children at an early than at a more advanced period of life, they might perhaps be employed, in order to attain such facility, for 5 or 6 hours per day when between 10 and 12 years of age, but I am of opinion that any advantage thus procured can be obtained only by tenfold sacrifices on the part of the children, their parents, and their country. I think an intelligent slave master would not, on the sole principle of pecuniary gain, employ his young slaves even 10 hours of the day at so early an age. And we know that judicious farmers will not prematurely put their young beasts of burden to work, and that when they do put them to work it is with great moderation at first, and, we must remember too, in a healthy atmosphere. But children from 7 to 8 years of age are employed with young persons and women of all ages, for 14 or 15 hours per day in many of our manufactures, carried on in buildings in which the atmosphere is by no means the most favorable to human life. If the well-being of our fellow creatures be a more important object than a fractional diminution of the prime cost of a few articles of commerce, often very useless ones, and if that object be a primary consideration in any change in the practices and habits of society, then surely the present generation has gone far astray from the right course when it has exchanged 9 hours of healthy and really productive labor, for 14 hours of unhealthy and often of useless or pernicious employment. To mark the contrast of the two systems, look at the healthy, comparatively well-trained, Scottish peasant boy, who attends the parochial school until he is 14 or 15 years old, and then turn your eyes to the feeble, pale, and wretched flax or cotton spinning children, who, at an early age are doomed all the year round to one unvarying occupation for 14 or 15 hours a day, going to their work in winter before it is light in the morning, and returning long after dark. And here I may well ask, how should we like our children, girls as well as boys, to be thus employed? Would any of us permit our slaves, if we were obliged to maintain them, to be so treated? Surely it is but necessary to call your attention to these facts, and you must instantly be aware of the injustice and useless cruelty, which we thus inflict upon the most helpless beings in society. At this moment I feel almost ashamed to address any human being on such a subject. You may perhaps admit that the legislature has a right to regulate the labor of these helpless children, and that you would not suffer much inconvenience from being obliged to employ persons of more advanced age in their place, but the free laborer, you may say, should be permitted to work as long as he is willing, for hire. If the operatives in our manufactures were really free, and had the option to work 9 or 15 hours a day, it might be less necessary to legislate on this subject. But what is their actual situation in this respect? Are they, in anything but appearance, free laborers? Would they not in fact be compelled to work the customary hours though they were 20? What alternative have they, of what freedom is there in this case, but the liberty of starving? An excess of labor and confinement prematurely weakens and destroys all the functions of the animal frame, and few constitutions can be preserved in health and vigor under a regular occupation in our manufactures for more than 10 hours per day, exclusive of the time requisite for meals. It may, however, perhaps appear to you that you have no particular interest in attending to the health and comforts of the working classes, provided you can get your work well and cheaply performed by them. Every master manufacturer is most anxious to have his work cheaply performed, and as he is perpetually exerting all his faculties to attain this object, he considers low wages to be essential to his success. By one master or other, every means are used to reduce wages to the lowest possible point, and if but one succeeds the others must follow in their own defense. Yet, when the subject is properly considered, no evil ought to be more dreaded by master manufacturers than low wages of labor, or a want of the means to procure reasonable comfort among the working classes. These, in consequence of their numbers, are the greatest consumers of all articles, and it will always be found that when wages are high the country prospers, when they are low, all classes suffer, from the highest to the lowest, but more particularly the manufacturing interest, for food must be first purchased, and the remainder only of the laborer's wages can be expended in manufactures. It is therefore essentially the interest of the master manufacturer that the wages of the laborer should be high, and that he should be allowed the necessary time and instruction to enable him to expend them judiciously, which is not possible under the existence of our present practices. And this brings me to the main point of this letter: is it or is it not the interest of the master manufacturers that their operatives should be employed longer than 10 hours per day? The most substantial support to the trade, commerce, and manufactures of this and of every country, are the laboring classes of its population, and the real prosperity of any nation may be at all times accurately ascertained by the amount of wages, or the extent of the comforts which the productive classes can obtain in return for their labor. It is evident that food must be procured by the working man and his family before he can purchase any other article. If therefore this class of our population is so degraded and oppressed that they can only procure the bare necessaries of life, they are lost as customers to the manufacturer, and it is to be recollected that at least 2/3 of the population of all countries derive their immediate support from the wages of labor, and in this country chiefly from trade and manufactures. The working classes may be injuriously degraded and oppressed in 3 ways. First, when they are neglected in infancy. Second, when they are overworked by their employer, and are thus rendered incompetent from ignorance to make a good use of high wages when they can procure them. Third, when they are paid low wages for their labor. But when ignorance, overwork, and low wages are combined, not only is the laborer in a wretched situation, but all the higher classes are essentially injured, although none will suffer in consequence more severely than the master manufacturer, for the reason which has been before stated. Let your minds dwell a little longer on this subject, and you will soon discover that it is most obviously your interest that your operatives should be well taught in infancy, and during their future lives rendered healthy, and put in possession of the means of being good customers to you. But they cannot be well taught, healthy, or competent to spend moderate wages advantageously for themselves, for you, and for the country, if they enter into your employment at a premature age, and are afterwards compelled to exhaust their physical powers by unreasonable labor, without proper relaxation and leisure. By such short-sighted practices you cut up your prosperity by the root, and most effectually kill the goose from which you would otherwise daily receive the golden egg. I can have no motive to deceive you. My whole pecuniary interest is embarked in the same cause with you. I am one of yourselves, and should suffer more than the majority of you by any measure that really injured the manufacturing system. I have taken much pains not to be misled on this subject, and my view of it has been, I think, unbiased. I have no inclination towards any particular principle or practice but what an honest love of truth directs. Under these circumstances, allow me to assure you, that my firm conviction is, that our present practices are destructive of everything which deserves the name of comfort or happiness among our work people, and therefore inconsistent with common humanity towards them, that they are most ruinous to the best interests of our country, and 10 times more powerful opponents to our success as manufacturers, than all the competition which it is possible for foreign nations to create against us. We complain of the wretchedness of our work people, and yet we work them, from infancy to old age, in such a manner, and under such circumstances, that, whatever wages they receive, the mass of them must be wretched. We complain that all markets are overstocked with our manufactures, and yet we compel our young children, and millions of adults, to labor almost day and night, to urge forward perpetually increasing mechanical powers, that those markets may be still more overstocked. We complain that numbers of our strong, healthy, and active laborers are unemployed, and yet we prematurely employ children, infants almost, and greatly overwork a large part of our population, as if it were purposely to keep those out of employment who ought to work, and to whom employment would be of the greatest individual and national advantage. We complain that the poor rates are become an evil so alarming that if they continue to go on unchecked, they threaten to shake the foundation of civil society, and yet we leave the mass of our population in ignorance, suffer their health and morals to be undermined in childhood, destroyed in manhood, and subject them to premature helpless old age, thereby taking the most effectual means to compel our working classes to resort to the poor laws as their sole inheritance, and thus accelerate the most formidable evil that ever yet, from within, assailed a civilized community. We complain that foreign raw materials are extravagantly high, yielding the cultivator an enormous profit, and that the articles we manufacture from them by the overwrought exertions of our men, women, and children, under every deprivation of natural comfort, and aided by unrivaled and almost perpetually moving mechanism, will not enable us to give a bare subsistence to these wretched beings, and yet by our long hours of labor we take every means in our power to increase the price of the foreign raw material, and to diminish the profit on the articles we manufacture. Such is the blind ignorance of our conduct, that I am compelled to ask, where is the boasted intellect of the British Isles? To those who can comprehend and steadily trace the rise, progress, and consequences of the manufacturing system, it is evident that it has given birth to circumstances which train men to think it their proper business and duty, technically speaking, to take a fair advantage of all their fellows, and to sacrifice their own happiness and the well-being of society at the shrine of individual gain, although by such practices the most favored of them obtain only the shadow of their wishes, while, by their overstrained exertions, in a wrong direction, the substance of their desires is removed to a greater and a greater distance from their grasp. Let us, my friends, now no longer proceed thus. Let us stand still and examine the wisdom of those practices so dear to some of us, namely, the premature employment of children, and the exaction of excessive labor from a part of our adult population, while thousands are wholly unemployed and miserable and starving, for want of occupation. A very limited share of sagacity, properly directed, will show us that, in our character of manufacturers only, it is clearly our interest to permit children to be properly educated, and to possess sound and vigorous constitutions, that our operatives and all the working classes should not be asked or permitted to labor more than 12 hours per day, with 2 hours intermission for rest, air, and meals, and that, in return for their labor, they should be allowed wages sufficient to enable them to purchase wholesome food and some of the most useful articles of manufacture. View these changes in the most unfavorable light in which they can be placed for the manufacturing interest, and they will be found, each and all of them, to be beneficial to it. Should the non-employment of children under 12 years of age, and the limitation of the hours of labor to 12, inclusive of meals, occasion a small fractional addition to the prime cost of our manufactured articles, by the consequent diminution of the supply, yet as the latter now exceeds the demand, the prices of the articles will advance in a greater proportion, and the consumer, as he ought, will make up the difference. But any difference that may thus arise must be small indeed, compared to the perpetual fluctuations which are made in the prices of all articles by a few wealthy speculators buying up at once immense quantities of the raw materials from which the various articles of commerce are made. In the cotton business, for instance, as being now the most extended, the ameliorations proposed will not affect the prime cost of the thread more than the fraction of a penny per pound, and in the finished cloth or muslin, not more than a fraction of that fraction per yard, while such speculations will increase the prime cost of the raw material from 1d to 12d or 18d per pound, and that to benefit a very few individuals at the expense of the public. I find no fault with such speculations, but it does not become those who are the most active in them, and the chief gainers by them, to contend against the removal of evils which affect the well-being and vital interests of millions of the most helpless of the population, merely on the plea that a small fractional addition would thereby be made to the prime cost of an article, when for their own immediate gain they would add 10 or 20 times the amount to its price. In short, my friends, when you come to examine the subject fairly and honestly, you will certainly find that no valid reason exists for the longer continuance of the grievous and pernicious practices which now prevail in our trade, and that, instead of opposing them, it is especially our interest, one and all, to petition the legislature to remove them without delay, and I trust that when you have dispassionately and without prejudice taken all these circumstances into your consideration, you will accordingly pour in petitions from every district in which manufactures are established. Robert Owen. New Lanark, March 30, 1818. An address to the working classes. The truly intelligent in Europe and America, by their silence when publicly called upon, now admit the truth of those principles which I have advocated as preliminary to the introduction of a new system for the government of mankind. Hitherto, no individual, either in this country or abroad, who possesses any knowledge of the theory and practice of governing men or of forming their character, has attempted to prove error in any one of the principles developed in the new view of society. On close examination they are all found to be nature's laws, and therefore unassailable. Yet all men have from infancy been forced to think and act as if other notions were true, and, as they have never seen any part of mankind placed under circumstances in which they could act on those principles which, they are now obliged to admit, are true in theory, they very naturally from past experience conclude that, although the principles of the new system are capable of the most evident demonstration, they cannot be applied to practice. All this however means no more than that they who come to this conclusion are incompetent to reduce erected principles into beneficial practice, and the persons who thus hastily decide, without having sufficient data on which to form any accurate judgment, would have made the same random assertions respecting any of the great improvements in science, prior to their introduction. Such individuals forget that it is a modern invention to enable one man, with the aid of a little steam, to perform the labor of 1,000 men. What would these unbelievers in human improvement say, if the truths of the Copernican system were now for the first time to be introduced to their notice? But we will leave them to brood over their melancholy fancied wisdom until facts shall overcome their disbelief, for the time is at hand when they will behold with astonishment the simplicity and beautiful order of those movements, the combination of which they now deem to be impossible. Yet before this change, so much to be desired by you and every other class, from the highest to the lowest, can be permitted to take place, one formidable obstacle must be removed. From infancy you, like others, have been made to despise and to hate those who differ from you in manners, language, and sentiments. You have been filled with all uncharitableness, and in consequence cherish feelings of anger towards your fellow men who have been placed in opposition to your interests. Those feelings of anger must be withdrawn before any being who has your real interest at heart can place power in your hands. You must be made to know yourselves, by which means alone you can discover what other men are. You will then distinctly perceive that no rational ground for anger exists, even against those who by the errors of the present system have been made your greatest oppressors and your most bitter enemies. An endless multiplicity of circumstances, over which you had not the smallest control, placed you where you are, and as you are. In the same manner, others of your fellow men have been formed by circumstances, equally uncontrollable by them, to become your enemies and grievous oppressors. In strict justice they are no more to be blamed for these results than you are, nor you than they, and, splendid as their exterior may be, this state of matter often causes them to suffer even more poignantly than you. They have therefore an interest, strong as yours, in the change which is about to commence for the equal benefit of all, provided you do not create a more formidable counteracting interest on their parts, of which the result must be, to prolong the existing misery of both classes, and to retard the public good. The existing order of things has placed some of your fellow men in situations of power and emolument, and in the possession of privileges on which they have been taught to set a value. While you shew by your conduct any desire violently to dispossess them of this power, these emoluments and privileges, is it not evident that they must continue to regard you with jealous and hostile feelings, that the contention between the rich and the poor will never have an end, and that, whatever relative changes may take place among you, there will be the same oppression of the weak by the party who has attained to power? Before your condition can be ameliorated, this irrational and useless contest must cease and measures must be adopted in which both parties may have a substantial interest. Then will anger and opposition subside, and those arrangements which now appear impracticable to the inexperienced, be carried most easily into practice. And these changes are at hand, for a crisis has arrived, new in the history of mankind. The experience of ages has now developed truths which demonstrate, that all men have been forced by the circumstances which have surrounded them from birth to become mere irrational and localized animals, and who in consequence have been compelled to think and act on data directly opposed to facts, and of course to pursue measures destructive alike of their own happiness and of the happiness of human nature. I am well aware of the feelings which the development of this truth will at first excite in those who are now deemed rich, learned, and powerful, and in all those who have been taught to imagine that they possess some knowledge. The truth, however, is not thus declared to inflict unnecessary pain on a single human being. On the contrary, it is held up to the light of the world, solely to show mankind the first step of knowledge which can lead them to rationality, and out of the ignorance and misery in which they have hitherto existed. The pain which the development of this all-important truth must create will be transient and pass away without real injury to anyone, while the substantial benefits which it will produce will be perpetually experienced by the whole of human nature through all succeeding generations. It is from a thorough knowledge of this truth, and of the infinite beneficial consequences which will result to mankind from its being universally known, that I now bring it before your minds, not as an abstract theory to amuse speculative men, but to show you the source of all the errors which afflict society, and which must be removed before your condition can be ameliorated. There is no knowledge except this which can make human nature truly benevolent and kind to the whole of the species, and, with the certainty of a mathematical demonstration, render all men charitable, in the most enlarged and best sense of the term. It will force on the human mind the conviction that to blame and to be angry with our fellow men for the evils which exist, is the very essence of folly and irrationality, and that notions which can give rise to such feelings never could enter into the composition of any human being that had been once made rational. Are you then prepared to look upon all your fellow creatures, in power and out of power, rich and poor, learned and unlearned, good and bad, as beings formed solely by the circumstances of their birth, and who have been made as they are, whatever they may be, from causes which exclude the possibility of the smallest control on their parts in the formation of those faculties and qualities they may happen to possess? If you cannot see and comprehend this truth, then is the time not yet to come for your deliverance from the depths of mental darkness and physical misery. But I trust the light is not now too strong for you to receive without injury, for I have been gradually preparing you for years for its reception, and if the experience which I have been permitted to acquire of human nature does not very much deceive me, it is not now a premature disclosure. If you then can bear to be told that human beings possessing the most attractive form and the highest intellectual attainments which the world has yet seen, can justly claim no other appellation than that of localized animals, peculiar to some of the innumerable distracts into which irrationality has divided the world, and if your minds can now comprehend the principles which place this truth among those which are capable of the easiest demonstration, then is the time of your deliverance from mental slavery come, and the period is approaching when you may acquire some title to be considered rational creatures. If you are in this advanced mental state, so much to be desired for your happiness, then you will at once cease to blame others for the evils which you suffer. Anger, revenge, and hatred, almost to the very recollection of them, will be withdrawn from your feelings. You will not longer dissipate all your energies in attempting to find the cause of your miseries among any of your fellow men, and thus destroy your minds and happiness by creating unceasing, useless irritation. No. In all respects your conduct will become the very reverse of this. You will regard all your fellow men, without distinction, as beings who are soon to become your friends and active cooperators in the attainment of the substantial happiness to which human nature is evidently destined. You will say to those who are now in possession of riches, honors, power, and privileges, which they have been taught to value, retain these in perfect security as long as you can hold them in estimation. Our whole conduct and proceedings shall be a pledge to you that we will never attempt to dispossess you of any part of them. Nay, while you can derive pleasure from additional wealth, we will add to that which you now possess. The cause of contest between us will henceforth cease. We have discovered its irrationality and utter uselessness. We will not, except to acquire experience from it, recur to the past, in which all have been compelled to act an irrational part, but we will earnestly apply ourselves to the future, and having discovered the light of true knowledge, we will henceforward walk by it. All this you may with confidence say to the higher classes, whose supposed privileges you will soon cease to envy. For, without entering into contest with them, without infringing on any of the imaginary privileges which prior circumstances have placed in their hands, a new view of your interests shall be speedily opened to you, by which, without interfering with the rights of any class, without exciting any feeling of opposition to your proceedings, you shall be enabled to relieve yourselves and your descendants from poverty, from ignorance, and from the innumerable causes of misery to which you have hitherto been victims. When you shall thus be enabled to understand your real interests, you will have no desire for any of the fancied advantages now possessed by the higher classes. Had those who are of this order in the civilized world been permitted to discover what human nature really is, they would have distinctly known long ago that, by being raised, as it is termed, to the privileged ranks, they are placed under circumstances which render their successors, except by some extraordinary chance, increasingly useless to themselves and to society. They are taught from infancy to set an inordinate value on themselves because they possess what are miscalled privileges, the only real effect of which is to surround them by circumstances which must inevitably make them more helpless and dependent than other men. They are trained from the cradle, to take pride to themselves for pursuing measures which deprive the great mass of mankind of the most essential benefits that belong to human nature, in order that they, a most insignificant part in point of numbers, may be distinguished by advantages over their fellows. The feelings which this absurd conduct generates throughout society, keep the whole population of the world in a lower degree of enjoyment and rationality than most of the animal creation. They are the very essence of ignorant selfishness. You will now soon pass this error. You will discover that there is no comparison between the result of such conduct and the pleasure to be derived from the most active exertions to give to all your fellow creatures the same privileges and benefits which you yourselves possess, and, by this means, so far increase the aggregate of human enjoyment, that the least gifted member of society will experience a larger share of continued and permanent happiness than has hitherto fallen to the lot of the most fortunate. The motives which lead to the former conduct are altogether irrational, and will not bear the glance of an enlightened mind, while those which will compel you to adopt the latter are in unison with every sound principle and just feeling, and defy the most rigid scrutiny to detect in them any error. Let me however guard you against a mistake which exists to a great extent among the unprivileged orders. The privileged classes of the present day, throughout Europe, are not, as this mistake supposes, influenced so much by a desire to keep you down, as by an anxiety to retain the means of securing to themselves a comfortable and respectable enjoyment of life. Let them distinctly perceive that the ameliorations which you are about to experience are not intended or calculated to inflict any real injury on them or their posterity, but, on the contrary, that the same measures which will improve you, must, as they assuredly will, essentially benefit them, and raise them in the scale of happiness and intellectual enjoyment, and you will speedily have their cooperation to carry the contemplated arrangements into effect. It must be satisfactory to you to learn that I have had the most evident proofs from many individuals, high in these classes, that they have now a real desire to improve your condition, but, from the unfortunate situation in which they have been placed by birth, they cannot, of themselves, devise measures by which you can be benefited and their own circumstances improved. Such changes must proceed from practical men. What has been said is sufficient for your minds to digest at one time. When you are prepared to receive more, it shall be given to you. Heed not what men with fanciful theories and without practical knowledge may say to you. Many of them, I have no doubt, mean well. But be assured that whatever tends to irritation and violence proceeds from the most gross ignorance of human nature, and evinces an utter inexperience in those practical measures by which alone society can be relieved from the evils which it has so long suffered. My fixed intention has long been to develop truths which it is of the utmost importance to the well-being of mankind to make publicly known at this period, and I have been gradually preparing the public mind to receive them. Where great darkness has ever existed, a sudden admission of strong light would destroy the infant powers of vision. Unless the most salutary truths, when they are opposed to centuries of prejudice, are introduced with due care to those whose minds have wandered in a labyrinth of error from their birth, the tender germ of rationality would likewise perish, and ignorance and misery must continue to prevail over knowledge and happiness. As you become acquainted with these truths, one after the other, your long injured minds will acquire strength, and your rational powers gradually expand, until the knowledge of human nature, which now appears so incomprehensible to you, will discover itself to be as simple as any of the other facts which surround you, and with which you are now the most familiar. What I have now stated is intended to prepare the public mind for the following conclusions. First, that the rich and the poor, the governors and the governed, have really but one interest. Second, that the notions and arrangements which at present prevail throughout society are necessarily destructive of the happiness of all ranks. Third, that a correct knowledge of human nature will destroy all animosity and anger among men, and will prepare the way for new arrangements, which will be introduced without violence and without injury to any party, and which will effectually remove the cause from which all the errors and evils of society now proceed. Fourth, that the higher classes in general no longer wish to degrade you, but in any change that may be proposed for your benefit, they demand only that advantages should be secured to them, at least equal to those which they now possess, and this feeling is quite natural, it would be yours if you were in their situation. Fifth, that you now possess all the means which are necessary to relieve yourselves and your descendants to the latest period from the sufferings which you have hitherto experienced, except the knowledge how to direct those means. Sixth, that this knowledge is withheld from you only until the violence of your irritation against your fellow men shall cease, that is, until you thoroughly understand and are influenced in all your conduct by the principle, that it is the circumstances of birth, with subsequent surrounding circumstances, all formed for the individual, that have hitherto made the past generations of mankind into the irrational creatures exhibited in history, and fashioned them, up to the present hour, into those localized beings of country, sect, class, and party, who now compose the population of the earth. Seventh and last. That the past ages of the world present the history of human irrationality only, and that we are but now advancing towards the dawn of reason, and to the period when the mind of man shall be born again. Robert Owen. New Lanark, March 29, 1819. Report to the County of Lanark. Of a plan for relieving public distress and removing discontent, by giving permanent, productive employment to the poor and working classes, under arrangements which will essentially improve their character, and ameliorate their condition, diminish the expenses of production and consumption, and create markets coextensive with production. By Robert Owen. May 1, 1820. Part I. Introduction. The evil for which your reporter has been required to provide a remedy, is the general want of employment, at wages sufficient to support the family of a working man beneficially for the community. After the most earnest consideration of the subject, he has been compelled to conclude that such employment cannot be procured through the medium of trade, commerce, or manufactures, or even of agriculture, until the government and the legislature, cordially supported by the country, shall previously adopt measures to remove obstacles, which, without their interference, will now permanently keep the working classes in poverty and discontent, and gradually deteriorate all the resources of the Empire. Your reporter has been impressed with the truth of this conclusion by the following considerations. First, that manual labor, properly directed, is the source of all wealth, and of national prosperity. Second, that, when properly directed, labor is of far more value to the community than the expense necessary to maintain the laborer in considerable comfort. Third, that manual labor, properly directed, may be made to continue of this value in all parts of the world, under any supposable increase of its population, for many centuries to come. Fourth, that, under a proper direction of manual labor, Great Britain and its dependencies may be made to support an incalculable increase of population, most advantageously for all its inhabitants. Fifth, that when manual labor shall be so directed, it will be found that population cannot, for many years, be stimulated to advance as rapidly as society might be benefited by its increase. These considerations, deduced from the first and most obvious principles of the science of political economy, convinced your reporter that some formidable artificial obstacle intervened to obstruct the natural improvement and progress of society. It is well known that, during the last half-century in particular, Great Britain, beyond any other nation, has progressively increased its powers of production, by a rapid advancement in scientific improvements and arrangements, introduced, more or less, into all the departments of productive industry throughout the empire. The amount of this new productive power cannot, for want of proper data, be very accurately estimated, but your reporter has ascertained from facts which none will dispute, that its increase has been enormous, that, compared with the manual labor of the whole population of Great Britain and Ireland, it is, at least, as 40 to 1, and may be easily made as 100 to 1, and that this increase may be extended to other countries, that it is already sufficient to saturate the world with wealth, and that the power of creating wealth may be made to advance perpetually in an accelerating ratio. It appeared to your reporter that the natural effect of the aid thus obtained from knowledge and science should be to add to the wealth and happiness of society in proportion as the new power increased and was judiciously directed, and that, in consequence, all parties would thereby be substantially benefited. All know, however, that these beneficial effects do not exist. On the contrary, it must be acknowledged that the working classes, which form so large a proportion of the population, cannot obtain even the comforts which their labor formerly procured for them, and that no party appears to gain, but all to suffer, by their distress. Having taken this view of the subject, your reporter was induced to conclude that the want of beneficial employment for the working classes, and the consequent public distress, were owing to the rapid increase of the new productive power, for the advantageous application of which, society had neglected to make the proper arrangements. Could these arrangements be formed, he entertained the most confident expectation that productive employment might again be found for all who required it, and that the national distress, of which all now so loudly complain, might be gradually converted into a much higher degree of prosperity than was attainable prior to the extraordinary accession lately made to the productive powers of society. Cheered by such a prospect, your reporter directed his attention to the consideration of the possibility of devising arrangements by means of which the whole population might participate in the benefits derivable from the increase of scientific productive power, and he has the satisfaction to state to the meeting, that he has strong grounds to believe that such arrangements are practicable. His opinion on this important part of the subject is founded on the following considerations. First, it must be admitted that scientific or artificial aid to man increases his productive powers, his natural wants remaining the same, and in proportion as his productive powers increase he becomes less dependent on his physical strength and on the many contingencies connected with it. Second, that the direct effect of every addition to scientific, or mechanical, and chemical power, is to increase wealth, and it is found, accordingly, that the immediate cause of the present want of employment for the working classes is an excess of production of all kinds of wealth, by which, under the existing arrangements of commerce, all the markets of the world are overstocked. Third, that, could markets be found, an incalculable addition might yet be made to the wealth of society, as is most evident from the number of persons who seek employment, and the far greater number who, from ignorance, are inefficiently employed, but still more from the means we possess of increasing, to an unlimited extent, our scientific powers of production. Fourth, that the deficiency of employment for the working classes cannot proceed from a want of wealth or capital, or of the means of greatly adding to that which now exists, but from some defect in the mode of distributing this extraordinary addition of new capital throughout society, or, to speak commercially, from the want of a market, or means of exchange, coextensive with the means of production. Were effective measures devised to facilitate the distribution of wealth after it was created, your reporter could have no difficulty in suggesting the means of beneficial occupation for all who are unemployed, and for a considerable increase to their number. Your reporter is aware that mankind are naturally averse to the commencement of any material alteration in long-established practices, and that, in many cases, such an innovation, however beneficial its tendency, cannot take place unless forced on society by strong necessity. It is urgent necessity alone that will effect the changes which our present situation demands, one of which respects the mode of distributing the enormous supply of new wealth or capital which has been lately created, and which may be now indefinitely increased. To the ignorance which prevails on this and other subjects connected with the science of political economy may be attributed the present general stagnation of commerce, and the consequent distress of the country. Your reporter, undismayed by any opposition he may excite, is determined to perform his duty, and to use his utmost exertions to induce the public to take into calm consideration those practical measures which to him appear the only remedy adequate to remove this distress. One of the measures which he thus ventures to propose, to let prosperity loose on the country, is a change in the standard of value. It is true that in the civilized parts of the world gold and silver have been long used for this purpose, but these metals have been a mere artificial standard, and they have performed the office very imperfectly and inconveniently. Their introduction as a standard of value altered the intrinsic values of all things into artificial values, and, in consequence, they have materially retarded the general improvement of society. So much so, indeed, that, in this sense, it may well be said, money is the root of all evil. It is fortunate for society that these metals cannot longer perform the task which ignorance assigned to them. The rapid increase of wealth, which extraordinary scientific improvements had been the means of producing in this country prior to 1797, imposed upon the legislature in that year an overwhelming necessity to declare virtually by Act of Parliament that gold ceased to be the British standard of value. 18 Experience then proved that gold and silver could no longer practically represent the increased wealth created by British industry aided by its scientific improvements. A temporary expedient was thought of and adopted, and Bank of England paper became the British legal standard of value, a convincing proof that society may make any artificial substance, whether possessing intrinsic worth or not, a legal standard of value. It soon appeared, however, that the adoption of this new artificial standard was attended with extreme danger, because it placed the prosperity and well-being of the community at the mercy of a trading company, which, although highly respectable in that capacity, was itself, in a great degree, ignorant of the nature of the mighty machine which it wielded. The legislature, with almost one voice, demanded that this monopoly of the standard of value should cease. But it was wholly unprepared with a remedy. The expedient adopted was to make preparations for an attempt to return to the former artificial standard, which, in 1797, was proved by experience to be inadequate to represent the then existing wealth of the British Empire, and which was, of course, still more inadequate to the purpose when that wealth and the means of adding to it had been in the interim increased to an incalculable extent. This impolitic measure involved the government in the most formidable difficulties, and plunged the country into poverty, discontent, and danger. Seeing the distress which a slight progress towards the fulfillment of this measure has already occasioned, by the unparalleled depression of agriculture, commerce, and manufactures, and the consequent almost total annihilation of the value of labor, it is to be hoped that the government and the legislature, and the enlightened and reasonable part of society, will pause while they are yet only on the brink of the frightful abyss into which they are about to precipitate the prosperity and safety of themselves and the country. The meeting may now justly ask of the reporter, what remedy he has to offer, and what standard of value he proposes to substitute for gold and silver. Before proceeding to this part of the subject, he begs to claim the indulgence of the meeting for occupying so much of his time, trusting that the intricacy, difficulty, and importance of the question, added to the daily increasing poverty and distress of the working classes, and the consequent alarming and dangerous state of the country, will be accepted as some apology for him, and more especially when it is considered that he is not advocating any private interest, but simply stating a case in which the prosperity and well-being of all ranks in the community are deeply concerned. To understand the subject on which your reporter is now about to enter requires much profound study of the whole circle of political economy. A knowledge of some of its parts, with ignorance of the remainder, will be found to be most injurious to the practical statesman, and it is owing to this cause, perhaps, more than to any other, that the world has been so wretchedly governed, for the object of this science is to direct how the whole faculties of men may be most advantageously applied, whereas those powers have been combined, hitherto, chiefly to retard the improvements of society. Your reporter, then, after deeply studying these subjects, practically and theoretically, for a period exceeding 30 years, and during which his practice without a single exception has confirmed the theory which practice first suggested, now ventures to state, as one of the results of this study and experience, that the natural standard of value is, in principle, human labor, or the combined manual and mental powers of men called into action, and that it would be highly beneficial, and has now become absolutely necessary, to reduce this principle into immediate practice. It will be said, by those who have taken a superficial or mere partial view of the question, that human labor or power is so unequal in individuals, that its average amount cannot be estimated. Already, however, the average physical power of men as well as of horses, has been calculated for scientific purposes, and both now serve to measure inanimate powers. On the same principle the average of human labor or power may be ascertained, and as it forms the essence of all wealth, its value in every article of produce may also be ascertained, and its exchangeable value with all other values fixed accordingly, the whole to be permanent for a given period. Human labor would thus acquire its natural or intrinsic value, which would increase as science advanced, and this is, in fact, the only really useful object of science. The demand for human labor would be no longer subject to caprice, nor would the support of human life be made, as at present, a perpetually varying article of commerce, and the working classes made the slaves of an artificial system of wages, more cruel in its effects than any slavery ever practiced by society, either barbarous or civilized. This change in the standard of value would immediately open the most advantageous domestic markets, until the wants of all were amply supplied, nor while this standard continued could any evil arise in future from the want of markets. It would secure the means for the most unlimited and advantageous intercourse and exchange with other nations, without compromising national interests, and enable all governments to withdraw every existing injurious commercial restriction. It would render unnecessary and entirely useless the present demoralizing system of bargaining between individuals, and no practice perhaps tends more than this to deteriorate and degrade the human character. It would speedily remove pauperism and ignorance from society, by furnishing time and means for the adequate instruction of the working classes, who might be rendered of far more commercial value to themselves and to society than they have yet been at any period of the world. It would supply the means of gradually improving the condition of all ranks, to an extent not yet to be estimated. And, as it would materially improve human nature, and raise all in the scale of well-being and happiness, none could be injured or oppressed. These are some of the important advantages which would arise, from introducing the natural standard of value, and abandoning an artificial one, which can no longer serve the purpose. It now remains to be considered how this change can be effected without creating temporary confusion. To accomplish this desirable object, several legislative measures will be necessary. The first, as an intermediate and temporary one, to put a stop to the increasing pecuniary distress of the working classes, will be to relieve the country from the ruinous effects which have been produced by the various attempts to compel a return to cash payments, a longer perseverance in which is calculated to derange the whole of the existing social system. The attempt will prove as vain as to try to restore a full-grown bird to the shell in which it was hatched, or to make the clothes of an infant cover a giant, for the improvements of society have equally outgrown the late system of cash payments. Should the attempt be persevered in, no more wealth will be created, and much of that which is now considered wealth will be destroyed. A perseverance in such a course will compel the working classes to starve or emigrate, while the present higher orders will be left an easy prey to their enemies and to poverty. No real benefit could arise to any party from a return to cash payments, if such a measure were practicable. The next step is to adopt such measures as will permit the laboring unoccupied poor to be employed to raise their own subsistence, and as large a surplus for the infant, the aged, and the incapacitated poor, as their labor can be made to yield, the laborer to receive an equitable remuneration for the surplus he may create. But the industry of the poor, thus applied, will tend still further to overstock the markets of the world with agricultural and manufactured produce, and, in the same proportion to decrease the nominal or moneyed prices of both, and of course add to the public distress. It is this view of the subject that has induced your reporter so strongly to urge those who take a lead in the affairs of this populous and distressed county to come forward at this critical juncture to recommend to the government, and to petition the legislature, to take into their most serious consideration such means as may be proposed to remove the existing obstructions in the way of the general prosperity of the country. It is the want of a profitable market that alone checks the successful and otherwise beneficial industry of the working classes. The markets of the world are created solely by the remuneration allowed for the industry of the working classes, and those markets are more or less extended and profitable in proportion as these classes are well or ill remunerated for their labor. But the existing arrangements of society will not permit the laborer to be remunerated for his industry, and in consequence all markets fail. To recreate and extend demand in proportion as the late scientific improvements, and others which are daily advancing to perfection, extend the means of supply, the natural standard of value is required. It will be found equal to the important task which it has to perform. It will at once remove the obstruction which has paralysed the industry of the country, and experience will prove that this effect cannot be accomplished by any other expedient. Your reporter, having given the foregoing general explanation of the principles which his experience leads him to recommend for adoption to relieve the country from its distress and danger, will now proceed to a development of all the measures necessary to put these principles into practice. Part 2. Outlines of the plan. It is admitted that under the present system no more hands can be employed advantageously in agriculture or manufactures, and that both interests are on the eve of bankruptcy. It is also admitted that the prosperity of the country, or rather that which ought to create prosperity, the improvement in mechanical and chemical science, has enabled the population to produce more than the present system permits to be consumed. In consequence, new arrangements become necessary, by which consumption may be made to keep pace with production, and the following are recommended. First, to cultivate the soil with the spade instead of the plow. Second, to make such changes as the spade cultivation requires, to render it easy and profitable to individuals, and beneficial to the country. Third, to adopt a standard of value by means of which the exchange of the products of labor may proceed without check or limit, until wealth shall become so abundant that any further increase to it will be considered useless, and will not be desired. We proceed to give the reasons for recommending these arrangements in preference to all others. And first, those for preferring the spade to the plow for the universal cultivation of the soil. Practical cultivators of the soil know that the most favorable circumstance for promoting the growth of vegetation is a due supply of moisture, and that when this is provided for, a good general crop seldom, if ever, fails. Water enters so largely into the food of all plants, that if its gradual supply can be secured, the farmer and horticulturist feel assured of a fair return for their labor. Whatever mode of cultivation, therefore, can best effect the object of drawing off from the seed or plant an excess of water, and retaining the surplus as a reservoir from which a gradual supply of moisture may be obtained as required, must possess decided advantages. It is also known to all practical agriculturists, that to obtain the best crops, the soil ought to be well broken and separated, and that the nearer it is brought to a garden mold, the more perfect is the cultivation. These facts no one will dispute, nor will any deny that the spade is calculated to prepare a better recipient than the plough for an excess of water in rainy seasons, and to return it to the seed or plant afterwards in a manner most favorable to vegetation. The spade, whenever there is sufficient soil, opens it to a depth that allows the water to pass freely below the bed of the seed or plant, and to remain there until a long continuance of heat draws it forth again to replenish the crop in the ground when it most requires to be gradually supplied with moisture, and the greater the depth to which the soil is opened, the greater will be the advantage of this important operation. Hence the increased crops after deep plowing, and after trenching, although the latter process may be also in some degree assisted by the new or rested soil which it brings into action, yet both these effects are obtained by the use of the spade. The action of the plough upon the soil is the reverse of that of the spade in the following important particulars. Instead of loosening the subsoil, it hardens it. The heavy smooth surface of the plough, and the frequent trampling of the horse's feet, tend to form a surface on the subsoil, well calculated to prevent the water from penetrating below it, and in many soils, after a few years ploughing, it is there retained to drown the seed or plant in rainy seasons, and to be speedily evaporated when it would be the most desirable to retain it. Thus the crop is injured, and often destroyed, in dry weather, for the want of that moisture which, under a different system, might have been retained in the subsoil. It is evident, therefore, that the plough conceals from the eye its own imperfections, and deceives its employers, being in truth a mere surface implement, and extremely defective in principle. The spade, on the contrary, makes a good subsoil, as well as a superior surface, and the longer it is used on the same soil, the more easily will it be worked, and by occasional trenching, where there is sufficient depth of soil, new earth will be brought into action, and the benefits to be derived from a well-prepared subsoil will be increased. These facts being incontrovertible, few perhaps will hesitate to admit them. But it may be said that, admitting the statement to be true to the full extent, yet the plough, with a pair of horses and one man, performs so much work in a given time, that, with all its imperfections, it may be a more economical instrument for the purpose required. Such has been the almost universal impression for ages past, and, in consequence, the plough has superseded the spade, and is considered to be an improved machine for ordinary cultivation. All this is plausible, and is sanctioned by the old prejudices of the world, but your reporter maintains that it is not true that the plough is, or has ever been, in any stage of society, the most economical instrument for the cultivation of the soil. It has been so in appearance only, not in reality. Cultivated as the soil has been hitherto, the direct expense of preparing it by the plough, has been in many cases less per acre than it would have been by the spade. The increased crop which the latter implement would have produced, all other circumstances being the same, does not seem to have been taken into account, or to have been accurately ascertained, except by Mr. Falla, of Gateshead, near Newcastle, who, for many years, has had 100 acres under spade cultivation, chiefly for nursery purposes, and who, by his practical knowledge of the subject, has realized, as your reporter is informed, a large fortune. He has satisfactorily proved, by the experiments of 4 successive years 19, that although the expense of cultivation by the spade exceeds that of the plough per acre, yet the increased value of the crop greatly overbalances the increased expense of cultivation, and that even with things as they are, the spade is a much better, and also a much more economical instrument with which to cultivate the soil, than the plough. Why, then, your reporter may be asked, is not the spade more generally used, and why is there now so much reluctance, on the part of those who cultivate the soil for profit, to its introduction? A little will explain this. Hitherto, those who have cultivated the soil for profit have generally been men trained to be tenacious of old established practices. All their ideas have been confined within a very narrow range, they have not been taught to think about anything, till lately, except that which was in the common routine of their daily practice. Their minds were uncultivated, yet, having naturally the use of their senses, they could not fail gradually to acquire by experience a useful knowledge of their domestic animals, of pigs, sheep, cattle, and horses. These they could treat and manage well, but, taught as men have ever yet been instructed, they could acquire no knowledge of themselves, and must have consequently remained ignorant of human nature and of the means by which the powers of men could be applied more advantageously to the soil than the powers of animals. The system in which man has been hitherto trained, so far as our knowledge of history extends, has kept him in utter ignorance of himself and his fellows, and hence the best and most valuable powers of the human race could not be made available for their own well-being and happiness. And if the most enlightened disciples of this system have been incapable of governing human beings aright, and of giving a beneficial direction to their powers, much less could those be equal to the task, whose knowledge of men was necessarily more confined, as is the case with farmers of the present day. These can better direct the employment of 10 horses than 10 men, and yet the spade husbandry would require that each horse now in use should be superseded by 8 or 10 human beings, and, to succeed in the business, an economical direction of their powers, which implies a knowledge of human nature in all respects, ought to be as well understood by those who conduct the spade operations, as the nature and management of horses are by farmers of the present day. For this change the cultivators of the soil are not prepared, and however more profitable the spade husbandry may be proved to be than the plough, they are not yet competent to undertake it. Many preparatory changes are necessary. They must acquire as accurate a knowledge of human nature as they now possess of common animal nature. Agriculture, instead of being, as heretofore, the occupation of the mere peasant and farmer, with minds as defective in their cultivation as their soils, will then become the delightful employment of a race of men trained in the best habits and dispositions, familiar with the most useful practice in arts and sciences, and with minds fraught with the most valuable information and extensive general knowledge, capable of forming and conducting combined arrangements in agriculture, trade, commerce, and manufactures, far superior to those which have yet existed in any of these departments, as they have been hitherto disjointed and separately conducted. it will be readily perceived that this is an advance in civilization and general improvement that is to be effected solely through the science of the influence of circumstances over human nature, and the knowledge of the means by which those circumstances may be easily controlled. Closet theorists and inexperienced persons suppose that to exchange the plough for the spade would be to turn back in the road of improvement, to give up a superior for an inferior implement of cultivation. Little do they imagine that the introduction of the spade, with the scientific arrangements which it requires, will produce far greater improvements in agriculture, than the steam engine has effected in manufactures. Still less do they imagine that the change from the plough to the spade will prove to be a far more extensive and beneficial innovation than that which the invention of the spinning machine has occasioned, by the introduction of which, instead of the single wheel in a corner of a farmhouse, we now see thousands of spindles revolving with the noise of a waterfall in buildings palace-like for their cost, magnitude, and appearance. Yet this extraordinary change is at hand. It will immediately take place, for the interest and well-being of all classes require it. Society cannot longer proceed another step in advance without it, and until it is adopted, civilization must retrograde, and the working classes starve for want of employment. The introduction of the steam engine and the spinning machine added in an extraordinary manner to the powers of human nature. In their consequence they have in half a century multiplied the productive power, or the means of creating wealth, among the population of these islands, more than 12-fold, besides giving a great increase to the means of creating wealth in other countries. The steam engine and spinning machines, with the endless mechanical inventions to which they have given rise, have, however, inflicted evils on society, which now greatly overbalance the benefits which are derived from them. They have created an aggregate of wealth, and placed it in the hands of a few, who, by its aid, continue to absorb the wealth produced by the industry of the many. Thus the mass of the population are become mere slaves to the ignorance and caprice of these monopolists, and are far more truly helpless and wretched than they were before the names of Watt and Arkwright were known. Yet these celebrated and ingenious men have been the instruments of preparing society for the important beneficial changes which are about to occur. All now know and feel that the good which these inventions are calculated to impart to the community has not yet been realized. The condition of society, instead of being improved, has been deteriorated, under the new circumstances to which they have given birth, and it is now experiencing a retrograde movement. Something, therefore, must be done, as the general voice exclaims, to give to our suffering population, and to society at large, the means of deriving from these inventions the advantages which all men of science expect from them. In recommending the change from the plough to the spade cultivation, your reporter has in view such scientific arrangements, as, he is persuaded, will, on due examination, convince every intelligent mind that they offer the only means by which we can be relieved from our present overwhelming difficulties, or by which Great Britain can be enabled to maintain in future her rank among nations. They are the only effectual remedy for the evils which the steam engine and the spinning machine have, by their misdirection, created, and are alone capable of giving a real and substantial value to these and other scientific inventions. Of all our splendid improvements in art and science, the effect has hitherto been to demoralize society, through the misapplication of the new wealth created. The arrangements to which your reporter now calls the attention of the public, present the certain means of renovating the moral character, and of improving, to an unlimited extent, the general condition of the population, and, while they lead to a far more rapid multiplication of wealth than the present system permits to take place, they will effectually preclude all the evils with which wealth is now accompanied. It is estimated that in Great Britain and Ireland there are now under cultivation upwards of 60 millions of acres, and of these, 20 millions are arable, and 40 millions in pasture, that, under the present system of cultivation by the plough and of pasturing, about 2 millions, at most, of actual laborers are employed on the soil, giving immediate support to about 3 times that number, and supplying food for a population of about 18 millions. 60 millions of acres, under a judicious arrangement of spade cultivation, with manufactures as an appendage, might be made to give healthy advantageous employment to 60 millions of laborers at the least, and to support, in high comfort, a population greatly exceeding 100 millions. But in the present low state of population in these islands not more than 5 or 6 millions of acres could be properly cultivated by the spade, although all the operative manufacturers were to be chiefly employed in this mode of agriculture. Imperfect, therefore, as the plough is for the cultivation of the soil, it is probable that, in this country, for want of an adequate population, many centuries will elapse before it can be entirely superseded by the spade. Yet under the plough system Great Britain and Ireland are even now supposed to be greatly overpeopled. It follows from this statement, that we possess the means of supplying the labouring poor, however numerous they may be, with permanent beneficial employment for many centuries to come. The spade husbandry has been proved, by well-devised and accurately conducted experiments, to be a profitable mode of cultivation. It is now become also absolutely necessary, to give relief to the working classes, and it may be safely calculated upon as the certain source of future permanent occupation for them. The next consideration which demands our attention is, what constitutes a proper system of spade husbandry? Or, in other words, how these new cultivators can be placed on the soil and associated, that their exertions may have the most beneficial result for themselves and the community. The leading principle which should direct us in the outline of this arrangement, and from which there should be no deviation in any of its parts, is the public good, or the general interest of the whole population. To this end, the following considerations must be combined. First, where, in general, can the laborers be best placed for spade cultivation? Second, what is the quantity of land which it may be the most advantageous to cultivate in cumulo by the spade? Third, what number of workmen can be the most beneficially employed together, with a view to all the objects of their labor? Fourth, what are the best arrangements under which these men and their families can be well and economically lodged, fed, clothed, trained, educated, employed, and governed? Fifth, what is the best mode of disposing of the surplus produce to be thus created by their labor? Sixth, what are the means best calculated to render the conduct and industry of these workmen beneficial to their neighbors, to their country, and to foreign nations? These are some of the leading objects which naturally arise for our consideration in forming arrangements for the introduction of the spade as a substitute for the plough cultivation. To substitute the spade for the plough may seem most trivial in the expression, and to inexperienced, and even to learned men, to my respected friends the Edinburgh Reviewers 20 for instance, who cannot be supposed to have much useful practical knowledge, will appear to indicate a change equally simple and unimportant in practice. It generally happens, however, that when a great calamity overwhelms a country, relief is obtained from practical men, and not from mere theorists, however acute, learned, and eloquent. In the present case, simple as at first appears to be the alteration proposed, yet, when the mind of the practical agriculturist, of the commercial man, of the man of science, of the political economist, of the statesman, and of the philosopher, shall be directed to the subject as its importance demands, the change will be found to be one of the deepest interest to society, involving consequences of much higher concernment to the well-being of mankind than the change from hunting to the pastoral state, or from the pastoral state to the plough cultivation. The change comes too, at a crisis most momentous for the safety of the civilized world, to reunite the most jarring interests, which were on the extreme point of severing all the old connections of society. It comes, too, at a period when the force of circumstances has trained men, even by the destructive art of war, to understand in part the extraordinary effects which may be produced by well-devised arrangements and extensive combinations. It has occurred, too, at the first moment when experience has, in some degree, prepared men to comprehend the superior advantages which each may gain by attending to the great interests of human nature, rather than to the mistaken feeling and policy which rivet the whole attention of the individual to benefit himself, or his party, through any other medium than the public good. Were the subject now before us to be entered upon with more confined views of its interest, magnitude, and importance, it would fail to be understood, and justice could not be done to it. Yet how few of the celebrated political economists of the day have their minds prepared for this investigation. Having given the outline of the considerations which show the superiority in principle of the spade over the plough as a scientific and economical instrument of cultivation, having also described briefly the objects to be attended to in forming economical arrangements for the change proposed, it now remains that the principle should be generally explained by which an advantageous interchange and exchange may be made of the greatly increased products of labor which will be created by the spade cultivation aided by the improved arrangements now contemplated. These incalculably increased products will render gold, the old artificial standard of value, far more unfit for the task which is to be performed, than it was in 1797, when it ceased to be the British legal standard of value, or than it is now, when wealth has so much increased. Your reporter is of opinion that the natural standard of human labor, fixed to represent its natural worth, or power of creating new wealth, will alone be found adequate to the purposes required. To a mind coming first to this subject, innumerable and apparently insurmountable difficulties will occur, but by the steady application of that fixed and persevering attention which is alone calculated successfully to contend against and overcome difficulties, every obstacle will vanish, and the practice will prove simple and easy. That which can create new wealth is of course worth the wealth which it creates. Human labor, whenever common justice shall be done to human beings, can now be applied to produce, advantageously for all ranks in society, many times the amount of wealth that is necessary to support the individual in considerable comfort. Of this new wealth, so created, the laborer who produces it is justly entitled to his fair proportion, and the best interests of every community require that the producer should have a fair and fixed proportion of all the wealth which he creates. This can be assigned to him on no other principle than by forming arrangements by which the natural standard of value shall become the practical standard of value. To make labor the standard of value, it is necessary to ascertain the amount of it in all articles to be bought and sold. This is, in fact, already accomplished, and is denoted by what in commerce is technically termed the prime cost, or the net value of the whole labor contained in any article of value, the material contained in or consumed by the manufacture of the article forming a part of the whole labor. The great object of society is, to obtain wealth, and to enjoy it. The genuine principle of barter was, to exchange the supposed prime cost of, or value of labor in, one article, against the prime cost of, or amount of labor contained in any other article. This is the only equitable principle of exchange, but, as inventions increased and human desires multiplied, it was found to be inconvenient in practice. Barter was succeeded by commerce, the principle of which is, to produce or procure every article at the lowest, and to obtain for it, in exchange, the highest amount of labor. To effect this, an artificial standard of value was necessary, and metals were, by common consent among nations, permitted to perform the office. This principle, in the progress of its operation, has been productive of important advantages, and of very great evils, but, like barter, it has been suited to a certain stage of society. It has stimulated invention, it has given industry and talent to the human character, and has secured the future exertion of those energies which otherwise might have remained dormant and unknown. But it has made man ignorantly, individually selfish, placed him in opposition to his fellows, engendered fraud and deceit, blindly urged him forward to create, but deprived him of the wisdom to enjoy. In striving to take advantage of others he has overreached himself. The strong hand of necessity will now force him into the path which conducts to that wisdom in which he has been so long deficient. He will discover the advantages to be derived from uniting in practice the best parts of the principles of barter and commerce, and dismissing those which experience has proved to be inconvenient and injurious. This substantial improvement in the progress of society may be easily effected by exchanging all articles with each other at their prime cost, or with reference to the amount of labor in each, which can be equitably ascertained, and by permitting the exchange to be made through a convenient medium to represent this value, and which will thus represent a real and unchanging value, and be issued only as substantial wealth increases. The profit of production will arise, in all cases, from the value of the labor contained in the article produced, and it will be for the interest of society that this profit should be most ample. Its exact amount will depend upon what, by strict examination, shall be proved to be the present real value of a day's labor, calculated with reference to the amount of wealth, in the necessaries and comforts of life, which an average laborer may, by temperate exertions, be now made to produce. It would require an accurate and extended consideration of the existing state of society to determine the exact value of the unit or day's labor which society ought now to fix as a standard of value, but a more slight and general view of the subject is sufficient to show, that this unit need not represent a less value than the wealth contained in the necessaries and comforts of life which may now be purchased with 5 shillings. The landholder and capitalist would be benefited by this arrangement in the same degree with the laborer, because labor is the foundation of all values, and it is only from labor, liberally remunerated, that high profits can be paid for agricultural and manufactured products. Depressed as the value of labor now is, there is no proposition in Euclid more true, than that society would be immediately benefited, in a great variety of ways, to an incalculable extent, by making labor the standard of value. By this expedient all the markets in the world, which are now virtually closed against offering a profit to the producers of wealth, would be open to an unlimited extent, and in each individual exchange all the parties interested would be sure to receive ample remuneration for their labor. Before this change can be carried into effect, various preparatory measures will be necessary, the explanatory details of which will naturally succeed the development of those arrangements which your reporter has to propose, to give all the advantages to the spade cultivation, of which that system of husbandry is susceptible. Part 3. Details of the plan. This part of the report naturally divides itself under the following heads, each of which shall be considered separately, and the whole, afterwards, in connection, as forming an improved practical system for the working classes, highly beneficial, in whatever light it may be viewed, to every part of society. 1. St. The number of persons who can be associated to give the greatest advantages to themselves and to the community. 2. The extent of the land to be cultivated by such association. 3. The arrangements for feeding, lodging, and clothing the population, and for training and educating the children. 4. Those for forming and superintending the establishments. 5. The disposal of the surplus produce, and the relation which will subsist between the several establishments. 6. Their connection with the government of the country and with general society. The first object, then, of the political economist, in forming these arrangements, must be, to consider well under what limitation of numbers, individuals should be associated to form the first nucleus or division of society. All his future proceedings will be materially influenced by the decision of this point, which is one of the most difficult problems in the science of political economy. It will affect essentially the future character of individuals, and influence the general proceedings of mankind. It is, in fact, the cornerstone of the whole fabric of human society. The consequences, immediate and remote, which depend upon it, are so numerous and important, that to do justice to this part of the arrangement alone would require a work of many volumes. To form anything resembling a rational opinion on this subject, the mind must steadily survey the various effects which have arisen from associations which accident has hitherto combined in the history of the human species, and it should have a distinct idea of the results which other associations are capable of producing. Thus impressed with the magnitude and importance of the subject, after many years of deep and anxious reflection, and viewing it with reference to an improved spade cultivation, and to all the purposes of society, your reporter ventures to recommend the formation of such arrangements as will unite about 300 men, women, and children, in their natural proportions, as the minimum, and about 2,000 as the maximum, for the future associations of the cultivators of the soil, who will be employed also in such additional occupations as may be advantageously annexed to it. In coming to this conclusion, your reporter never lost sight of that only sure guide to the political economist, the principle, that it is the interest of all men, whatever may be their present artificial station in society, that there should be the largest amount of intrinsically valuable produce created, at the least expense of labor, and in a way the most advantageous to the producers and society. Whatever fanciful notions may govern the mere closet theorist, who so often leads the public mind astray from its true course, the practical economist will never come to any one conclusion that is inconsistent with the foregoing fundamental principle of his science, well knowing that where there is inconsistency there must be error. It is with reference to this principle that the minimum and maximum above stated, have been fixed upon, as will be more particularly developed under the subsequent heads. Within this range more advantages can be given to the individuals and to society, than by the association of any greater or lesser number. But from 800 to 1200 will be found the most desirable number to form into agricultural villages, and unless some very strong local causes interfere, the permanent arrangements should be adapted to the complete accommodation of that amount of population only. Villages of this extent, in the neighborhood of others of a similar description, at due distances, will be found capable of combining within themselves all the advantages that city and country residences now afford, without any of the numerous inconveniences and evils which necessarily attach to both those modes of society. But a very erroneous opinion will be formed of the proposed arrangements and the social advantages which they will exhibit, if it should be imagined from what has been said that they will in any respect resemble any of the present agricultural villages of Europe, or the associated communities in America, except in so far as the latter may be founded on the principle of united labor, expenditure, and property, and equal privileges. Recommending, then, from 300 to 2000, according to the localities of the farm or village, as the number of persons who should compose the associations for the new system of spade husbandry, we now proceed to consider. Second, the extent of land to be cultivated by such association. This will depend upon the quality of the soil and other local considerations. Great Britain and Ireland, however, do not possess a population nearly sufficient to cultivate our best soils in the most advantageous manner. It would therefore be nationally impolitic to place these associations upon inferior lands, which, in consequence, may be dismissed from present consideration. Society, ever misled by closet theorists, has committed almost every kind of error in practice, and in no instance perhaps a greater, than in separating the workman from his food, and making his existence depend upon the labor and uncertain supplies of others, as is the case under our present manufacturing system, and it is a vulgar error to suppose that a single individual more can be supported by means of such a system than without it. On the contrary, a whole population engaged in agriculture, with manufactures as an appendage, will, in a given district, support many more, and in a much higher degree of comfort, than the same district could do with its agricultural separate from its manufacturing population. Improved arrangements for the working classes will, in almost all cases, place the workman in the midst of his food, which it will be as beneficial for him to create as to consume. Sufficient land, therefore, will be allotted to these cultivators to enable them to raise an abundant supply of food and the necessaries of life for themselves, and as much additional agricultural produce as the public demands may require from such a portion of the population. Under a well-devised arrangement for the working classes, they will all procure for themselves the necessaries and comforts of life in so short a time, and so easily and pleasantly, that the occupation will be experienced to be little more than a recreation, sufficient to keep them in the best health and spirits for rational enjoyment of life. The surplus produce from the soil will be required only for the higher classes, those who live without manual labor, and those whose nice manual operations will not permit them at any time to be employed in agriculture and gardening. Of the latter, very few, if any, will be necessary, as mechanism may be made to supersede such operations, which are almost always injurious to health. Under this view of the subject, the quantity of land which it would be the most beneficial for these associations to cultivate, with reference to their own well-being and the interests of society, will probably be from half an acre to an acre and a half for each individual. An association, therefore, of 1,200 persons, would require from 600 to 1,800 statute acres, according as it may be intended to be more or less agricultural. Thus, when it should be thought expedient that the chief surplus products should consist in manufactured commodities, the lesser quantity of land would be sufficient. If a large surplus from the produce of the soil were deemed desirable, the greater quantity would be allotted, and when the localities of the situation should render it expedient for the association to create an equal surplus quantity of each, the medium quantity, or 1,200 acres, would be the most suitable. It follows that land under the proposed system of husbandry would be divided into farms of from 150 to 3,000 acres, but generally perhaps from 800 to 1,500 acres. This division of the land will be found to be productive of incalculable benefits in practice. It will give all the advantages, without any of the disadvantages of small and large farms. The next head for consideration is third, the arrangement for feeding, lodging, and clothing the population, and for training and educating the children. It being always most convenient for the workman to reside near to his employment, the site for the dwellings of the cultivators will be chosen as near to the center of the land, as water, proper levels, dry situation, etc., etc., may admit, and as courts, alleys, lanes, and streets create many unnecessary inconveniences, are injurious to health, and destructive to almost all the natural comforts of human life, they will be excluded, and a disposition of the buildings free from these objections and greatly more economical will be adopted. As it will afterwards appear that the food for the whole population can be provided better and cheaper under one general arrangement of cooking, and that the children can be better trained and educated together under the eye of their parents than under any other circumstances, a large square, or rather parallelogram, will be found to combine the greatest advantages in its form for the domestic arrangements of the association. This form, indeed, affords so many advantages for the comfort of human life, that if great ignorance respecting the means necessary to secure good conduct and happiness among the working classes had not prevailed in all ranks, it must long ago have become universal. It admits of a most simple, easy, convenient, and economical arrangement for all the purposes required. The four sides of this figure may be adapted to contain all the private apartments or sleeping and sitting rooms for the adult part of the population, general sleeping apartments for the children while under tuition, storerooms, or warehouses in which to deposit various products, an inn, or house for the accommodation of strangers, an infirmary, etc., etc. In a line across the center of the parallelogram, leaving free space for air and light and easy communication, might be erected the church, or places for worship, the schools, kitchen and apartments for eating, all in the most convenient situation for the whole population, and under the best possible public superintendence, without trouble, expense, or inconvenience to any party. The advantages of this general domestic arrangement can only be known and appreciated by those who have had great experience in the beneficial results of extensive combinations in improving the condition of the working classes, and whose minds, advancing beyond the petty range of individual party interests, have been calmly directed to consider what may now be attained by a well-devised association of human powers for the benefit of all ranks. It is such individuals only who can detect the present total want of foresight in the conduct of society, and its gross misapplication of the most valuable and abundant means of securing prosperity. They can distinctly perceive that the blind are leading the blind from difficulties to dangers, which they feel to increase at every step. The parallelogram being found to be the best form in which to dispose the dwelling and chief domestic arrangements for the proposed associations of cultivators, it will be useful now to explain the principles on which those arrangements have been formed. The first in order, and the most necessary, are those respecting food. It has been, and still is, a received opinion among theorists in political economy, that man can provide better for himself, and more advantageously for the public, when left to his own individual exertions, opposed to and in competition with his fellows, than when aided by any social arrangement which shall unite his interests individually and generally with society. This principle of individual interest, opposed as it is perpetually to the public good, is considered, by the most celebrated political economists, to be the cornerstone to the social system, and without which, society could not subsist. Yet when they shall know themselves, and discover the wonderful effects which combination and union can produce, they will acknowledge that the present arrangement of society is the most antisocial, impolitic, and irrational, that can be devised, that under its influence all the superior and valuable qualities of human nature are repressed from infancy, and that the most unnatural means are used to bring out the most injurious propensities, in short, that the utmost pains are taken to make that which by nature is the most delightful compound for producing excellence and happiness, absurd, imbecile, and wretched. Such is the conduct now pursued by those who are called the best and wisest of the present generation, although there is not one rational object to be gained by it. From this principle of individual interest have arisen all the divisions of mankind, the endless errors and mischiefs of class, sect, party, and of national antipathies, creating the angry and malevolent passions, and all the crimes and misery with which the human race have been hitherto afflicted. In short, if there be one closet doctrine more contrary to truth than another, it is the notion that individual interest, as that term is now understood, is a more advantageous principle on which to found the social system, for the benefit of all, or of any, than the principle of union and mutual cooperation. The former acts like an immense weight to repress the most valuable faculties and dispositions, and to give a wrong direction to all human powers. It is one of those magnificent errors, that when enforced in practice brings 10,000 evils in its train. The principle on which these economists proceed, instead of adding to the wealth of nations or of individuals, is itself the sole cause of poverty, and but for its operation wealth would long ago have ceased to be a subject of contention in any part of the world. If, it may be asked, experience has proved that union, combination, and extensive arrangement among mankind, are 1,000 times more powerful to destroy, than the efforts of an unconnected multitude, where each acts individually for himself, would not a similar increased effect be produced by union, combination, and extensive arrangement, to create and conserve? Why should not the result be the same in the one case as in the other? But it is well known that a combination of men and of interests can effect that which it would be futile to attempt, and impossible to accomplish, by individual exertions and separate interests. Then why, it may be inquired, have men so long acted individually, and in opposition to each other? This is an important question, and merits the most serious attention. Men have not yet been trained in principles that will permit them to act in union, except to defend themselves or to destroy others. For self-preservation they were early compelled to unite for these purposes in war. A necessity, however, equally powerful, will now compel men to be trained to act together to create and conserve, that, in like manner, they may preserve life in peace. Fortunately for mankind, the system of individual opposing interests has now reached the extreme point of error and inconsistency. In the midst of the most ample means to create wealth, all are in poverty, or in imminent danger from the effects of poverty upon others. The reflecting part of mankind have admitted, in theory, that the characters of men are formed chiefly by the circumstances in which they are placed, yet the science of the influence of circumstances, which is the most important of all the sciences, remains unknown for the great practical business of life. When it shall be fully developed, it will be discovered that to unite the mental faculties of men for the attainment of pacific and civil objects will be a far more easy task than it has been to combine their physical powers to carry on extensive warlike preparations. The discovery of the distance and movements of the heavenly bodies, of the timepiece, of a vessel to navigate the most distant parts of the ocean, of the steam engine, which performs under the easy control of one man the labor of many thousands, and of the press, by which knowledge and improvement may be speedily given to the most ignorant in all parts of the earth, these have, indeed, been discoveries of high import to mankind, but, important as these and others have been in their effects on the condition of human society, their combined benefits in practice will fall far short of those which will be speedily attained by the new intellectual power which men will acquire through the knowledge of the science of the influence of circumstances over the whole conduct, character, and proceedings of the human race. By this latter discovery more will be accomplished in 1 year, for the well-being of human nature, including, without any exceptions, all ranks and descriptions of men, than has ever yet been effected in one or in many centuries. Strange as this language may seem to those whose minds have not yet had a glimpse of the real state in which society now is, it will prove to be not more strange than true. Are not the mental energies of the world at this moment in a state of high effervescence? Is not society at a stand, incompetent to proceed in its present course? And do not all men cry out that something must be done? That something to produce the effect desired, must be a complete renovation of the whole social compact, one not forced on prematurely, by confusion and violence, not one to be brought about by the feudal measures of the Radicals, Whigs, or Tories, of Britain, the Liberals or Royalists of France, the Illuminati 21 of Germany, or the mere party proceedings of any little local portion of human beings, trained as they have hitherto been in almost every kind of error, and without any true knowledge of themselves. No. The change sought for must be preceded by the clear development of a great and universal principle which shall unite in one all the petty jarring interests, by which, till now, human nature has been made a most inveterate enemy to itself. No. Extensive, nay, rather, universal, as the rearrangement of society must be, to relieve it from the difficulties with which it is now overwhelmed, it will be effected in peace and quietness, with the goodwill and hearty concurrence of all parties, and of every people. It will necessarily commence by common consent, on account of its advantage, almost simultaneously among all civilized nations, and, once begun, will daily advance with an accelerating ratio, unopposed, and bearing down before it the existing systems of the world. The only astonishment then will be that such systems could so long have existed. Under the new arrangements which will succeed them, no complaints of any kind will be heard in society. The causes of the evils that exist will become evident to everyone, as well as the natural means of easily withdrawing those causes. These, by common consent, will be removed, and the evils, of course, will permanently cease, soon to be known only by description. Should any of the causes of evil be irremovable by the new powers which men are about to acquire, they will then know that they are necessary and unavoidable evils, and childish unavailing complaints will cease to be made. But your reporter has yet failed to discover any which do not proceed from the errors of the existing system, or which, under the contemplated arrangements, are not easily removable. Of the natural effects of this language and these sentiments upon mankind in general, your reporter is, perhaps, as fully aware as any individual can be, but he knows that the full development of these truths is absolutely necessary to prepare the public to receive and understand the practical details which he is about to explain, and to comprehend those enlarged measures for the amelioration of society, which the distress of the times, arising from the errors of the present arrangements, now renders unavoidable. He is not now, however, addressing the common public, but those whose minds have had all the benefit of the knowledge which society at present affords, and it is from such individuals that he hopes to derive the assistance requisite to effect the practical good which he has devoted all the powers and faculties of his mind to obtain for his fellow creatures. Your reporter has stated that this happy change will be effected through the knowledge which will be derived from the science of the influence of circumstances over human nature. Through this science, new mental powers will be created, which will place all those circumstances that determine the misery or happiness of men under the immediate control and direction of the present population of the world, and will entirely supersede all necessity for the present truly irrational system of individual rewards and punishments, a system which has ever been opposed to the most obvious dictates of common sense and of humanity, and which will be no longer permitted than while men continue unenlightened and barbarous. The first rays of knowledge will show, to the meanest capacity, that all the tendencies of this system are to degrade men below the ordinary state of animals, and to render them more miserable and irrational. The science of the influence of circumstances over human nature will dispel this ignorance, and will prove how much more easily men may be trained by other means to become, without exception, active, kind, and intelligent, devoid of those unpleasant and irrational feelings which for ages have tormented the whole human race. This science may be truly called one whereby ignorance, poverty, crime, and misery, may be prevented, and will indeed open a new era to the human race, one in which real happiness will commence, and perpetually go on increasing through every succeeding generation. And although the characters of all have been formed under the existing circumstances, which are together unfavorable to their habits, dispositions, mental acquirements, and happiness, yet, by the attainment of this new science those of the present day will be enabled to place themselves, and more especially the rising generation, under circumstances so agreeable to human nature, and so well adapted to all the acknowledged ends of human life, that those objects of anxious desire so ardently sought for through past ages will be secured to everyone with the certainty of a mathematical procedure. Improbable as this statement must seem to those who have necessarily been formed, by existing circumstances, into the creatures of the place in which they happen to live, which circumstances, to speak correctly, and with the sincerity and honesty which the subject now demands, could not form them into anything but mere local animals, still, even they must be conscious that the time is not long past when their forefathers would have deemed it far more improbable that the light cloudy mist, which they saw arise from boiling water, could be so applied, by human agency, that under the easy control of one of themselves it should be made to execute the labor of thousands. Yet, by the aid of mechanical and chemical science, this and many other supposed impossibilities have been made familiar certainties. In like manner, fearful as men may now be to allow themselves to hope that the accumulated evils of ages are not permanent in their nature, probably many now live who will see the science introduced, that, in their days, will rapidly diminish, and, in the latter days of their children, will entirely remove these evils. It is now time to return to the consideration of the preparatory means by which these important results are to be accomplished. Your reporter now uses the term preparatory, because the present state of society, governed by circumstances, is so different, in its several parts and entire combination, from that which will arise when society shall be taught to govern circumstances, that some temporary intermediate arrangements, to serve as a step whereby we may advance from the one to the other, will be necessary. The long experience which he has had in the practice of the science now about to be introduced has convinced him of the utility, nay, of the absolute necessity, of forming arrangements for a temporary intermediate stage of existence, in which we, who have acquired the wretched habits of the old system, may be permitted, without inconvenience, gradually to part with them, and exchange them for those requisite for the new and improved state of society. Thus will the means be prepared, by which, silently and without contest, all the local errors and prejudices which have kept men and nations strangers to each other and to themselves, will be removed. The habits, dispositions, notions, and consequent feelings, engendered by old society, will be thus allowed, without disturbance of any kind, to die a natural death, but as the character, conduct, and enjoyment of individuals formed under the new system will speedily become living examples of the vast superiority of the one state over the other, the natural death of old society and all that appertains to it, although gradual, will not be lingering. Simple inspection, when both can be seen together, will produce motives sufficiently strong to carry the new arrangements as speedily into execution as practice will admit. The change, even in those who are now the most tenacious supporters of things as they are, though left entirely to the influence of their own inclinations, will be so rapid, that they will wonder at themselves. This intermediate change is the one, the details of which your reporter has in part explained, and to which he now again begs to direct your attention. Under the present system there is the most minute division of mental power and manual labor in the individuals of the working classes, private interests are placed perpetually at variance with the public good, and in every nation men are purposely trained from infancy to suppose that their well-being is incompatible with the progress and prosperity of other nations. Such are the means by which old society seeks to obtain the desired objects of life. The details now to be submitted have been devised upon principles which will lead to an opposite practice, to the combination of extensive mental and manual powers in the individuals of the working classes, to a complete identity of private and public interest, and to the training of nations to comprehend that their power and happiness cannot attain their full and natural development but through an equal increase of the power and happiness of all other states. These, therefore, are the real points at variance between that which is and that which ought to be. It is upon these principles that arrangements are now proposed for the new agricultural villages, by which the food of the inhabitants may be prepared in one establishment, where they will eat together as one family. Various objections have been urged against this practice, but they have come from those only, who, whatever may be their pretensions in other respects, are mere children in the knowledge of the principles and economy of social life. By such arrangements the members of these new associations may be supplied with food at far less expense and with much more comfort than by any individual or family arrangements, and when the parties have been once trained and accustomed, as they easily may be, to the former mode, they will never afterwards feel any inclination to return to the latter. If a saving in the quantity of food, the obtaining of a superior quality of prepared provisions from the same materials, and the operation of preparing them being effected in much less time, with far less fuel, and with greater ease, comfort, and health, to all the parties employed, be advantages, these will be obtained in a remarkable manner by the new arrangements proposed. And if to partake of viands so prepared, served up with every regard to comfort, in clean, spacious, well-lighted, and pleasantly ventilated apartments, and in the society of well-dressed, well-trained, well-educated, and well-informed associates, possessing the most benevolent dispositions and desirable habits, can give zest and proper enjoyment to meals, then will the inhabitants of the proposed villages experience all this in an eminent degree. When the new arrangements shall become familiar to the parties, this superior mode of living may be enjoyed at far less expense and with much less trouble than are necessary to procure such meals as the poor are now compelled to eat, surrounded by every object of discomfort and disgust, in the cellars and garrets of the most unhealthy courts, alleys, and lanes, in London, Dublin, and Edinburgh, or Glasgow, Manchester, Leeds, and Birmingham. Striking, however, as the contrast is in this description, and although the actual practice will far exceed what words can convey, yet there are many closet theorists and inexperienced persons, probably, who will still contend for individual arrangements and interests, in preference to that which they cannot comprehend. These individuals must be left to be convinced by the facts themselves. We now proceed to describe the interior accommodations of the private lodging houses, which will occupy three sides of the parallelogram. As it is of essential importance that there should be abundance of space within the line of the private dwellings, the parallelogram, in all cases, whether the association is intended to be near the maximum or the minimum in numbers, should be of large dimensions, and to accommodate a greater or less population, the private dwellings should be of 1, 2, 3, or 4 stories, and the interior arrangements formed accordingly. These will be very simple. No kitchen will be necessary, as the public arrangements for cooking will supersede the necessity for any. The apartments will be always well ventilated, and, when necessary, heated or cooled on the improved principles lately introduced in the Derby Infirmary. The expense and trouble, to say nothing of the superior health and comforts which these improvements will give, will be very greatly less than attached to the present practice. To heat, cool, and ventilate their apartments, the parties will have no further trouble than to open or shut 2 slides, or valves, in each room, the atmosphere of which, by this simple contrivance, may always be kept temperate and pure. One stove of proper dimensions, judiciously placed, will supply the apartments of several dwellings, with little trouble and at a very little expense, when the buildings are originally adapted for this arrangement. Thus will all the inconveniences and expense of separate fires and fireplaces, and their appendages, be avoided, as well as the trouble and disagreeable effects of mending fires and removing ashes, etc., etc. Good sleeping apartments looking over the gardens in the country, and sitting rooms of proper dimensions fronting the square, will afford as much lodging accommodation, as, with the other public arrangements, can be useful to, or desired by, these associated cultivators. Food and lodging being thus provided for, the next consideration regards dress. This, too, is a subject, the utility and disadvantages of which seem to be little understood by the public generally, and, in consequence, the most ridiculous and absurd notions and practices have prevailed respecting it. Most persons take it for granted, without thinking on the subject, that to be warm and healthy it is necessary to cover the body with thick clothing and to exclude the air as much as possible, and first appearances favor this conclusion. Facts, however, prove, that under the same circumstances, those who from infancy have been the most lightly clad, and who, by their form of dress, have been the most exposed to the atmosphere, are much stronger, more active, in better general health, warmer in cold weather, and far less incommoded by heat, than those who from constant habit have been dressed in such description of clothing as excludes the air from their bodies. The more the air is excluded by clothing, although at first the wearer feels warmer by each additional covering he puts on, yet in a few weeks, or months at most, the less capable he becomes of bearing cold than before. The Romans and the Highlanders of Scotland appear to be the only two nations who adopted a national dress on account of its utility, without however neglecting to render it highly becoming and ornamental. The form of the dress of these nations was calculated first to give strength and manly beauty to the figure, and afterwards to display it to advantage. The time, expense, thought, and labor, now employed to create a variety of dress, the effects of which are to deteriorate the physical powers, and to render the human figure an object of pity and commiseration, are a certain proof of the low state of intellect among all classes in society. The whole of this gross misapplication of the human faculties serves no one useful or rational purpose. On the contrary, it essentially weakens all the physical and mental powers, and is, in all respects, highly pernicious to society. All other circumstances remaining the same, sexual delicacy and virtue will be found much higher in nations among whom the person, from infancy, is the most exposed, than among those people who exclude from sight every part of the body except the eyes. Although your reporter is satisfied that the principle now stated is derived from the unchanging laws of nature, and is true to the utmost extent to which it can be carried, yet mankind must be trained in different habits, dispositions, and sentiments, before they can be permitted to act rationally on this, or almost any other law of nature. The intermediate stage of society which your reporter now recommends, admits, however, of judicious practical approximations towards the observance of these laws. In the present case he recommends that the male children of the new villagers should be clothed in a dress somewhat resembling the Roman and Highland garb, in order that the limbs may be free from ligatures, and the air may circulate over every part of the body, and that they may be trained to become strong, active, well-limbed, and healthy. And the females should have a well-chosen dress to secure similar important advantages. The inhabitants of these villages, under the arrangements which your reporter has in view, may be better dressed, for all the acknowledged purposes of dress, at much less than the 100th part of the labor, inconvenience, and expense, that are now required to clothe the same number of persons in the middle ranks of life, while the form and material of the new dress will be acknowledged to be superior to any of the old. If your reporter should be told that all this waste of thought, time, labor, and capital is useful, inasmuch as it affords employment for the working classes, he replies, that no waste of any of these valuable means can be of the slightest benefit to any class, and that it would be far better, if superior occupations cannot be found for human beings, to resort to a noble lord's expedient, and direct them to make holes in the earth and fill them up again, repeating the operation without limit. Rather than suffer a very large proportion of the working classes to be immured all their lives in unhealthy atmospheres, and toil at wretched employments, merely to render their fellow creatures weak and absurd, both in body and mind. The new villagers having adopted the best form and material of dress, permanent arrangements will be made to produce it with little trouble or expense to any party, and all further considerations respecting it will give them neither care, thought, nor trouble, for many years, or perhaps centuries. The advantages of this part of the plan will prove to be so great in practice, that fashions will exist but for a very short period, and then only among the most weak and silly part of the creation. Your reporter has now to enter upon the most interesting portion of this division of the subject, and, he may add, the most important part of the economy of human life, with reference to the science of the influence of circumstances over the well-being and happiness of mankind, and to the full power and control which men may now acquire over those circumstances, and by which they may direct them to produce among the human race, with ease and certainty, either universal good or evil. No one can mistake the application of these terms to the training and education of the children. Since men began to think and write, much has been thought and written on this subject, and yet all that has been thought and written has failed to make the subject understood, or to disclose the principles on which we should proceed. Even now, the minds of the most enlightened are scarcely prepared to begin to think rationally respecting it. The circumstances of the times, however, require that a substantial advance should now be made in this part of the economy of human life. Before any rational plan can be devised for the proper training and education of children, it should be distinctly known what capabilities and qualities infants and children possess, or, in fact, what they really are by nature. If this knowledge is to be attained, as all human knowledge has been acquired, through the evidence of our senses, then is it evident that infants receive from a source and power over which they have no control, all the natural qualities they possess, and that from birth they are continually subjected to impressions derived from the circumstances around them, which impressions, combined with their natural qualities, do truly determine the character of the individual through every period of life. The knowledge thus acquired will give to men the same kind of control over the combination of the natural powers and faculties of infants, as they now possess over the formation of animals, and although, from the nature of the subject, it must be slow in its progress and limited in extent, yet the time is not perhaps far distant when it may be applied to an important rational purpose, that is, to improve the breed of men, more than men have yet improved the breed of domestic animals. But, whatever knowledge may be attained to enable man to improve the breed of his progeny at birth, facts exist in endless profusion to prove to every mind capable of reflection, that men may now possess a most extensive control over those circumstances which affect the infant after birth, and that, as far as such circumstances can influence the human character, the day has arrived when the existing generation may so far control them, that the rising generations may become in character, without any individual exceptions, whatever men can now desire them to be, that is not contrary to human nature. It is with reference to this important consideration that your reporter, in the forming of these new arrangements, has taken so much pains to exclude every circumstance that could make an evil impression on the infants and children of this new generation. And he is prepared, when others can follow him, so to combine new circumstances, that real vice, or that conduct which creates evil and misery in society, shall be utterly unknown in these villages, to whatever number they may extend. Proceeding on these principles, your reporter recommends arrangements by which the children shall be trained together as though they were literally all of one family. For this purpose 2 schools will be required within the interior of the square, with spacious play and exercise grounds. The schools may be conveniently placed in the line of buildings to be erected across the center of the parallelograms, in connection with the church and places of worship. The first school will be for the infants from 2 to 6 years of age. The second for children from 6 to 12. It may be stated, without fear of contradiction from any party who is master of the subject, that the whole success of these arrangements will depend upon the manner in which the infants and children shall be trained and educated in these schools. Men are, and ever will be, what they are and shall be made in infancy and childhood. The apparent exceptions to this law are the effects of the same causes, combined with subsequent impressions, arising from the new circumstances in which the individuals showing these exceptions have been placed. One of the most general sources of error and of evil to the world is the notion that infants, children, and men, are agents governed by a will formed by themselves and fashioned after their own choice. It is, however, as evident as any fact can be made to man, that he does not possess the smallest control over the formation of any of his own faculties or powers, or over the peculiar and ever-varying manner in which those powers and faculties, physical and mental, are combined in each individual. Such being the case, it follows that human nature up to this period has been misunderstood, vilified, and savagely ill-treated, and that, in consequence, the language and conduct of mankind respecting it form a compound of all that is inconsistent and incongruous and most injurious to themselves, from the greatest to the least. All at this moment suffer grievously in consequence of this fundamental error. To those who possess any knowledge on this subject it is known, that man is the creature of circumstances, and that he really is, at every moment of his existence, precisely what the circumstances in which he has been placed, combined with his natural qualities, make him. Does it then, your reporter would ask, exhibit any sign of real wisdom to train him as if he were a being who created himself, formed his individual will, and was the author of his own inclinations and propensities? Surely if men ever become wise, if they ever acquire knowledge enough to know themselves and enjoy a happy existence, it must be from discovering that they are not subjects for praise or blame, reward or punishment, but are beings capable, by proper treatment, of receiving unlimited improvement and knowledge, and, in consequence, of experiencing such uninterrupted enjoyment through this life as will best prepare them for an after existence. This view of human nature rests upon facts which no one can disprove. Your reporter now challenges all those who, from imagined interest, or from the notions which they have been taught to suppose true, are disposed to question its solidity, to point out one of his deductions on this subject which does not immediately follow from a self-evident truth. He is satisfied that the united wisdom of old society will fail in the attempt. Why, then, may your reporter be permitted to ask, should any parties tenaciously defend these notions? Are they, although false, in any manner beneficial to man? Does any party, or does a single individual, derive any real advantage from them? Could your reporter devise the means effectually to dispel the impressions so powerfully made on the human mind through early life, by the locality of the circumstances of birth and education, he would be enabled thoroughly to convince those who now suppose themselves the chief gainers by the present popular belief on those points and the order of things which proceeds from such belief, that they are themselves essential sufferers in consequence, that they are deceived and deceive others, greatly to their own cost. Superior knowledge of the subject will one day convince all, that every human being, of every rank or station in life, has suffered and is now suffering a useless and grievous yoke by reason of these fallacies of the imagination. Your reporter is well aware that for ages past the great mass of mankind have been so placed as to be compelled to believe that all derived incalculable benefits from them. Yet there is no truth more certain than that these same individuals might have been placed under circumstances which would have enabled them not only to discover the falsehood of these notions, but to see distinctly the innumerable positive evils which they alone have inflicted upon society. While these fallacies of the brain shall be taught and believed by any portion of mankind, in them charity and benevolence, in their true sense, can never exist. Such men have imbibed notions that must make them, whatever be their language, haters and opposers of those who contend for the truth in opposition to their errors, nor can men so taught bear to be told that they have been made the mere dupes of the most useless and mischievous fantasies. Their errors, having been generated by circumstances over which they had no control, and for which, consequently, they cannot be blamable, are to be removed only by other circumstances sufficiently powerful to counteract the effects of the former. From what has been said it is obvious that to produce such a total change among men as the one now contemplated by your reporter will require the arrangement of new circumstances, that, in each part, and in their entire combinations, shall be so consistent with the known laws of nature, that the most acute mind shall fail to discover the slightest deviation from them. It is upon these grounds that your reporter, in educating the rising generation within his influence, has long adopted principles different from those which are usually acted upon. He considers all children as beings whose dispositions, habits, and sentiments are to be formed for them, that these can be well formed only by excluding all notions of reward, punishment, and emulation, and that, if their characters are not such as they ought to be, The error proceeds from their instructors and the other circumstances which surround them. He knows that principles as certain as those upon which the science of mathematics is founded may be applied to the forming of any given general character, and that by the influence of other circumstances, not a few individuals only, but the whole population of the world, may in a few years be rendered a very far superior race of beings to any now upon the earth, or which has been made known to us by history. The children in these new schools should be therefore trained systematically to acquire useful knowledge through the means of sensible signs, by which their powers of reflection and judgment may be habituated to draw accurate conclusions from the facts presented to them. This mode of instruction is founded in nature, and will supersede the present defective and tiresome system of book learning, which is ill calculated to give either pleasure or instruction to the minds of children. When arrangements founded on these principles shall be judiciously formed and applied to practice, children will, with ease and delight to themselves, acquire more real knowledge in a day, than they have yet attained under the old system in many months. They will not only thus acquire valuable knowledge, but the best habits and dispositions will be at the same time imperceptibly created in every one, and they will be trained to fill every office and to perform every duty that the well-being of their associates and the establishments can require. It is only by education, rightly understood, that communities of men can ever be well governed, and by means of such education every object of human society will be attained with the least labor and the most satisfaction. It is obvious that training and education must be viewed as intimately connected with the employments of the association. The latter, indeed, will form an essential part of education under these arrangements. Each association, generally speaking, should create for itself a full supply of the usual necessaries, conveniences, and comforts of life. The dwelling houses and domestic arrangements being placed as near the center of the land to be cultivated as circumstances will permit, it is concluded that the most convenient situation for the gardens will be adjoining the houses on the outside of the square, that these should be bounded by the principal roads, and that beyond them, at a sufficient distance, to be covered by a plantation, should be placed the workshops and manufactory. All will take their turn at some one or more of the occupations in this department, aided by every improvement that science can afford, alternately with employment in agriculture and gardening. It has been a popular opinion to recommend a minute division of labor and a division of interests. It will presently appear, however, that this minute division of labor and division of interests are only other terms for poverty, ignorance, waste of every kind, universal opposition throughout society, crime, misery, and great bodily and mental imbecility. To avoid these evils, which, while they continue, must keep mankind in a most degraded state, each child will receive a general education, early in life, that will fit him for the proper purposes of society, make him the most useful to it, and the most capable of enjoying it. Before he is 12 years old he may with ease be trained to acquire a correct view of the outline of all the knowledge which men have yet attained. By this means he will early learn what he is in relation to past ages, to the period in which he lives, to the circumstances in which he is placed, to the individuals around him, and to future events. He will then only have any pretensions to the name of a rational being. His physical powers may be equally enlarged, in a manner as beneficial to himself as to those around him. As his strength increases he will be initiated in the practice of all the leading operations of his community, by which his services, at all times and under all circumstances, will afford a great gain to society beyond the expense of his subsistence, while at the same time he will be in the continual possession of more substantial comforts and real enjoyments than have ever yet appertained to any class in society. The new wealth which one individual, by comparatively light and always healthy employment, may create under the arrangements now proposed, is indeed incalculable. They would give him giant powers compared with those which the working class or any other now possesses. There would at once be an end of all mere animal machines, who could only follow a plough, or turn a sod, or make some insignificant part of some insignificant manufacture or frivolous article which society could better spare than possess. Instead of the unhealthy pointer of a pin, header of a nail, piecer of a thread, or clodhopper, senselessly gazing at the soil or around him, without understanding or rational reflection, there would spring up a working class full of activity and useful knowledge, with habits, information, manners, and dispositions, that would place the lowest in the scale many degrees above the best of any class which has yet been formed by the circumstances of past or present society. Such are a few only of the advantages which a rational mode of training and education, combined with the other parts of the system, would give to all the individuals within the action of its influence. The next object of attention is: fourth, the formation and superintendence of these establishments. These new farming and general working arrangements may be formed by one or any number of landed proprietors or large capitalists, by established companies having large funds to expend for benevolent and public objects, by parishes and counties, to relieve themselves from paupers and poors' rates, and by associations of the middle and working classes of farmers, mechanics, and tradesmen, to relieve themselves from the evils of the present system. As land, capital, and labor may be applied to far greater pecuniary advantage under the proposed arrangements than under any other at present known to the public, all parties will readily unite in carrying them into execution as soon as they shall be so plainly developed in principle as to be generally understood, and as parties who possess sufficient knowledge of the practical details to direct them advantageously can be found or trained to superintend them. The chief difficulty lies in the latter part of the business. The principles may be made plain to every capacity. They are simple principles of nature, in strict unison with all we see or know from facts to be true. But the practice of everything new, however trifling, requires time and experience to perfect it. It cannot be expected that arrangements which comprehend the whole business of life, and reduce to practice the entire science of political economy, can at once be combined and executed in the best manner. Many errors will be at first committed, and, as in every other attempt by human means to unite a great variety of parts to produce one grand general result, many partial failures may be anticipated. In all probability in the first experiment many of the parts will be out of due proportion to the whole, and experience will suggest 1,000 improvements. No union of minds previously to actual practice can correctly adjust such a multiplicity of movements as will be combined in this new machine, which is to perform so many important offices for society. A machine it truly is, that will simplify and facilitate, in a very remarkable manner, all the operations of human life, and multiply rational and permanently desirable enjoyments to an extent that cannot be yet calmly contemplated by ordinary minds. If the invention of various machines has multiplied the power of labor, in several instances, to the apparent advantage of particular individuals, while it has deteriorated the condition of many others, this is an invention which will at once multiply the physical and mental powers of the whole society to an incalculable extent, without injuring anyone by its introduction or its most rapid diffusion. Surely when the power of this extraordinary machine shall be estimated, and the amount of the work shall be ascertained which it will perform for society, some exertions may be made to acquire a knowledge of its practice. The same class of minds that can be trained to direct any of the usual complicated businesses of life, may be with ease rendered competent to take a part in the management and superintendence of these new establishments. The principal difficulty will be to set the first establishment in motion, and much care and circumspection will be requisite in bringing each part into action at the proper time, and with the guards and checks which a change from one set of habits to another renders necessary. Yet, the principles being understood, a man of fair ordinary capacity would superintend such arrangements with more ease than most large commercial or manufacturing establishments are now conducted. In these there is a continual opposition of various interests and feelings, and extensive principles of counteraction, among the parties themselves, and between the parties and the public. On the contrary, in the new arrangements each part will give facility to all the others, and unity of interest and design will be seen and felt in every one of the operations. The mental, manual, and scientific movements will all harmonize, and produce with ease results which must appear inexplicable to those who remain ignorant of the principles which govern the proceedings. In the first instance men must be sought who, in addition to a practical knowledge of gardening, agriculture, manufactures, the ordinary trades, etc., etc., can comprehend the principles on which these associations are formed, and, comprehending them, can feel an interest and a pleasure in putting them into execution. Such individuals may be found, for there is nothing new in the separate parts of the proposed practice, the arrangement alone can be considered new. When one establishment shall have been formed, there will be no great difficulty in providing superintendents for many other establishments. All the children will be trained to be equal to the care of any of the departments, more particularly as there will be no counteraction between those who direct and those who perform the various operations. Let the business be at once set about in good earnest, and the obstacles which now seem so formidable will speedily disappear. The peculiar mode of governing these establishments will depend on the parties who form them. Those founded by landowners and capitalists, public companies, parishes, or counties, will be under the direction of the individuals whom these powers may appoint to superintend them, and will of course be subject to the rules and regulations laid down by their founders. Those formed by the middle and working classes, upon a complete reciprocity of interests, should be governed by themselves, upon principles that will prevent divisions, opposition of interests, jealousies, or any of the common and vulgar passions which a contention for power is certain to generate. Their affairs should be conducted by a committee, composed of all the members of the association between certain ages, for instance, of those between 35 and 45, or between 40 and 50. Perhaps the former will unite more of the activity of youth with the experience of age than the latter, but it is of little moment which period of life may be fixed upon. In a short time the ease with which these associations will proceed in all their operations will be such as to render the business of governing a mere recreation, and as the parties who govern will in a few years again become the governed, they must always be conscious that at a future period they will experience the good or evil effects of the measures of their administration. By this equitable and natural arrangement all the numberless evils of elections and electioneering will be avoided. As all are to be trained and educated together and without distinction, they will be delightful companions and associates, intimately acquainted with each other's inmost thoughts. There will be no foundation for disguise or deceit of any kind, all will be as open as the hearts and feelings of young children before they are trained, in complicated arts of deception. At the same time their whole conduct will be regulated by a sound and rational discretion and intelligence, such as human beings trained and placed as they have hitherto been will deem it visionary to expect, and impossible to attain, in everyday practice. The superior advantages which these associations will speedily possess, and the still greater superiority of knowledge which they will readily acquire, will preclude on their parts the smallest desire for what are now called honors and peculiar privileges. They will have minds so well informed, their power of accurately tracing cause and effect will be so much increased, that they must clearly perceive that to be raised to one of the privileged orders would be to themselves a serious evil, and to their posterity would certainly occasion an incalculable loss of intellect and enjoyment, equally injurious to themselves and to society. They will therefore have every motive not to interfere with the honors and privileges of the existing higher orders, but to remain well satisfied with their own station in life. The only distinction which can be found of the least utility in these associations is that of age or experience. It is the only just and natural distinction, and any other would be inconsistent with the enlarged and superior acquirements of the individuals who would compose these associations. The deference to age or experience will be natural, and readily given, and many advantageous regulations may be formed in consequence, for apportioning the proper employments to the period of life best calculated for them, and diminishing the labor of the individual as age advances beyond the term when the period of governing is concluded. Fifth, the disposal of the surplus produce, and the connection which will subsist between the several establishments. Under the proposed system the facilities of production, the absence of all the counteracting circumstances which so abundantly exist in common society, with the saving of time and waste in all the domestic arrangements, will secure, other circumstances being equal, a much larger amount of wealth at a greatly reduced expenditure. The next question is, in what manner is this produce to be disposed of? Society has been hitherto so constituted that all parties are afraid of being overreached by others, and, without great care to secure their individual interests, of being deprived of the means of existence. This feeling has created a universal selfishness of the most ignorant nature, for it almost ensures the evils which it means to prevent. These new associations can scarcely be formed before it will be discovered that by the most simple and easy regulations all the natural wants of human nature may be abundantly supplied, and the principle of selfishness will cease to exist, for want of an adequate motive to produce it. It will be quite evident to all, that wealth of that kind which will alone be held in any estimation amongst them, may be so easily created to exceed all their wants, that every desire for individual accumulation will be extinguished. To them individual accumulation of wealth will appear as irrational as to bottle up or store water in situations where there is more of this invaluable fluid than all can consume. With this knowledge, and the feelings which will arise from it, the existing thousand counteractions to the creation of new wealth will also cease, as well as those innumerable motives to deception which now pervade all ranks in society. A principle of equity and justice, openness and fairness, will influence the whole proceedings of these societies. There will, consequently, be no difficulty whatever in the exchange of the products of labor, mental or manual, among themselves. The amount of labor in all products, calculated on the present principle of estimating the prime cost of commodities, will be readily ascertained, and the exchange made accordingly. There will be no inducement to raise or manufacture an inferior article, or to deteriorate, by deceptious practices, any of the necessaries, comforts, or luxuries of life. Everyone will distinctly see it to be the immediate interest of all, that none of these irrational proceedings shall take place, and the best security against their occurrence will be the entire absence of all motives to have recourse to them. As the easy, regular, healthy, rational employment of the individuals forming these societies will create a very large surplus of their own products, beyond what they will have any desire to consume, each may be freely permitted to receive from the general store of the community whatever they may require. This, in practice, will prove to be the greatest economy, and will at once remove all those preconceived insurmountable difficulties that now haunt the minds of those who have been trained in common society, and who necessarily view all things through the distorted medium of their own little circle of local prejudices. It may be safely predicted that one of these new associations cannot be formed without creating a general desire throughout society to establish others, and that they will rapidly multiply. The same knowledge and principles which unite the interests of the individuals within each establishment, will as effectually lead to the same kind of enlightened union between the different establishments. They will each render to the others the same benefits as are now given, or rather much greater benefits than are now given to each other by the members of the most closely united and affectionate families. In their original formation they will be established so as to yield the greatest reciprocity of benefits. The peculiar produce to be raised in each establishment, beyond the general supply of the necessaries and comforts of life, which, if possible, will be abundantly created in each, will be adapted to afford the greatest variety of intrinsically valuable objects to exchange with each other, and the particular surplus products which will serve to give energy and pleasure to the industry of the members of each association will be regulated by the nature of the soil and climate and other local capabilities of the situation of each establishment. In all these labor will be the standard of value, and as there will always be a progressive advance in the amount of labor, manual, mental, and scientific, if we suppose population to increase under these arrangements, there will be in the same proportion a perpetually extending market or demand for all the industry of society, whatever may be its extent. Under such arrangements what are technically called bad times, can never occur. These establishments will be provided with granaries and warehouses, which will always contain a supply sufficient to protect the population against the occurrence even of more unfavorable seasons than have ever yet been experienced since agriculture has been general in society. In these granaries and storehouses proper persons will be appointed to receive, examine, deposit, and deliver out again, the wealth of these communities. Arrangements will be formed to distribute this wealth among the members of the association which created it, and to exchange the surplus for the surplus of the other communities, by general regulations that will render these transactions most simple and easy, to whatever distance these communities may extend. A paper representative of the value of labor, manufactured on the principle of the new notes of the Bank of England 22 will serve for every purpose of their domestic commerce or exchanges, and will be issued only for intrinsic value received and in store. It has been mentioned already that all motives to deception will be effectually removed from the minds of the inhabitants of these new villages, and of course forgeries, though not guarded against by this new improvement, would not have any existence among them, and as this representative would be of no use in old society, no injury could come from that quarter. But these associations must contribute their fair quota to the exigencies of the state. This consideration leads your reporter to the next general head, or sixth. The connection of the new establishments with the government of the country and with old society. Under this head are to be noticed, the amount and collection of the revenue, and the public or legal duties of the associations in peace and war. Your reporter concludes that whatever taxes are paid from land, capital, and labor, under the existing arrangements of society, the same amount for the same proportion of each may be collected with far more ease under those now proposed. The government would of course require its revenue to be paid in the legal circulating medium, to obtain which, the associations would have to dispose of as much of their surplus produce to common society for the legal coin or paper of the realm, as would discharge the demands of government. In time of peace these associations would give no trouble to government, their internal regulations being founded on principles of prevention, not only with reference to public crimes, but to the private evils and errors which so fatally abound in common society. Courts of law, prisons, and punishments, would not be required. These are requisite only where human nature is greatly misunderstood, where society rests on the demoralizing system of individual competition, rewards, and punishments. They are necessary only in a stage of existence previous to the discovery of the science of the certain and overwhelming influence of circumstances over the whole character and conduct of mankind. Whatever courts of law, prisons, and punishments have yet effected for society, the influence of other circumstances, which may now be easily introduced, will accomplish infinitely more, for they will effectually prevent the growth of those evils of which our present institutions do not take cognizance till they are already full formed and in baneful activity. In time of peace, therefore, these associations will save much charge and trouble to government. In reference to war also, they will be equally beneficial. Bodily exercises, adapted to improve the dispositions and increase the health and strength of the individual, will form part of the training and education of the children. In these exercises they may be instructed to acquire facility in the execution of combined movements, a habit which is calculated to produce regularity and order in time of peace, as well as to aid defensive and offensive operations in war. The children, therefore, at an early age, will acquire, through their amusements, those habits which will render them capable of becoming, in a short time, at any future period of life, the best defenders of their country, if necessity should again arise to defend it, since they would, in all probability, be far more to be depended upon than those whose physical, intellectual, and moral training had been less carefully conducted. In furnishing their quotas for the militia or common army they would probably adopt the pecuniary alternative, by which means they would form a reserve, that, in proportion to their numbers, would be a great security for the nation's safety. They would prefer this alternative, to avoid the demoralizing effects of recruiting. But the knowledge of the science of the influence of circumstances over mankind will speedily enable all nations to discover, not only the evils of war, but the folly of it. Of all modes of conduct adopted by mankind to obtain advantages in the present stage of society, this is the most certain to defeat its object. It is, in truth, a system of direct demoralization and of destruction, while it is the highest interest of all individuals and of all countries to remoralize and conserve. Men surely cannot with truth be termed rational beings until they shall discover and put in practice the principles which shall enable them to conduct their affairs without war. The arrangements we are considering would speedily show how easily these principles and practices may be introduced into general society. From what has been stated, it is evident that these associations would not subject the government to the same proportion of trouble and expense that an equal population would do in old society. On the contrary, they would relieve the government of the whole burden, and by the certain and decisive influence of these arrangements upon the character and conduct of the parties, would materially add to the political strength, power, and resources of the country into which they shall be introduced. Your reporter, having now explained as much of the separate details of the measures which he recommends, to give permanent beneficial employment to the poor, and, consequently, relief to all classes, as this mode of communication in its present stage will admit, now proceeds to take a general view of these parts thus combined into an entire whole, as a practical system purposely devised, from the beginning to the end, to ameliorate materially the condition of human life. He concludes that the subject thus developed is new both to theorists and to practical men. The former, being ignorant of the means by which extensive arrangements, when founded on correct principles, can be easily carried into execution, will at once, with their usual decision when any new measures at variance with their own theories are proposed, pronounce the whole to be impracticable and undeserving of notice. The others, accustomed to view everything within the limits of some particular pursuit, of agriculture, or trade, or commerce, or manufactures, or some of the professions, have their minds so warped in consequence, that they are for the most part incapable of comprehending any general measures in which their peculiar trade or calling constitutes but a small part of the whole. With them the particular art or employment in which each is engaged becomes so magnified to the individual, that, like Aaron's rod, it swallows up all the others, and thus the most petty minds only are formed. This lamentable compression of the human intellect is the certain and necessary consequence of the present division of labor, and of the existing general arrangements of society. So far, however, from the measures now proposed being impracticable, a longer continuance of the existing arrangements of society will speedily appear to be so. One and all now reiterate the cry that something must be done. Your reporter begs leave to ask if this something, to be effectual for the general relief of all classes, is expected to come from the mere agriculturist, or the tradesman, or the manufacturer, or the merchant, or the lawyer, or the physician, or the divine, or the literary man, or from radicals, Whigs, or Tories, or from any particular religious sect. Have we not before us, as upon an accurately drawn map, most distinctly defined, all the ideas and the utmost bounds within which this exclusive devotion to particular sects, parties, or pursuits, necessarily confines each mind? Can we reasonably expect anything resembling a rational something, to relieve the widely extending distress of society, from the microscopic views which the most enlarged of these circles afford? Or, rather, does it not argue the most childish weakness to entertain such futile expectations? It can never be that the universal division of men's pursuits can create any cordial union of interests among mankind. It can never be that a notion which necessarily separates, in a greater or less degree, every human being from his fellows, can ever be productive of practical benefit to society. This notion, as far as our knowledge extends, has ever been forced on the mind of every child, up to this period. Peace, goodwill, charity, and benevolence, have been preached for centuries past, nay, for thousands of years, yet they nowhere exist. On the contrary, qualities the reverse of these have at all times constituted the character and influenced the conduct of individuals and of nations, and must continue to do so while the system of individual rewards, punishments, and competition, is permitted to constitute the basis of human society. The conduct of mankind may, not unaptly, be compared to that of an individual who, possessing an excellent soil for the purpose, desired to raise grapes, but was ignorant of the plant. Having imbibed a notion, which had taken deep root in his mind, that the thorn was the vine, he planted the former, watered, and cultivated it, but it produced only prickles. He again planted the thorn, varying his mode of cultivation, yet the result was still the same. A third time he planted it, applying now abundance of manure, and bestowing increased care on its cultivation, but, in return, his thorns only produced him prickles stronger and sharper than before. Thus baffled, he blamed the sterility of the ground, and became convinced that human agency alone could never raise grapes from such a soil, but he had no other. He therefore sought for supernatural assistance, and prayed that the soil might be fertilized. His hopes being now revived, he again planted the thorn, applied himself with redoubled industry to its culture, and anxiously watched the hourly growth of his plants. He varied their training in every conceivable manner, some he bent in one direction, and some in another, he exposed some to the full light of day, and others he hid in the shade, some were continually watered, and their growth encouraged by richly manured soil. The harvest, looked for with so much interest, at length arrived, but it was again prickles of varied forms and dimensions, and his most sanguine hopes were disappointed. He now turned his thoughts to other supernatural powers, and from each change he anticipated at least some approximation of the prickle towards the grape. Seeing, however, after every trial, that the thorns which he planted yielded him no fruit, he felt his utmost hope and expectation exhausted. He concluded that the power which created the soil had ordained that it should produce only prickles, and that the grape would one day or other, and in some way or other, be an after production from the seed of the thorn. Thus, with a perpetual longing for the grape, and with a soil admirably adapted for the cultivation of vines that would produce the most delicious fruit with 1,000th part of the anxiety, expense, and trouble which he had bestowed upon the thorn, he now in a dissatisfied mood endeavored to calm his feelings, and, if possible, to console himself for the want of present enjoyment, with the contemplation of that distant better fortune which he hoped awaited him. This is an accurate picture of what human life has hitherto been. Possessing, in human nature, a soil capable of yielding abundantly the product which man most desires, we have, in our ignorance, planted the thorn instead of the vine. The evil principle which has been instilled into all minds from infancy, that the character is formed by the individual, has produced, and so long as it shall continue to be cherished will ever produce, the same unwelcome harvest of evil passions, hatred, revenge, and all uncharitableness, and the innumerable crimes and miseries to which they have given birth, for these are the certain and necessary effects of the institutions which have arisen among mankind in consequence of the universally received and long coerced belief in this erroneous principle. That the character is formed for and not by the individual, is a truth to which every fact connected with man's history bears testimony, and of which the evidence of our senses affords us daily and hourly proof. It is also a truth which, when its practical application shall be fully understood, will be of inestimable value to mankind. Let us not, therefore, continue to act as if the reverse of this proposition were true. Let us cease to do violence to human nature, and, having at length discovered the vine, or the good principle, let us henceforward substitute it for the thorn. The knowledge of this principle will necessarily lead to the gradual and peaceful introduction of other institutions and improved arrangements, which will preclude all the existing evils, and permanently secure the well-being and happiness of mankind. The system, the separate parts of which have been explained in this report, will lead to this improved condition of society by the least circuitous route that the present degraded state of the human mind and character will admit. But to understand the nature and objects of these several parts, the whole attention and powers of the mind must be called into action. Can the use or value of a timepiece be ascertained from a knowledge only of the spring, or of some of the separate wheels, or even of all its parts with the exception of one essential to its movements? If, then, a knowledge of the whole is absolutely requisite before a simple piece of mechanism to mark time can be comprehended, surely it is far more necessary that a system which promises to impart the greatest benefits ever yet offered to mankind should be so thoroughly examined, in its several parts and entire combination, as to be well understood, before any party ventures to decide whether or not it is competent to produce the effects intended. The result of such an examination will show, that each part has been devised with reference to a simple general principle, and that there is a necessary connection between the several parts, which cannot be disturbed without destroying the use and value of this new mental and physical combination. It may be further opposed, as every other very great beneficial change in society has been, but what avail the puny efforts which the united ignorance of the world can now make to resist its introduction in this and other countries, when it may be easily proved, by experiment, to be fraught with the highest benefits to every individual of the human race? Even the strong natural prejudices in favor of all old established customs will contend against it but for a time. There does not exist an individual who, when he shall understand the nature and purport of the system, will anticipate from it the slightest degree of injury to himself, or rather, who will not perceive that he must derive immediate and incalculable advantages from its introduction. Circumstances far beyond the knowledge or control of those whose minds are confined within the narrow prejudices of class, sect, party, or country, now render this change inevitable. Silence will not retard its progress, and opposition will give increased celerity to its movements. What, then, to sum up the whole in a few words, does your reporter now propose to his fellow creatures? After a life spent in the investigation of the causes of the evils with which society is afflicted, and of the means of removing them, and being now in possession of facts demonstrating the practicability and the efficacy of the arrangements now exhibited, which have been the fruit of that investigation, aided by a long course of actual experiments, he offers to exchange their poverty for wealth, their ignorance for knowledge, their anger for kindness, their divisions for union. He offers to effect this change without subjecting a single individual even to temporary inconvenience. No one shall suffer by it for an hour, all shall be essentially benefited within a short period from its introduction, and yet not any part of the existing system shall be prematurely disturbed. His practical operations will commence with those who are now a burden to the country for want of employment. He will enable these persons to support themselves and families, and pay the interest of the capital requisite to put their labor in activity. From the effects which will be thus produced on the character and circumstances of this oppressed class, the public will soon see and acknowledge that he has promised far less than will be realized, and when, by these arrangements, the vicious, the idle, and the pauper, shall be made virtuous, industrious, and independent, those who shall be still the lowest in the scale of old society may place themselves under the new arrangements, when they have evidence before them that these offer greater advantages than the old. Upon this principle the change from the old system to the new will be checked in its progress whenever the latter ceases to afford decided inducements to embrace it, for long established habits and prejudices will continue to have a powerful influence over those who have been trained in them. The change, then, beyond the beneficial employment of those who now cannot obtain work, will proceed solely from proof, in practice, of the very great superiority of the new arrangements over the old. Unlike, therefore, all former great changes, this may be effected without a single evil or inconvenience. It calls for no sacrifice of principle or property to any individual in any rank or condition. Through every step of its progress it affects unmixed good only. Acting on principles merely approximating to those of the new system, and at the same time powerfully counteracted by innumerable errors of the old system, he has succeeded in giving to a population originally of the most wretched description, and placed under the most unfavorable circumstances, such habits, feelings, and dispositions, as enable them to enjoy more happiness than is to be found among any other population of the same extent in any part of the world, a degree of happiness, indeed, which it is utterly impossible for the old system to create among any class of persons placed under the most favorable circumstances. Seeing, therefore, on the one hand, the sufferings which are now experienced, and the increasing discontent which prevails, especially among the most numerous and most useful class of our population, and, on the other, the relief and the extensive benefits which are offered to society on the authority of facts open to inspection, can the public any longer with decency decline investigation? Can those who profess a sincere desire to improve the condition of the poor and working classes longer refuse to examine a proposal, which, on the most rational grounds, promises them ample relief, accompanied with unmixed good to every other part of society? Your reporter solicits no favor from any party, he belongs to none. He merely calls upon those who are the most competent to the task, honestly, as men valuing their own interests and the interests of society, to investigate, without favor or affection, a plan, for relieving public distress and removing discontent, by giving permanent productive employment to the poor and working classes, under arrangements which will essentially improve their character and ameliorate their condition, diminish the expenses of production and consumption, and create markets extensive with production. Second lecture on the new religion. At an adjourned meeting, to take into consideration the advantages and disadvantages of religion, as it has been hitherto taught in forming the character of man, and in governing the world, Mr. Owen spoke thus: "At the former meeting I explained the outlines of the advantages and disadvantages of religion as it has been hitherto taught in forming the character of man. I have now to develop the advantages and disadvantages of religion as it has been hitherto taught in governing the world." It will be recollected that I then endeavored to show in what manner the religions of the world have influenced the four general classes of original minds in forming their matured character, and that I explained, at some length, the varied injuries experienced by each class. I then also stated that all the religions of the world were founded on the self-same fundamental suppositions, taught to the multitude as divine truths, but which suppositions, real knowledge has now demonstrated to be gross errors, productive of the most mischievous results to the whole of the human race. These suppositions are: first, that there is an absolute necessity for all to believe what the priests say true believers ought to believe. Second, that there is the deepest of all demerits, or the blackest of all crimes, in not believing their dogmas, which, however opposed the dogmas taught in one country may be to those taught in another, the priests, all over the world, agree to call divine truths. Third, that there is the same necessity for loving what the priests say ought to be loved, and for hating what they say ought to be hated, and the same demerit in not thus loving and hating. Fourth, that for believing or disbelieving, for loving or hating, contrary to the opinions of the priests, all men shall be eternally rewarded or punished. I further stated, that whatever Jews, Hindus, Mahomedans, or Christians, may say to the contrary, this is the real religion of all the sects in the world when stripped of its mystery, and that this is the only religion which has ever yet been taught to mankind. It is the sole religion, this day, of the people of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and all the nations upon earth. You thus perceive, my friends, that when religion is stripped of the mysteries with which the priests of all times and countries have invested it, and when such is explained in terms sufficiently simple that the common mind can fully comprehend it, without fear or alarm from a misguided imagination, all its divinity vanishes, its errors become palpable, and it stands before the astonished world in all its naked deformity of vice, hypocrisy, and imbecility. If, indeed, religion, as it has been hitherto taught, has emanated from a divinity, it must have been from one possessing the most dire hatred to mankind, one, who well knew how the most effectually to destroy, in the bud, the finest qualities of human nature, and the highest enjoyments of every individual. For all these fundamental suppositions on which the religion of the world alone rests are destructive of the well-being and happiness of the human race, each of them being in direct opposition to every fact of which man has hitherto acquired any accurate knowledge. In consequence of this discovery, all testimony handed down to us from our remote and ignorant ancestors, by tradition, writing, or printing, when opposed to facts, or the unchanging laws of nature, will not hereafter be received into any superior or intelligent mind. Such will be aware, that, of necessity, the universe must be one great truth, composed of all the facts which it contains, and that, from the same necessity, each fact must be in perfect harmony with every other fact, throughout the whole of this aggregate of facts, and that any tradition or testimony attempting to contravene these eternal truths must be errors of the imagination, or wilful falsehoods. The past religions of the world being thus opposed to the eternal laws of nature, will henceforth cease to disorganize the rational faculties of the human race, and to torment man from his birth to his grave. Even the governments of the world will now soon be made, by the progress of truth, to discover that religion will henceforth not serve their purpose to keep the people in ignorance, or much longer to give a divine sanction to imbecility and hypocrisy. No, the period for thus deceiving the human faculties is rapidly passing away, and the religion which has hitherto made the earth a pandemonium, will now die a natural death. Religion having until now controlled, to a very great extent, all the governments of the earth, the rulers of nations are, at this day, more or less compelled to form their laws and institutions under its direct or indirect influence. Rapid and extensive as the advance of science has latterly been, an advance, which makes the opposition to this religion of nature the more glaring, the individuals composing the most enlightened of modern governments, have not yet deemed it safe to attempt to unshackle themselves from the restraints which an artificial religion has hitherto put upon all their proceedings. Even the Imperial Parliament of Great Britain carries on all its deliberations under the perpetual fear of this overwhelming influence. I shall now endeavor to explain the advantages and disadvantages which all governments experience by submitting longer to be forced to govern under this influence. In order to govern through the influence of the religion which has been described, it becomes absolutely necessary, first to make the people mental slaves, and to devise institutions, by which their rational faculties shall be perverted or destroyed from infancy. This effect could only be produced by the influence of measures, acting perpetually upon their senses, which shall counteract the continual efforts of the mind to perceive facts, to compare them with each other, and to deduce from them natural and just conclusions. The measures so employed have been church services, conducted under an expensive and complicated church government. Nothing short of some such enormous power, applied without ceasing to the subversion of the reasoning faculties of the human race, could so long have kept mankind in the state of ignorance, poverty, imbecility, crime, and misery, in which they are at this day. To support this enormous stultifying power, it has been necessary for the governments of all countries to render each of their institutions subservient to that power, and in consequence, the great departments of the secular administration of all nations, have been established upon principles in conformity to the religion which has thus been employed to enslave the minds of the people. It is therefore the Church that governs in all countries in which a national church exists, or in which the minds of the population have been previously enslaved by the dogmas of some national church, or some sect, or sects, emanating from it. Now no church having such control over the people, through their ignorant religious prejudices, will suffer the national government to adopt any legislative measures calculated to give real knowledge to the people, or to instruct them in those principles on which their permanent prosperity and happiness depend. No. Their codes of laws, their notions of morality and immorality, and the education of the rising generation must be, and are, all devised to promote belief in their mysterious and stultifying creeds, and to destroy, in the bud, the rational faculties of the human race. In consequence man has been wretchedly ill-governed throughout all past ages. He has been forced into the most unnatural and artificial state that human ingenuity, under the direction of this false and artificial religion, could devise. His virtues have been perverted into vices, his superior reasoning faculties have been debased to the pursuit of every species of folly and absurdity, while all his powers of high enjoyment have been converted into the means of his most exquisite torments. To cultivate the best faculties in man, physical, intellectual, and moral, to the greatest degree that his nature is capable of attaining, requires only an honest, straightforward conduct on the part of those who govern society. It is simply this: to teach man truth from his infancy, to enable him to acquire an accurate knowledge of facts, to permit him to draw the necessary deductions from these facts, and to surround him from birth to death with circumstances which are in strict accordance with his organization, at the same time allowing him to act entirely in conformity to his nature. This rational mode of proceeding is all that is requisite to ensure a superior state of human existence. But religion, as it has been erroneously taught to man, compels him to receive lies from his birth, to shut his eyes to facts, or to refuse all accurate reasoning respecting them, and thus, to submit to the lowest possible degradation his intellectual and moral faculties. He is then, with all his qualities perverted from their natural state, trained to acknowledge that he is depraved by nature, although, by a strange inconsistency, he is taught at the same time to say that he is the work of an infinite wise and benevolent being. He is surrounded from his birth by the most vicious and injurious circumstances, eminently calculated to render him bad, and to become the most irrational and miserable animal upon earth, while, by the simple and natural mode of proceeding which I have described, he might easily be rendered the most rational and the happiest of created beings. As, therefore, the errors and evils of society arise from man's nature being entirely misunderstood, on account of which he has been made to receive the grossest falsehoods for truths from his birth, and to have all his thoughts and his feelings misdirected, the first step to be adopted by the people of all countries, who desire permanently to improve their condition, is to aid their governments to emancipate themselves from the thraldom of that religion which has brought man into this wretched state of physical and mental degradation. Without this being effected, as a preliminary measure, no government can possess the power to benefit the population, whose interests are committed to its care. And until it shall be rendered practicable for men to be honest, and to give utterance to their genuine thoughts and feelings, at the same time that they lie under no fear of being deemed irreligious when they do so express those thoughts and feelings, it will be vain to expect that the members of any government can benefit either themselves or the people over whom they rule. The reason is obvious: not one really useful institution can be established, or one rational law passed, until governments and people shall stand in a natural relation towards each other. To effect this, the people, as I have said, must delegate to their governments power to emancipate them from the greatest of all evils, with which they could be afflicted, viz. the influence of artificial religion. With the people must the measure originate which will alone enable their rulers to lay the foundation of a good or rational government. Let public opinion pronounce the verdict, and who will gainsay or resist its overwhelming authority? The religion of the world is founded on the supposition that man has the power, by nature, to think and to feel as he pleases. Now, as I have before sufficiently demonstrated, no superstructure of religion, raised upon such a basis, can produce aught except folly and misery. It follows that all codes of laws, founded on the same error, must partake, in a like degree, of absurdity and gross injustice. And as all governments devise their institutions in conformity with the religion and the laws which that religion directly, or indirectly, compels the government to adopt, the acts and proceedings of all governments must, of necessity, be a compound of the folly and injustice which the nature of its fundamental principles thus imposes upon it. There is no escape from the misery, which so much error, in its consequences, cannot fail to inflict. It will also be readily perceived that the education, or the forming of the character of every individual, must be in accordance with this religion, the code of laws emanating from it, and of the government, the result of both, and that any education proceeding from such a source can only train the population of any country to be inconsistent animals, without reason or judgment, on those subjects on which their permanent well-being and happiness depend. It is also evident that any education, given either in schools or universities, under these circumstances, would be more injurious than beneficial, as it would train the mind to error, and imbue it with the most horrid and absurd prejudices. These the human being is taught to hold sacred, and to consider worthy of being defended with his life. Hence religious contests, wars, and massacres, and the universal disunion and want of affection and charity among mankind. No one who is competent, accurately to trace cause and effect, can now mistake the source of all the professions now practiced in the civilized world. They are necessary to the support of religion, and to extract the labor from the industrious without any solid equivalent. Thus has religion made the world one great theater of folly and hypocrisy, or perhaps, more correctly speaking, one great lunatic asylum, in which each individual, to his own deep injury, is endeavoring to deceive his neighbor, and thus all are grossly deceived. The spell is about to be broken, the reign of Satan, or of ignorance and hypocrisy, is rapidly approaching its termination. Truth will now speedily govern the world, and all governments will be constrained to remodel their institutions on that base alone, or they will be forcibly remodeled by those whom they will no longer attempt in vain to govern through a system of deception and falsehood. If any of the governing powers expect to escape this change, they will be deceived, as Charles X 23 has been, to the abstraction of himself and his family from the government and throne of France. The most powerful governments are today paralyzed in all their measures by, as they imagine, 3 days fighting in Paris. They may, indeed, be paralyzed, for every step they take upon the old notions of the world, will involve them in more inextricable difficulties. The 3 days of contest in Paris, with the old system, was but the spark which has set the public mind over the world in a flame that cannot be again quenched, until the religions of the world and its utter abominations shall be utterly consumed, to give place to the religion of nature, and to make way for the commencement, in practice, of a superior state of society continually increasing in real knowledge and in general happiness. What has become of the armies of the world? They are vanished, and will no more exist, but as conservators of peace, and creators of valuable wealth, for the general benefit, instead of being horrid murderers of their fellow beings, and the devastators and destroyers of their hard-earned property. No. The time for man to murder man, in order to gratify the whim or caprice of some furious bigot, or half-idiot, is passing and will soon be past. Truth, with all its high attributes, union, industry, wealth, charity, and affection, not for this sect, or for that country, but for all mankind, will henceforward alone reign upon earth, directing men to all that is good, and teaching them to avoid all that is evil. Why is the government of France now at fault? Why does it not proceed in unison with the feelings and knowledge of the people? Because those who administer it have too much of the old leaven, because, with all power at their control, they know not how to lay the foundation for the new order of things, being stultified by old laws and precedents, and prejudices, generated by religion, for its support, not perceiving that these are, now, mere lumber of no value whatever, and that, root and branch, they must be consumed by the revolution. It is not a change of men that is now deserving a moment's consideration, it is an entire breaking up of the false fundamental notions, on which alone the world has been hitherto governed. It is the total annihilation of all old errors, and their consequent practice, for true principles and a new practice, which only can now satisfy the population of France, and of the civilized world. Let not the governments of Europe and America blame anyone for the present feelings and conduct of those whom they govern, for in the year 1818 they were distinctly apprised of the great causes which were then in active and extensive progress, to produce the existing results. They were then told, that these results were inevitable, and the reasons were explained, at length, why they were inevitable, unless remedies to avoid the evils were immediately adopted. These remedies were neglected at the proper period, and measures of fraud and force were preferred. The present state of Europe proves the error of the choice then made by the advisers of the crowned heads. May what has passed prove valuable experience to all statesmen for the future. But, my friends, what is the government of this country to do, in the altered and changing state of men's minds? Is it to be left at sea, to be tossed about in the whirlwind of men's prejudices and passions, and, perhaps, stranded, or wrecked, by being forced into a civil war? No. It is the duty and interest of all men to lend their best aid, to enable the government to extricate itself from the difficulties, by which, on all sides, it is now surrounded. For who will gain by a civil war, or by the success of any faction, attaining its end through violence? Not one single individual. All that is really good, can be best attained by knowledge, union, and moral courage. These are the only legitimate weapons of the new state of society, about to become universal. And when a sufficient number of men shall know what is true, and shall perseveringly place that truth in plain language before the public, all error must give way before them, and no government can resist their influence. It is now solely owing to the ignorance of the mass, that poverty and misery exists, and it is solely owing to religion, as it has been hitherto taught over the world, that a single human being is, at this moment, in ignorance. Let us, then, enable those who govern these kingdoms, to adopt decisive and effectual measures to educate the rising generation, in all the truths which prove themselves to be such, by their undeviating consistency with all known facts, while error, the parent of evil and misery, will be forever withdrawn from among the whole population. Let us, also, aid our rulers in forming measures to create general habits of healthy and beneficial industry, in giving, universally, good dispositions, or a right direction to the feelings of the people, and in devising a new arrangement of circumstances, all in unison with the laws of our nature, to supersede the existing injurious, vicious, and unnatural circumstances, which alone surround the population of this, and all other countries. Let us do this in earnest and in good faith, and not ignorantly arouse those irrational prejudices and passions, which the religious instructions of this country has compelled the people to receive, and when they can be made to understand the necessity for, and the benefits of this change, they will adopt it, and all parties will be benefited. Nor, let anyone fear that this result will not soon be obtained, for the advocates of truth, pure, unmingled truth, possess a moral power which sets all physical force at naught, a power which, until this day, has been unknown to the world, except by anticipation. The deeply reflecting, through past ages, have had it impressed upon their minds, that the time would, at some future period, arrive, when truth should obtain the victory over error, or, when the religion of a distorted imagination, should be made to give place to the religion of nature, and, when nature's laws should prevail over the unnatural laws, which a false religion has compelled man to adopt. This period, my friends, if it has not already arrived, is immediately at hand, and no human power can now arrest its progress. We are prepared openly to oppose all error and to contend against every injurious prejudice, and all prejudices are injurious. Further, we are prepared to render all the benefits in our power to all our fellow beings, who have been made the victims of those prejudices and of those errors. Having now shown the disadvantages of religion, in governing the world, it is requisite, according to the terms by which this meeting was called, to consider what are the advantages to be derived, by governing the world under the influence of the only religion which has yet been taught to mankind. The real object of this religion has been to keep man ignorant of himself, and of his nature, that men may be governed in the mass, by the few, with the least trouble and hazard to those few. And as long as it has been possible to keep a knowledge of facts from men, or to prevent them from comparing one fact with another, and reflecting upon the consequences which necessarily follow from those comparisons, religion, as it has been hitherto taught, did aid and assist the governing few, to keep the many in as much order as the ignorance of the many would admit. Their imaginary hopes and fears, from the promised rewards and threatened punishments, through all eternity, bowed the neck of the multitude to the yoke of the directing few, however galling that yoke was made by the priests of the respective sects or parties into which those professing a belief in religion are divided. This is the sole good, if good it may be termed, that religion, as it has been taught, has effected for mankind, in exchange for all the crimes which it has engendered, and for the endless miseries with which, since its invention, it has afflicted the human race. And this period has continued during all the ages of which we have received any account, however imperfect, of the proceedings of our ignorant and abused ancestors. Its evils have been, and are beyond the power of numbers to estimate. Its benefits will be more than expressed by the lowest terms that can be applied to them. Let us, then, act like men who have detected, not some common errors, in common society, but who have discovered the fundamental errors of human laws and institutions, the very cause of all the evils of human life. Let us act upon the knowledge of these new and superior circumstances, as men attaining such high privileges are called upon to act. Let every minor feeling and consideration give way to those noble and enlarged sentiments, while our conduct is that which belongs alone to the advocates of truth and of real knowledge. Let us, then, place truth and knowledge in the most conspicuous manner before the world. Let us address His Majesty, and petition both Houses of Parliament to take these high and important subjects into their immediate consideration, that a new order of society may be, without delay, established throughout the whole of the British dominions. Let us, then, now address His Majesty, and petition the new Parliament to take into consideration the advantages and disadvantages of religion, as it has been hitherto taught, in forming the character of man, and in governing the world. And that, if, upon such investigation, it shall appear palpable to all who can reflect, that the disadvantages exceed, beyond all estimate, the advantages, that the religion of truth and nature shall be immediately substituted for this false and unnatural religion, which has heretofore destroyed the rational faculties of man, and the happiness of the human race. I, therefore, move, that this meeting address His Majesty, and petition both Houses of Parliament, to take into consideration the advantages and disadvantages of religion, as it has been taught in forming the character of man, and in governing the world, and that, if the disadvantages shall be found to exceed the advantages, that the religion of truth and nature shall be immediately introduced throughout the British Dominion, in order to supersede the present unnatural religion of the world. And, also, that the teachers of the present unnatural religion shall receive double the encouragement, to instruct the people in the natural and true religion, that they have, heretofore, enjoyed, for opposing its progress. The Address to His Majesty. Sire, we are deeply impressed with the conviction, that your Majesty has a sincere desire to aid your subjects, throughout the whole of the British dominions, in improving their condition. We believe, that it is not possible, by any device of man, to improve the condition of this population, more effectually, than by changing the unnatural religion in which they have unfortunately been educated, from infancy, for the religion of truth and of nature, which may now, for the first time in the history of mankind, be taught to them, without danger, or more evil, than a very temporary inconvenience. We, therefore, entreat your Majesty, to afford all the aid and assistance of your high station, to induce your ministers, to take into their immediate consideration the advantages and disadvantages of religion, as it has been hitherto taught, in forming the character of man, and in governing the world. And, by thus attending to our wishes, you will acquire higher, and more lasting glory, than all the monarchs who have preceded you, in the past history of the world. The petition to both Houses of Parliament. Humbly sheweth, that your petitioners desire that the amelioration in the condition of the people of this country, now rendered so necessary, as to be no longer, with safety to the state, withheld from them, should be effected through the wisdom of the new Parliament, now assembled, aided by the cordial assistance of His Majesty. That your petitioners are convinced, from all past experience, that no effectual permanent improvement can be made in the condition of the people of this country, so long as they shall be forced to receive, from childhood, the unnatural doctrines of the religion of the world, which, heretofore, all children have been compelled to receive, to the almost entire destruction of their rational faculties and moral feelings. That your petitioners, being most deeply impressed with the paramount importance of this subject, over every other that can come before the Imperial Parliament, pray your Honourable House, to take into your immediate consideration the subject of religion, as it has been hitherto taught in these realms, and to all mankind, and that you will devise measures to relieve the population of Great Britain and Ireland, and the British dominions abroad, from the incalculable evils which that religion has accumulated upon them, through so many past ages of misery. And your petitioners shall ever pray, etc. I have now to propose measures of deep interest to the public. It does not appear to me to be practicable for the legislature of this country to effect such a reform 24 under the present state of public opinion, as will admit of any other representation in the House of Commons than of wealth and of long-established errors, on subjects the most vitally important to the well-doing, and well-being, of the people and of the permanent prosperity of the state. It is perhaps not desirable that a universal representation of the people should take place, until they shall be better educated and more correctly informed, but it is most desirable, that measures should be immediately adopted to better educate, and more correctly inform the great mass of the people, upon those subjects on which permanent prosperity and happiness depend. To effect these objects in a manner constitutional and beneficial to all classes, I propose that public meetings shall be occasionally held in this metropolis, meetings that shall cover their expenses, and yet be open to the public, meetings at which the interests of the producing classes shall be calmly and temperately investigated, meetings that shall aid the authorities of the country to effect, without producing evil to any class, such changes as the progress of knowledge render necessary. Meetings in which the most valuable truths hidden, during past ages, from the public mind shall be brought to light not factiously, but to inform all, for the permanent benefit of all, meetings, in short, to remove the cause of the irritations and anger which now divide mankind, and prevent the creation of that charity for the unavoidable convictions and feelings of their fellows which can alone establish among the population of the world the peace and goodwill which Christians have been taught to expect will some day pervade all nations. To accomplish these most important objects, it has occurred to me that the best mode will be to hold a public meeting as often as may be found convenient, and that an arrangement shall be made to cover the expenses, and yet to admit a certain portion of the public free of charge, and that every shilling received shall be applied, by a committee appointed for that purpose, to pay the rent, printing, and advertisements, and that no individual connected with these proceedings, receive from this fund any emolument whatever. It appears to me, that public meetings of this character offer the best mode of enlightening the public, peaceably and satisfactorily to all parties, upon those subjects in which all now require to be well informed. I say well informed, because, heretofore, there has been no real knowledge given to the public upon these subjects on the right understanding of which the permanent well-doing of the people and the prosperity of nations depend. Hitherto the most valuable truths relative to the rational government of society have been most carefully hidden from the people of all countries, while this knowledge will prove to be the only real protection and safeguard, of those who now govern the nations of Europe. All, yes I say all, producers and non-producers, rich and poor, governors and governed, will owe their relief from existing difficulties and their progressive improvement and safety to the rapid spread of this invaluable knowledge. Well do I know, concluded Mr. Owen, that all men of the old system of the world would be, for a short season offended, because of my public proceedings. Knowing the source of their feelings, their offense will not offend me, but the time cannot be far off, when they will discover, that so far from being offended at my perseverance, in so long advocating a system for governing mankind, of a character altogether different from any that has ever yet existed, that I shall, sooner or later, receive their lasting and highest commendation. My intention is to benefit everyone, and injure no one. These meetings will therefore be held to remove error in principle and practice from the public, and to establish truth and the most consistent practice in perfect accordance with it. The address, petitions, and concluding proposal were carried by acclamation. From Lectures on an Entire New State of Society. On Marriage. Of all the sources of evils in human life, under existing arrangements, marriage, according to popular notions and as now solemnized, is one of the most considerable, if not the chief. Its pernicious effects extend far and wide in all directions, through the past, the present, and the future. It has taken deep root in our oldest established habits, customs, and notions, and it has spread its baneful influence through all the ramifications of society. It has given its peculiar character to the whole construction of society in all countries in which it has been established, and it is now, and ever has been, the chief source of ignorant selfishness, duplicity, cunning, deception, and crime among the human race. It must therefore be fairly met, the errors of its origin must be exposed, its innumerable evils in practice must be laid open, its injurious effects upon the whole fabric of society must be made known, and the lamentable consequences, which it has ever had in forming the character of man and influencing his conduct through life, must be made familiar to all ranks, to every age, and to both sexes. The origin of marriage is the natural and unavoidable feeling of love between the sexes, and which has been evidently implanted to continue the same race of beings, and when they shall attain to a rational state of mind and of circumstance, to give both parties a high degree of happiness without any alloy. Man being ignorant of his nature, and being formed to acquire a knowledge of it by slow degrees, has always, hitherto, been involved in the midst of innumerable errors, and in consequence been subjected to much evil and misery, both of which are the means appointed by nature to stimulate him to overcome his original ignorance by observation and reflection. During this long night of ignorance and inexperience, affairs of mankind have been under the government of imagination, administered under the directions of the fanciful notions and caprices of a body of men called the priesthood, who, being ignorant of human nature, and of the means of obtaining happiness for themselves or their fellow beings, contrived measures to perplex and confound the understandings of the mass of the people, until they brought their minds into slavery, and under complete subjection to a system, supported by miracles and mysteries, calculated only to injure, and, as far as it was possible, to destroy the germs of the rational faculties of the human race. By these means imagining supernatural powers were made to influence and coerce human thoughts, feelings, and conduct, in opposition to human nature, and thus crime was first conceived and introduced by man to torment the human race through the thousands of ages that have passed. It was in this manner, that the natural intercourse between the sexes was made a crime, and that an unnatural intercourse was devised for them by the priesthood, which, in its ultimate but unforeseen consequences by them, has produced more crime and misery than any other error that they have committed, except the introductions of rewards and punishments, present and future, for belief and disbelief, in their unintelligible and incomprehensible dogmas, about supernatural beings and a fanciful future mode of existence. They arranged a legal and unnatural intercourse of the sexes, under the supposition, that human nature was formed with the power to love or hate, or to be indifferent, in its sexual feelings, at the will or pleasure of the individual, and in consequence they contrived complicated and mystical forms and ceremonies under which this unnatural intercourse was to take place, which, of necessity, introduced enormous errors and crimes into the world, and afflicted man with all their consequent evil and misery. They thus greatly diminished the enjoyment of the social intercourse between the sexes, and estranged their minds from each other, making them to feel and act sexually more foolishly and irrationally than all other animals. This was the necessary result of men making laws and regulations for the government of their fellow men, before they had acquired a knowledge of themselves or of the laws of human nature. The consequences of these ignorant, inexperienced, and unwise proceedings are that men and women have been made fools and hypocrites in their intercourse with each other. That ceremonies and forms have been devised to compel men and women to forswear themselves before they can legally have an unnatural intercourse with each other. That the consequence of these unnatural proceedings are, that other arrangements became necessary, by which the children thus produced and educated are greatly deteriorated in their physical constitution and form, and in their dispositions, habits, and manners, in their intellectual faculties, and in their moral feelings. That real love and pure chastity are diminished to an incalculable extent, and, in place thereof, assumed affection and the most pernicious prostitution are forced upon the human race, and made to pervade society. That the evils emanating from these errors, regarding the intercourse between the sexes, extend through all the ramifications of society, and, in every department of life, defeat all the rightful objects of human existence. That prostitution, under its worst forms, must continue to inundate the world with its crimes, disease, and misery, and to the utter destruction of many of the finest females who come into existence, as long as these unnatural marriages shall obtain, and pure chastity shall continue unknown or unacknowledged by society. That it is far worse than useless to attempt to introduce truth and sincerity, or any conduct that really deserves the name of virtue, into human society, as long as this destroyer of all truth and sincerity, of all honest, open, and straightforward proceedings amongst mankind, shall be permitted, through popular prejudice, to hold its sway over the destinies of the human race. No, my friends. It will be, indeed, a vain attempt to elevate human nature out of the depth of ignorance and vice, in which it now grovels, while arrangements are permitted to exist to force individuals, by pains and penalties, to falsify their thoughts and disguise their feelings, or to make the thoughts and feelings which the individual cannot entertain and feel orthodox, and those heterodox which by their nature they are compelled to receive and feel. When will the time arrive when men shall rise superior to these fooleries and follies, or rather to these vices and crimes? For surely, if there be meaning in the common terms of speech, it is both vicious and criminal to compel, or to tempt men to say, what they cannot force themselves to think, or to express what they cannot force themselves to feel. Wherein consists the virtue of the present system of the world? In the gravity and pertinacity, with which falsehood and deception is encouraged, countenanced, and protected. Who are benefited by this system, or who will derive advantage from its longer continuance? The married or the single? The children or the parents? The rich or the poor? The priests or the lawyers? The governors or the governed? Surely not a few of these parties must be immense gainers in some way or other, to compensate for the enormous mass of crime and misery, which measures so directly opposed to all the natural and, therefore, rightful feelings of mankind, are sure to engender and bring into full action. But, my friends, what will you say for the rationality of mankind, or for the practical wisdom of their measures, after all that we have heard of the march of human intellects, where I tell you, and that too, without fear of contradiction from any well-informed intellectual mind, that there is not one of these individuals, married or single, child or parent, rich or poor, priest or lawyer, governor or governed, who is not, through his existence, from birth to death, a grievous sufferer by these insane proceedings. Do you hear or know of quarrels between man and wife? Of husband or wife experiencing the bitterest of misery through their union? Of crimes and murders committed by husbands and wives upon their partners legally bound together for life? Do you hear or know of children ill brought up, badly educated, full of vice, and bringing misery upon themselves and connections? Do you hear or know of individuals suffering the extreme of poverty, and perishing for the want of the necessaries of life? If you do, and who is there whose experience does not inform him that these evils pervade society, even that which is called the most civilized? Then be assured that these miseries are intimately connected with, and, in almost all cases, proceed immediately from the folly of man attempting to oppose and change the laws of his nature, by the artificial and most unnatural arrangements which now exist over the earth, to compel men and women to live together who find it impossible to love one another, or to have a chaste affection for each other. The term chastity is in the mouth of everyone, but few know wherein pure chastity consists. If I mistake not the term, and the qualities which it should indicate, it is only to be found where the physical and mental affections mutually exist between the parties. Now the present arrangements for the union of the sexes are most unfavorable for the formation of this double affection, and for its continuance when formed. The inequality of condition and education, in some cases, and the general system of deception, in which all young persons are now trained, prevent the parties ascertaining the real state of each other's minds before marriage. Both parties are unusually trained in such a manner, as to induce them, upon the most important points, to endeavor to hide their real sentiments and feelings from each other. This is a grievous error. The parties are legally bound for life before they have the means of knowing, with any degree of certainty, whether their physical and mental affections are in unison, or formed by nature and education, with any probability, that if they exist in some slight degree previous to marriage there is a reasonable prospect, they shall increase afterwards and become durable. What misery can be greater than that which arises from two persons being compelled to live under the existing family arrangements, and, as is the case generally with the middle and lower classes, to be compelled to be in each other's society from morning to night, and from night to morning throughout their lives? Are the legal indissoluble bonds, by which the parties are thus bound together, for better and for worse calculated to increase their physical and mental affections? Those who know what human nature is, and by what laws it is eternally governed, are conscious that this individual arrangement, intended to ensure the good government of man, and to promote his comforts and enjoyments, is essentially calculated to create disorder in society, and to prevent the attainment of a high degree of happiness which, under other arrangements in unison with the ascertained laws of his nature, might be provided for, and permanently secured to him. And, although it be true in a very few cases, that this indissoluble bond does increase the happiness of some parties, who accidentally find their physical and mental affections united as nature intended they should be, and, therefore, are such ill-judged bonds the less necessary, yet, in the great majority of cases, these very bonds with their consequent appendages are the means by which the finest affections of the parties are diminished if not destroyed. They are intended, if they have any rational object, to force the continuance of the affections. Now nothing can be more destructive of real love and genuine affection, than any species of force or discovered deception, and these bonds partake of the nature of both. Where and while the affection exists, the bonds are unnecessary, and where it is not, the bonds are discovered to act as a force to nature, and as a deception tempting by the offer of temporary enjoyment, into a life of unavoidable misery. Such is the real character, and such is the necessary result of a measure founded in opposition to the nature of man, established on the supposition that he possessed the power to love and hate at pleasure, and that the affections of each individual could be formed and continued or changed by his will. This is the first great error committed in the present system of the world, in an attempt to promote the happiness of man in his social relations with the other sex. The second was to form arrangements that each pair so united should live with their offspring separate and apart from all other families, within a little circle or world of their own. Few individuals, as all have been hitherto trained and educated, can afford to be thus thrown solely upon their own resources to give anything like permanent satisfaction to each other. Nature's law requires for its highest health and enjoyment much greater change of sensation, than such a life admits of to the parents, and no arrangements can be more unfavorable for acquiring a real knowledge of human nature, or of general knowledge, than the usual family arrangements for a single pair and their children. The attentions required upon all occasions, by the parents, to the wants and wishes of each other, to the nursing and training of their children, and to the means by which they are afterwards to be provided for, occupy all their best faculties, uselessly or mischievously, under a continuation of the most unfavorable circumstances, that ignorance of the real nature of man, could well conceive and unite. Uselessly, because the parents, by the most extraordinary efforts, seldom succeed in placing each other as they desire, or in providing for their offspring as they wish, or in educating them to form the characters which they intended they should acquire. Mischievously, by being compelled to live within artificial arrangements, which paralyze their powers to do good and promote the happiness of others, out of their own confined circle, and under which, if unsuccessful, they and their families suffer many afflictions, and if successful, many other families are made wretched by their success. For the acquisition, as it is called, of independence, by any one family, renders it necessary, in the deplorable system under which we are compelled to live, that some other families less successful in accumulating gain, should become slaves to support their useless and mischievous independence of idleness and fraud, of an independence greatly injurious to the individuals attaining it, and to the whole of society, tending as they increase in number, to form a mass of injustice and oppression over all the industrious classes. Nor is this arrangement, of single pairs and their immediate offspring, more favorable to the creation and cultivation of just and kind feelings for mankind. On the contrary, they concentrate the faculties and feelings within a very narrow sphere, and thereby a strong tendency is created to make all the individuals of the family suppose that they have a real interest separate from and opposed to all other families, and to engender individual feelings of ignorant selfishness, which under this system of error, will continue to increase in proportion to the increase of wealth and numbers. But these single family divisions of society, not only tend to engender and maintain ignorant individual selfishness throughout society, to create innumerable little family circles of competition, contest, and discord, but also to form the whole of society into a chaotic mass of petty individual, or family contending interest, to the incalculable detriment and injury of the victors and vanquished in the contest. Baneful, however, as these results are, they form but a part, and the lesser part, of the permanent evils which the individual family arrangements now inflict upon the human race, by placing the children, during the most important period for well forming their character, under the direction of the persons who, from their animal affections and general ignorance of human nature, are usually the least competent to perform this most important duty, and also by placing the children, during their infancy, childhood, and youth, under the individual family arrangements, which in almost every instance consist of the most unfavorable combination of circumstances that can be brought to influence the young human being, physically, mentally, and morally. It will be utterly impracticable to form a superior generation of men, while children are condemned to receive daily and hourly impressions from such a combination of imbecile and vicious circumstances. No, my friends. For these can only form another weak, irrational, and vicious generation similar to the present and all the past. For these and many other reasons, which your time will not permit me now to enumerate, there will be no necessity, in the new and superior state of society, for marriages on the principles on which marriages have been hitherto solemnized. But as the present generation has been trained to acquire the most false and injurious sexual ideas and passions, and, in consequence, to have an unnatural and therefore a vicious direction given to them, it becomes necessary, in making preparations to pass from the present to a superior state of society, to devise some preliminary arrangements for a social union of the sexes, which shall gradually diminish the existing evils of the marriage state, and shall allow the next generation to be chaste in their feelings, and open, honest, and rational in their conduct. For this purpose it is my intention to propose, for practice, in the intermediate stage of society which existing errors will render necessary, between the miserable condition in which human nature now is, and the very superior state to which the principles now advocated will lead, that the parties desirous of forming a matrimonial union shall, at a regular weekly meeting open for instruction, publicly declare their intention to do so, and if at the termination of 3 months after that declaration, the same parties come forward in the same manner and state that they continue of the same mind, that second public declaration shall constitute the marriage. But as this union will be, like all other political measures, intended solely for the happiness of the individual members, when it does not interfere with the more general happiness of the community, should the parties thus united discover, after a period to be fixed, that their happiness has not been promoted by the union, and they are thereby rendered miserable, they will have the right and privilege of expressing their disappointment and desire to be released from his or her engagement publicly, at one of the weekly meetings as upon the notification of their intention to marry. They will then return and continue to live together as before the public declaration of their desire to separate, and if at the end of 6 months from that period, they cannot alter and reconcile their differences of feeling for each other, on the parties presenting themselves a second time, and both expressing their wish to separate, that declaration will terminate the union, and either one or both may, without diminution of character, form, at any subsequent period, a new marriage. If, however, at the end of the first 6 months, from the first declaration of their desire to separate, one only will express a wish to dissolve the union, the parties must return again and live 6 months longer in their married state, at the termination of which period if both or one then desire a separation of their union, and publicly express it, that declaration will constitute a divorce, and entitle both parties to form any new engagement. From 6 lectures delivered at Manchester on the professions, we will proceed to hold up this mirror of truth to the middle classes, that they may at length discover to what extent they have been abused and degraded, by being trained to become a member of any division of that class, a class, which now is the slave of the upper and the oppressor of the lower orders of society. Let us now examine this class in its various subdivisions, and ascertain the real character of each. The civil professions, as they are called, take the lead, and well and truly are they called professions, for, when analyzed, there is nothing but profession in their whole character. Let us, however, not be mistaken, at the onset of our proceedings, upon this difficult and delicate subject, but difficult and delicate only on account of the present irrational state of the human intellects and feelings. We do not, and with our knowledge of human nature, we cannot blame any individual of any one of these professions, we cannot, indeed, avoid feeling the greatest sympathy for their conditions, compassion for the sufferings they are made to endure, and deep regret for the happiness of which they are deprived. They are the victims of a most wretched and degrading classification, and are thus made to become the ignorant instruments, by which this classification, and the misery of their own children, are perpetuated. We therefore, with our knowledge, are compelled to abhor the system by which individuals are trained to be thus classed, and made to be enemies of their species, but for the individuals of each class and division of each class, we are equally compelled to have pity, to have pure charity, and to have sincere affection for them, to the extent that their individual irrational qualities will permit to be received into our nature. And first, with regard to that profession which the world has been taught to call divine, the profession of divinity. The profession which, for so many thousand years has deranged all human proceedings, and instigated the human race to inflict such horrid miseries on itself. For the priesthood of the world, as it has existed through the known history of our species, has been, in truth and sober sadness, the curse of mankind. Is its character altered in the present day? For a reply, look to England, Ireland, and Scotland, look to Portugal and Spain, or, in fact, turn your attention to any other district or nation, and the crimes and miseries which are at this moment produced directly or indirectly by the errors, often the most conscientious, of the priesthood of this world, exceed all human conception. As long as this priesthood shall have dominion over the human faculties, to direct them from infancy, to its purposes, man must continue the ignorant, cruel, uncharitable, and irrational animal which he ever has been, and which he now is, in every part of the globe. Why are you now told these most disagreeable of all truths? Can any pleasure be derived from wounding your feelings, and arousing your temporary anger? No. It is, probably, far more painful to him who utters than to those who hear him, but he well knows that unless someone shall sacrifice himself at the shrine of public opinion to save the human race from the dire effects which the priesthood of the world inflicts upon the world, man must continue the ignorant, degraded, and irrational creature which that priesthood has hitherto compelled him to become. And this sacrifice is now made, as much for the permanent benefit of the individuals who are trained to form this priesthood as for any other portion of the family of man, for this priesthood is itself, in the person of each individual trained to be a member of it, as much abused and injured, as when they are formed to be an efficient part of it, they abuse and injure the poor creatures, whose mental and moral faculties they derange, and whose existence and happiness they thereby destroy. The priesthood of the world, is, therefore, deeply interested in the introduction of measures, which shall effectually supersede their order, without violence or public disturbance of any kind, and, also, without injury to the property, person, or mind of any one of them. This is the character of the change which will be proposed, a change, which will be productive of benefits to each of these individuals far beyond those, which, under the existing system of society, can be attained or enjoyed, by any priest, of any rank, in any country. Instead of this order of men being formed to compel the human race to acquire the character of conscientious fools, or more intellectual hypocrites, or some modification of both, all men will be trained to possess much more useful and valuable knowledge, much higher and more correct powers of reasoning, to be far more consistent, to have better habits, to speak their real convictions and feelings only, and altogether to acquire a superior character to that of any priest that has ever yet been, or can be formed under the existing irrational system. As the priests of the world have been formed to become what they have been, and are, by the ignorance of the system in which all have been hitherto involved, they are blameless for being priests, and for acting the priestly character. Let arrangements be then devised and be honestly put into practice to terminate forever the order of the priesthood, but let it be terminated without injury of any kind to a single priest, professing any of the imaginary notions of any of the systems which are called religion, in any part of the world. Until this act of justice to the priest and people shall be thus accomplished, it will be vain to expect that ignorance, division, poverty, and crime, generated by the errors of the priesthood shall not, as heretofore, pervade the human race. It will be vain to expect that men can become charitable and kind to each other, and it will be still more vain to expect that, until this great victory over the accumulated prejudices of the world shall be achieved, man can be trained to be a rational being. Here, then, is another overwhelming reason, why the existing classification of society should now be made to cease, not only for the benefit of all other classes, but for the incalculable advantage of the class of priests, and for each individual priest who is now forced to become anything but a rational being. No priest, minister, or other individual, will, it is hoped, mistake the intention of what has been now stated, respecting this division of the professions. The important truths which have now been declared to you, are truths deeply affecting the well-being and happiness of every individual of the human race, now, and throughout all future ages. They are truths which alone can emancipate man from the degraded and irrational condition in which he ever has been and is, and elevate him to the rank of an intelligent, rational, and happy being. Let no one, therefore, be offended at these sayings, but let all who hear them ponder them well in their minds, and then ask themselves, are these things true? Have we been in error from infancy, and seen all things, to this period, through a glass darkly, and thus been kept in a state worse than that of being physically blind? Even so has it been with you, and so is it, at this moment, with the whole of the human race. This truth will appear more and more evident as we proceed in the present course of lectures. The civil profession next in importance and influence over the world is that of the law. As the priesthood of the world has left mankind, after so many thousand years of talking, preaching, and publishing, exactly in the same state, regarding what they call divine knowledge, as when their order was first instituted, except that the human intellects are more confused and mystified by the absurd and wild fancies which they have successfully introduced, more and more to perplex the subject, so has the profession of the law left mankind as ignorant, at this day, of justice and equity. As when the earliest code of law was given to the human race, except that subsequent expounders and advocates of all the various codes have more and more darkened the subject and left no traces of truth or justice in any of the existing codes, by which the mass of the people are coerced and oppressed in all countries, under the name of government and legislation. All the codes of laws, hitherto given to man, have been based on the same fatal error on which the religions of the world have been founded, and these codes have materially added still more to irrationalize the ideas of mankind, and confound all their notions of right and wrong, of true and false. Listen to the pleadings of the advocates of law, in any of the courts of justice as they are misnamed, and you will at once discover that these advocates are not pleading to ascertain truth and award justice, but most generally to cover the truth from the public, and to give advantage to the more wealthy and powerful. The mind of every lawyer is grievously injured by the act of learning his profession. The association of his ideas becomes thereby complex and most incongruous, and he is of necessity forced to acquire a professional character opposed to his own happiness, and the well-being of the human race. He thus often regards, most frequently, indeed, he cannot avoid regarding, his client as a fool for being so irrational as to come to him for law, or to expect justice in a court, whose first principles are based on notions in opposition to the most obvious facts, and are therefore opposed to justice and to common sense. Lawyers are generally made from among those young persons who exhibit the most acuteness or highest intellectual powers. Thus, by this arrangement, is the world acting strongly against itself. Its more powerful minds are withdrawn from the investigation of truth, to make them familiar with, and adepts in error, which is afterwards employed with energy to counteract the happiness of the human race, to produce and promote division for the immediate gain of the advocates of law, while these advocates are thereby made to act the part of fools or knaves, or both, and to be thus deeply injured as members of the great family of man. How many lawyers in every country are now deeply lamenting the evils brought on the population of the world, by the profession, which, by their education, has been necessary for their support in what is deemed a respectable station in life. Yet while the present irrational system shall be maintained, lawyers and courts of law, with all their absurd paraphernalia, under the name of justice, are necessary to prevent men becoming more open and violent fools and knaves than the existing system compels them to become, and lawyers know that that which is called law, must be supported until society shall be prepared to adopt another system, founded on rational principles, and in which, law or injustice would be not only useless, but highly injurious. The profession of the law, therefore, should be altogether abandoned, were it only for the benefit of the members of the profession, that they may be trained to be rational beings, and allowed to act rationally through their lives. The next civil profession, in the present irrational system, is that of medicine. It is one made necessary like the two former, by the gross ignorance in which the human race has been kept through the error on which all human affairs have been based. It is a profession which will be abandoned, as soon as men shall be trained from their infancy to become rational, that is, as soon as they shall be taught to acquire wisdom to do without any of the professions, which are now inflicting so much unnecessary misery upon mankind. When arrangements shall be formed, founded on the true knowledge of man, each individual will be trained and educated from infancy, to understand and to practice justice, better than any lawyer, and to understand and practice the means of preserving and restoring health, better than any physician can now advise him. In a rational state of society there will be no necessity for medical advisors or medicines. The art of preserving health will be an essential part of the early education of everyone. Young children will be made familiar with the anatomy and physiology of their own frames and nature, and with the art of preserving life, and thus will the mystery of the medical art cease forever. What can be less desirable than the life of a medical man, either with little or with full practice? In the first case, he is in an educated penury, longing for full practice; in the second, he spends his life amidst human suffering, which, he is conscious, proceeds generally from the ignorance and consequent folly of his patients, whom he is often compelled to estimate, merely for the fees which they contribute to his support or gain. How many of this profession would now say to their patients, if their comfortable existence would admit of such honest proceedings, "Why do you come to me for medicine, when the cause of your disease is, that you have already taken too much solid and fluid into your system? Diminish both, fast occasionally, take regular exercise in good air, avoid idleness or too much excitement, and employ yourself, if you want occupation, in measures to change the system which has kept you so long ignorant of the most valuable knowledge, relative to your health and happiness, and which renders it necessary that your profession or any other profession should be maintained out of your industry, or the industry of the people, not for your benefit or theirs, but to the material injury of both." The really intelligent well know that the causes which now render divines, as they are called, and lawyers, and medical men, necessary in society, may be effectually and forever removed, most beneficially for divines, lawyers, and medical men, as well as for the public at large. The expense of these civil professions, as they are termed, is directly and indirectly enormous, but the expense, great as it is by far the least evil of this part of the existing arrangements of society. These so-called civil professions are real enemies, and most formidable ones too, to the human race. They destroy the minds and morals of all, and materially injure the health of all. They are, in fact, the cause of all the deception and hypocrisy which spoil the human character and make the earth a pandemonium instead of a terrestrial paradise, a paradise, which truth, with the progress already attained in the arts and sciences, would now soon form it to become. The irrationality of these professions will appear the more glaring, when it is called to mind, that individuals are taken out of families to be trained to deceive and prey upon other members of the family, for the priests, lawyers, and medical men, continually deceive and prey upon every other class in society, but especially upon the agriculturalists, manufacturers, merchants, traders, and operatives, who they consider are trained to be their dupes and are fair game, from whom to make their fortunes. And yet, as in most cases, the deceiver is the most deceived, for the priest, lawyer, or physician, whose reasoning faculties have been early well cultivated, although on false principles, must, as he advances in his professional education, discover the fallacy and deception of the trade or calling in which he is placed through the ignorance of society, to support his existence and to rise in the world, for, to advance himself in wealth and importance, he is taught to consider the great object and business of his life. This knowledge creates feelings and a general character unfavorable to the happiness of the individual and of society. It is true it may form a clever deceptive character that may rise to the top of his profession, but it never can make an intelligent, honest man, who knows that he is promoting the well-being and happiness of mankind. He may be successful in his pursuits of gain, or as a politician, but he never can know the higher enjoyments emanating from conduct in accordance with his feelings, a conduct which, upon all occasions, permits him without hesitation, to express in look, word, and action, the genuine sentiments of his mind, those convictions which the knowledge which he has acquired compels him to have, and until this unity of character shall be created, man will be unconscious of what real happiness is, or to what extent his physical, intellectual, and moral enjoyments may be increased. But it may be said, all professional men are not hypocrites, some are conscientious and honest, and express as much truth as the present irrational system of society will permit, without too much offense to it. This is true, but these are not the clever leading minds in their profession, they are generally the dupes of their professional education, and the tools of the clever, in their own and the other professions, and are often put prominently forward, by the latter, the more easily to carry on the general deception by which the mass of the people are imposed upon, to induce them to give their support to the system which maintains these professions. The present classification of society should be, therefore, gradually superseded were it only for the benefit of the members of the medical profession itself, for all the members of it ought to be placed by society under circumstances which will ensure them a superior character, more beneficial occupation to society, better health, and much more enjoyment for themselves, than it is possible for their profession to afford them. We now come to the consideration of the military professions, the army and navy and their appendages, the professions, which for so many ages have engrossed the physical energies and mental faculties of the majority of mankind, and which have destroyed so much of the wealth which has been produced, and prevented the creation of so much more, that, but for war, would have been produced. The armies and navies of Europe and other parts of the world, are proofs of the extent of the gross irrationality of the human race at this day, and of the enormous improvements which may be immediately effected by wise, united national measures, for the benefit of mankind. Now, each country is governed to give the greatest efficiency to its warlike operations, in case of being attacked by some other power, or when it may determine to be the aggressor. While the nations of the earth shall be placed in a position to be a temptation to be attacked or to attack for conquest, the inhabitants must remain ignorant of their own interest, and continue the irrational beings which they have hitherto been. Under such a system no permanent improvements to ensure the well-being and happiness of man, can be successfully carried into execution. The energies and capital of the world must be wasted, as long as wars shall continue, and war, as long as it shall govern the world, must keep man in a demoralized state, and compel him to remain irrational. Religion and war have not only existed together, but they have mutually supported each other, but true morality and war, truth and war, common sense or rationality and war never can exist together. The first indication of the approach of mankind to a rational state or mode of existence, will be a general cessation from war, the most powerful and civilized states agreeing to cease from it themselves, and to use their acquired moral influence to prevent its continuance in all the minor states, which power they could most easily apply without injury to anyone. What is the real condition of those poor deceived individuals who are tempted by the finery and pomp of war, or, who are compelled through necessity, artificially created, to take up arms as their profession, or for a livelihood? Are they not slaves, hired to murder and plunder, or to be murdered themselves, as the chance of war may be? Are they not thus placed in a condition to be deeply demoralized, and then to be induced to assist to demoralize all around them? Are they not thus withdrawn from being or becoming producers of wealth, to be useless consumers or destroyers of it, and not unfrequently the preventers of its production in others? Are they not thus trained and placed to become the immediate cause of making widows and orphans by thousands, and of producing poverty, and distress, both of body and mind, to a fearful extent? And what do they accomplish to compensate for all this degradation and misery to themselves and their fellows? They acquire what is called glory and honor, mere empty sounds and names, again invented to deceive the ignorant. The correct terms would be degradation and shame, acquired by being slaves to a military despotism, which trains them to delight in being, or compels them to be, human butchers. Surely it is now high time that this savage pomp and brutal conduct should cease from the earth, that man may at length be trained and educated and placed, so as to become rational, or a being possessing a sound understanding and common sense. Let men be permitted to be trained and educated to acquire a sound judgment and thus become rational, and their common sense would lead them to discover that the world may be far better governed without any violence, than it is possible it can be, with war and rapine and plunder. Were it, therefore, alone for the benefit of the professors of war, by land and sea, the existing classification ought to be immediately abandoned, but when the great interests of the human race are taken into consideration, then it becomes the essence of madness to encourage war by any artificial excitement, or, in any way to apply force to goad on one ignorant population to attack another. War is surely not the best mode to produce and distribute wealth, or to enjoy it, or to produce charity and kindness, or to form the best characters for the human race. The simple and plain fact, freed from all mystery, is, that all professions, civil and military, are directly opposed to the well-being and happiness of all the other classes of which society is composed, and they are also, without an exception, derogatory and highly injurious to every member of these professions. For, as society is now constituted, neither these professions nor any of the higher classes produce any real wealth, or any knowledge, which is or can be of any real service to mankind. On the contrary, they all consume, and some of them most wastefully, the wealth produced by the overexhausted labor of the working classes, and through the practical ignorance of the educated and higher classes relative to the best mode of producing the greatest quantity of the most valuable wealth the most beneficially for the producers and consumers, now the superior classes, as they are called, prevent the production of an incalculable amount of the most valuable wealth for all the higher purposes and enjoyments of life. But the professions and higher orders do not only consume, and often extravagantly, the wealth which they do not assist in creating, or merely prevent the creation of an enormous increase to the most valuable wealth for all the objects of society, but they are, to an extent beyond all estimate which can be made in the present irrational condition of the human race, the means of preventing the acquisition of knowledge, of that knowledge which would ensure health, strength of body and mind, wealth, intelligence, and conduct far superior to any yet known or practiced, serenity of mind arising from uniformly consistent ideas and association of ideas, produced from a clear conception of what is true and beneficial, and of what is false and injurious, all of which benefits will, of course, create and permanently ensure a state of human existence and enjoyment, such as no man, trained and educated as men have yet been, can form any just conception of. For irrational minds cannot understand or comprehend that which is rational, until they shall undergo the process by which their irrational association of ideas shall be unassociated and replaced by rational associations of ideas, or until their minds shall be filled with truth instead of falsehood, and be thus born again, that their thoughts and feelings may be purified from all uncharitableness and unkindness. For, such in truth, will be the new state of society, to which you are gradually advancing, through the unimpedable progress of knowledge, a knowledge which facts or experience is forcing upon the world. The natural and rational classification of society. As all men are born ignorant and inexperienced, and most receive their knowledge, either from the instincts of their nature, which are given to them at their birth, or from surrounding external objects, animate and inanimate, which they do not create. All, by nature, have equal rights, neither can it be justly said, that anything formed without its knowledge, can have more merit, or demerit, for being what it is, than another. All men partake of the same general qualities of human nature, in such proportions, and under such combinations, as are given to them by the power which gives them and all things, their existence. The distinctions of class and station, are artificial, and have been conceived and adopted by men, while they were ignorant, inexperienced, and irrational. The errors and evils of this classification have been stated in the 2 preceding lectures, and it is now proposed to supersede them, by the natural and rational divisions into which, experience will prove, it will be greatly for the interest and happiness of all, that society should now resolve itself. No man has a right to require another man to do for him, what he will not do for that man, or, in other words, all men, by nature, have equal rights. The natural and rational classification, when adopted, will forever preserve those rights inviolate, and it is, beyond all estimate, for the interest or happiness of the human race, that this classification should be now universally adopted, for it would immediately calm the evil passions, terminate every contest, private and public, individual and national, and introduce order and wisdom into all the affairs of mankind. The futile, petty disputes between men and nations about matters of no real interest to the well-being of society would cease, a new spirit of equity, justice, charity, and kindness would be created and pervade the population of the world. More, for the permanent well-doing and happiness of mankind, would be effected in 1 year than can be accomplished, under the existing classification, in a century, or, indeed, within any given period of time. And the progress made in a knowledge of various sciences, giving man, by a right direction of it, the power over the production of wealth and the formation of character, now renders the change from the irrational to the rational classification, an act of necessity, an act no longer to be resisted, without creating evils to which the population of the world will no longer submit, especially when they discover that a remedy so highly beneficial for all may be easily applied. The natural and rational classification of the human race is, then, the classification of age, each division of age having the occupations to perform, for which, each age is the best adapted by nature. By this classification the causes of the evils with which the human race is now afflicted will be permanently removed, and whatever is to be done will be effected in a superior manner, willingly, cheerfully, and with high gratification to everyone. There will be no occupation requisite to be performed by one which will not be equally performed by all, and by all, far more willingly than any of the general affairs of life are now performed by any class, from the sovereign to the pauper. In the present irrational state of the human mind and human affairs, no one can form a true conception of what individuals may be trained and educated to acquire and accomplish at their various periods of life. Because it is yet unknown what are the capabilities of human nature, when it shall not be forced to imbibe error and falsehood from its birth, when it shall not be daily trained in most injurious habits and artificial manners, when it shall be taught truth only, by every word, look, and action of all around it, when it shall be educated to acquire the best habits for its own happiness, and the well-being of society, when it shall attain the individual self-sustaining manners which, by such training, will naturally arise and ensure pleasure, by its variety, to all, when it shall possess the valuable knowledge, which by much training and education will be given to it, and when it shall acquire the facilities in the practice of the operations of society, in which, as it advanced in life, it will be instructed. It may be, however, confidently stated that each individual thus trained, educated, and placed, would acquire far more valuable knowledge and power, and accomplish more, and in a superior manner, than any 1,000 of the human race can acquire or accomplish, under the training, education, and classification of the existing system, founded on, and emanating from, the absurd notions of man's free will informing his own convictions and feelings. It is, however, somewhat difficult, previously to additional experience, to decide very accurately what should be the precise permanent divisions of human life to form the best classification. But there is now sufficient knowledge for present purposes, and experience will afford more, as soon as it shall be required. Probably, periods of 5 years, up to 30, will afford a present useful classification, and each class to be occupied as follows. First class, or from birth to the end of the 5th year. To be so placed, trained, and educated as that they may be in a proper temperature for their age, fed with the most wholesome food, lightly and loosely clothed, regularly duly exercised in a pure atmosphere, also that their dispositions may be formed to have their greatest pleasure in attending to, and promoting the happiness of all who may be around them, that they may acquire an accurate knowledge, as far as their young capacities will easily admit, of the objects which they can see and handle, and that no false impression be made on any of their senses by those around them refusing a simple explanation to any of their questions, that they may have no knowledge of individual punishment or reward, or be discouraged from always freely expressing their thoughts and feelings, that they may be taught as early as their minds can receive it, that the thoughts and feelings of others, are, like their own, instincts of human nature which they are compelled to have, and thus to acquire in infancy the rudiments of charity and affection for all, that they may have no fear of, but full and implicit confidence in everyone around them, and that the universal selfish, or individual feeling, of our animal existence, may be so directed as to derive its chief gratification from contributing to the pleasure and happiness of others. By these measures, a solid foundation will be laid for sound minds, good habits, superior natural manners, fine dispositions, and some useful knowledge. By these means they will be so well prepared before they leave this class, that, for their age, they will think, speak, and act rationally. They will be, therefore, at the end of this period, in many respects, in advance of the average of human beings, as they are now taught and placed, at any time of their lives. It is true, that at this age, they will not be equal to the men of the old world in physical strength, or in the number of sensations which they have experienced, or impressions received. They will, however, for their age, have more sound health and be more active. They will have superior dispositions, habits, manners, and morals. They will have fewer notions and fancies, but they will have a greater number of true ideas. These true ideas being of course all consistent with each other, and in accordance with every known fact, will be of far more advantage to the individuals, than the matured minds of the old world, in the majority of which there are but few true ideas, with many false notions. These false notions destroy the value of the few true ideas which they have acquired, for the true ideas, thus mixed with error, tend only the more to perplex their reasoning faculties, and to confound their judgments. The first class being prepared by this new rational nursing and infant training, will leave the nursing and infant school to be removed into the appropriate arrangements for the second class, which class will consist of children from 5 to 10 years complete. This class will be lodged, fed, and clothed upon the same general principles as the first class, making only the difference which their age requires, but now their exercises will consist in that which will be permanently useful. According to their strength and capacities they will acquire a practice in some of the lighter operations of the business of life, operations, which may be easily made to afford them far more pleasure and gratification than can be derived from the useless toys of the old world. Their knowledge will be now chiefly acquired from personal inspection of objects, and familiar conversation with those more experienced than themselves. By this plan, being judiciously pursued, under rational arrangements properly adapted for the purpose, these children will, in 2 years, become willing, intelligent assistants in the domestic arrangements and gardens for some hours in the day, according to their strength. Continuing this mode of education, these children from 7 to 10 will become efficient operators in whatever their physical strength will enable them easily to accomplish, and whatever they do, they will perform as a matter of amusement, and for exercise, with their equally intelligent and delightful companions. These exercises they will pursue under the immediate directions of the juniors of the third class, for it is anticipated, that the young persons 12 years of age and under, will, with the greatest pleasure and advantage to themselves and society, when thus rationally trained and placed, perform all the domestic operations of their own immediate association or family, and perform them in a manner far superior to what is now in execution in the most approved clubs in London and Paris. They will also assist to keep the gardens and pleasure grounds of the family in the highest order, for the rational enjoyment of themselves, their own immediate association, and also of those numerous superior friends who will visit them from other similar family establishments. When these children shall be advanced to the age for leaving the second class, they will have their characters so formed physically, intellectually, morally, and practically, that they can no longer be compared with any of the irrational characters which have been formed under the old system of man's free agency. At 10, they will be well trained, rational beings, superior in mind, manner, dispositions, feelings, and conduct to any who have yet lived, and their deficiency in physical strength will be amply supplied by the superior mechanical and chemical powers which will be contrived and arranged to be ready for them to direct when they enter the next class. These new operations will be, to them, a continual source of instruction and amusement, and to which they will look forward with the delight experienced by the acquisition of new important attainments. The members of the second class, when they shall complete their 10th year, will enter the third class, which will consist of those from 10 to 15 years complete. This class will be engaged the first 2 years, that is, from 10 to 12, in directing and assisting those in the second class from 7 to 10, in their domestic exercises in the house, gardens, and pleasure grounds, and from 12 to 15, they will be engaged in acquiring a knowledge of the principles and practices of the more advanced useful arts of life, a knowledge by which they will be enabled to assist in producing the greatest amount of the most valuable wealth in the shortest time, with the most pleasure to themselves and advantage to society. This will include all the productions required from the soil, from mines, from fisheries, the arts of manufacturing food, to keep and to prepare it, in the best manner, for daily use, the art of working up the materials to prepare them for garments, buildings, furniture, machinery, instruments and implements for all purposes, and to produce, prepare and execute, whatever society requires, in the best manner that the concentrated wisdom and capital of society can direct. In all these operations the members of this class, from 12 to 15 years, will daily assist, for as many hours as will not injure their physical strength, mental powers, or moral feelings, and with their previous training, with the daily superior instruction and aid which they will receive from the members of the class immediately above them, they will perform all that will be necessary for them to do, with no more exercise than their physical and mental health will require to keep them in the best state of body and mind. In these 5 years, also, they will make a great advance in the knowledge of all the sciences, for they will be surrounded with every facility to acquire accurately the most valuable knowledge in the shortest time, facilities such as will open more than a royal road to the acquisition of all knowledge attainable by man with the aid of all the facts yet discovered. This will be a period of great progress and consequent interest to this new race, thus trained to become, for the first time in human history, intelligent rational beings. They will now be well prepared to enter the fourth class, which will be formed of those from 15 to 20 years complete. This class will enter upon a most interesting period of human life. Within its duration, its members will become men and women of a new race, physically, intellectually, and morally, beings far superior to any yet known to have lived upon the earth. Their thoughts and feelings will have been formed in public without secrecy of any kind, for as they passed through the previous divisions, they would naturally make known to each other, in all simplicity, their undisguised thoughts and feelings. By this rational conduct, the precise feelings which they were obliged to entertain for each other would be accurately known to all. Thus would it be ascertained who had the strongest attachment for each other, and these will naturally unite and associate together, under such wise and well-prepared arrangements, as shall be the best devised, to ensure to the individuals uniting the greatest amount of permanent happiness with the least alloy to themselves and injury to society. Under this classification and consequent arrangement of society, every individual will be trained and educated to have all his faculties and powers cultivated in the most superior manner known, cultivated too, under a new combination of external objects, purposely formed, to bring into constant exercise the best and most lovely qualities only of human nature. Each one will be thus well educated, physically, intellectually, and morally. Under this classification and consequent arrangement of these associated families, wealth unrestrained in its production by any of the artificial absurdities now so common in all countries, will be most easily produced in superfluity, all will be secured in a full supply of the best of it, for all purposes that may be required. They will, therefore, all be equal in their education and condition, and no artificial distinction, or any distinction but that of age, will ever be known among them. There will be then no motive or inducement for any parties to unite, except from pure affection arising from the most unreserved knowledge of each other's character, in all respects, as far as it can be known before the union takes place. There will be no artificial obstacles in the way of the permanent happy union of the sexes, for under the arrangements of this new state of human existence, the affections will receive every aid which can be devised to induce them to be permanent, and under these arrangements, there can be no doubt that as the parties will be placed as far as possible in the condition of lovers during their lives, the affections will be far more durable, and produce far more pleasure and enjoyment to the parties, and far less injury to society, than has ever yet been experienced, under any of the varied arrangements which have emanated from the imagined free will agency of the human race. If, however, these superior arrangements to produce happiness between the sexes should fail in some partial instances, which it is possible may yet occur, measures will be introduced by which, without any severance of friendship between the parties, a separation may be made, the least injurious to them and the most beneficial to the interests of society. No immorality can exceed that which is sure to arise from society compelling individuals to live continually together, when they have been made, by the laws of their nature, to lose their affections for each other, and to entertain them for another object. How much dreadful misery has been inflicted upon the human race, through all past ages, from this single error! How much demoralization! How many murders! How much secret unspeakable suffering, especially to the female sex! How many evils are experienced over the world, at this moment, arising from this single error of the imaginary free will system by which men have been so long, so ignorantly and miserably governed. This portion of the subject, to do it full justice, would alone require a longer course than is now given to the development of the whole system under consideration, but this limited view must suffice at present, for a sketch or outline of what is in contemplation. This fourth class will be still more active and general producers of the various kinds of wealth required by society, as well as the kind and intelligent instructors of the senior members of the third class, to enable these senior members to acquire the knowledge which has been previously taught to themselves, when members of the third class. It is not improbable, that these four classes, under such simplified arrangements in all the departments of life, as may now be made, will be sufficient to produce a surplus of all the wealth, which a rational and superior race of beings can require, but to remove all doubt respecting this part of the subject, and to make the business of life a pleasure to all, another class of producers of wealth, and instructors in knowledge, shall be added, and they will form the fifth class, which class will consist of those from 20 to 25 years complete. This will form the highest and most experienced class of producers and instructors, and beyond the age of this class, none need be required to produce or instruct, except for their own pleasure and gratification. This fifth class will be the superiors and directors in each branch of production and of education. They will perform in a very superior manner that which is now most effectively done by the principal proprietors and active directing partners of large producing establishments, and by the professors of universities. The great business of human life is, first, to produce abundance of the most valuable wealth for the use and enjoyment of all, and secondly, to educate all to well use and properly enjoy their wealth after it has been produced. We have now most amply provided for the production of the wealth, and also for the formation of a superior character to use and enjoy it in the most advantageous or rational manner, by the 5 classes of producers and instructors which have been described. The 6th class will consist of those from 25 to 30 years of age complete. The business of this will be to preserve the wealth produced by the previous classes in order that no waste may arise, that all kinds of it may be kept in the best condition, and used, when in the most perfect state, for the beneficial enjoyment of all parties. They will also have to direct the distribution of it, as it may be required from the stores, for the daily use of the family. Under the arrangements which may be, and no doubt will be formed for these purposes, 2 hours each day will be more than sufficient to execute the regular business of this class, in a very superior manner. Some part of the remainder of the day they will most likely feel the greatest pleasure in occupying with visits to various parts of their beautiful and interesting establishment, to see how every process is advancing, with each of which by their previous training they will be familiar, and now, at their leisure, they may consider whether any improvement can be made in them for the general benefit. Another portion of the day they will probably devote to their most favorite studies, whether in the fine arts, in the sciences, in trying experiments, in reading or conversation, or in making excursions to the neighboring establishments, to give or to receive information, or to make visits of friendship. This would be the prime period for the more active enjoyments of life, and all would be, by this classification, most amply enabled to enjoy them. They would have high health, physical and mental, they would have a constant flow of good spirits, they would by this period have secured a greater breadth and depth of the most varied useful knowledge in principle and practice, than any human beings have ever yet attained. They would also be familiar with those acquirements which, in addition to their attainments in that which is useful in principle and practice, would render them delightful companions to each other, and to all with whom they may come into communication. And they would be, thus, preparing themselves to become fit members of the class immediately in advance of them, that is, the 7th class. This will consist of all the members of the family, from 30 to 40 years inclusive. The business of this class will be to govern the home department, in such manner as to preserve the establishment in peace, charity, and affection, or, in other words, to prevent the existence of any causes which may disturb the harmony of the proceedings. And this result will be most easily effected for the following reasons. First, because they will know what their own nature really is, and that the convictions and feelings of the individuals are not created by their will, but that they are instincts of their nature which they must possess and retain, until some new motive or cause shall effect a change in them. Second, because, in consequence of this knowledge, all in the establishment will be rational in their thoughts, feelings, and conduct. There will, therefore, be no anger, ill will, bad temper, inferior or evil passions, uncharitableness, or unkindness. Third, because no one will find fault with another for his physical, intellectual, or moral nature, or acquired character, as all will know how these have been formed, but all will, of necessity, feel a deep interest in doing whatever may be in their power, by kindness directed by judgment, to improve these qualities in every individual. Fourth, because there will be no poverty, or fear of poverty, or want of any kind. Fifth, because there will be no disagreeable objects within or around the establishment to annoy, or to produce an injurious or unpleasant effect upon anyone. Sixth, because, according to age, there would be a perfect equality in their education, condition, occupations, and enjoyments. Seventh, because by their training, mode of life, and the superior arrangements in accordance with, and congenial to their nature, and by which they would be continually influenced and governed, they would very generally, if not always, enjoy sound health and good spirits. Eighth, because there would be no motive to engender ambition, jealousy, or revenge. Ninth, because there would be no secrecy or hypocrisy of any kind. Tenth, because there would be no buying or selling for a moneyed profit. 11th, because there could be no money, the cause now of so much oppression and injustice. 12th. Because there would be no religious or injurious mental perplexities or estranged feelings, on account of religious or other differences of opinion. 13th. Because there would be no pecuniary anxieties, for wealth of superior qualities would everywhere superabound. 14th. Because there would be no disappointment of the affections, both sexes rationally and naturally enjoying the rights of their nature, at the period designed by nature and most beneficially to ensure to all virtue and happiness. 15th and last. Because everyone would know that permanent arrangements had been purposely devised and executed to ensure impartial justice to everyone by each being so placed, trained, and educated from birth to maturity, that he would be, as he advanced in age, secure of experiencing all the advantages and enjoyments which the accumulated wisdom of his predecessors knew how to give to the faculties and powers which he derived from nature. This class of domestic governors would, naturally, for order and convenience, divide themselves into subcommittees, each of which subcommittees would more immediately superintend or govern some one of the departments which would be divided between them, in the best manner their experience would direct. In this manner the whole business and affairs of each association would be governed without jealousy or contest. And, as each establishment would be always kept in high order, and as no cause which could create disputes of differences would be permitted to remain, there could be little to govern in families thus made rational, every member of them being, from their birth, placed within rational arrangements and surrounded solely by rational external objects. By these arrangements and classifications everyone would know at an early age, that at the proper period of life he would have, without contest, his fair full share of the government of society. But final decision upon every doubtful point or practice must rest somewhere, and it is, perhaps, most natural, that this power should be vested in the oldest member of this class who will possess this precedence for 1 year only, because, at the termination of that period, he will be superseded by the next senior member of this class, and he will become a junior member of the 8th class, which will consist of those from 40 to 60 years complete. After providing for the production of wealth, for its preservation and distribution, for the training, education, and formation of character from birth to maturity, and for the internal government of each establishment, it is necessary to make arrangements, to connect each establishment with all other establishments founded on the same principles, or to form what may not be improperly called the external and foreign arrangements. The 8th class will have charge of this department, a department so important to place under the direction of the best informed and most experienced yet active members of society. The individuals from 40 to 60 years of age, will be so informed and experienced as a class, after they shall have regularly passed through the 7 previous classes. Their business will be to receive and attend to visitors from other establishments, to correspond with other establishments, to visit, and to arrange the general business of public roads, conveyances, and exchanges of surplus produce inventions, improvements, and discoveries, in order that the population of every district should freely partake of the benefits to be derived from the concentrated knowledge and acquirements of the world, and that no part should remain in an ignorant or barbarous state. For by these means a new power of invention and discovery will be opened to mankind, many millions of times more efficient than that which has ever yet been in action, and more will be accomplished by it, for the advance of the improvement and happiness of the human race, in 1 year, than can be attained, under this old, ignorant, wretched, and irrational system in any given period. The members of this class will circumscribe the world in their travels, giving and receiving in their course, the most valuable knowledge, and continually interchanging acts of friendship and kindness with all with whom they come into communication. Their wants, wherever they may go among these new family associations, will be most amply supplied, for there will be, everywhere among them, a large superfluity of every kind of useful or desirable wealth. The most varied and delightful sensations, appertaining to human nature, when the physical, intellectual, and moral powers and faculties shall be called forth in their true order and proportions, and cultivated in the superior manner previously described, will be continually called into action, and this period of human life will be one of high utility and enjoyment. For the earth will not be the wild barren waste, swamp, or forest, which with some exceptions it ever has been and yet is. The united efforts of a well-trained world will speedily change it into a well-drained, highly cultivated, and beautiful pleasure scene, which, by its endless variety, will afford health and enjoyment to all, to a degree such as the human mind in its present degraded and confined state has not the capacity to imagine. For the human faculties have been cultivated to have a perception of regions of torment, but never those of happiness. The hitherto fancied heaven of irrational man would be a state of stupid monotonous existence, most unsatisfactory to an intelligent rational being. By these arrangements being carried out to the extent intended, the whole human race, from the age of 40, would be in reality more truly sovereigns of the world than anyone is now sovereign of any empire or kingdom. These superior rational beings would have all the productions of the earth which they could use or enjoy much more effectually at their control than any sovereign can now command them. These men of the new classifications would all be well trained and properly prepared to make the best use of wealth, and to obtain its highest permanent enjoyment without making abuse of any part of it. And these high enjoyments would be yet enhanced to these men by the knowledge that they were not depriving a single human being of similar privileges and advantages, but on the contrary that each one of their fellow men would derive additional gratification from witnessing, or knowing, that this control over all the enjoyments which the world in its most highly cultivated or best state could afford, was thus possessed by so many of their fellow men, justly and advantageously for all other classes, and which privileges and advantages all these classes would also, at the proper period of life, equally enjoy. Time will not admit, now, of more extended detail of this interesting part of the subject, for this portion of it, like the former, would require an extended course of lectures to do it full justice. From the Manifesto of Robert Owen. On competition. By commercial competition, I mean the competition which exists in producing and distributing wealth. This competition necessarily creates a covered civil warfare between the individuals who are engaged in the same profession or business. Their interests are made to appear, by the existing arrangements of society, to be directly opposed one to another, and they are in opposition to each other, to so great an extent, that feelings of enmity, producing jealousy, discord, and anger, are but too frequently the natural result of men being placed under circumstances compelling them to injure each other, in the means by which they must maintain themselves and families. Individual and national competition and contest are the best modes that have been, or perhaps can be devised, under the existing irrational notions of the world, by which wealth can be created and distributed, and the object desired is thereby effected, in some manner, to a certain extent. But it is obtained by creating and calling into full action, the most inferior feelings, the meanest faculties, the worst passions, and the most injurious vices, which can be cultivated in human nature, and the objects sought to be obtained by these measures, destructive as they are to the well-being and happiness of mankind, are yet most imperfectly obtained. It is the true interest of society to procure a full sufficiency of wealth of intrinsic value, and to distribute it for the benefit of all, in the best manner, that is, with the least labor to all the members of the society, and especially with the least amount of unhealthy and disagreeable employment. Now individual and national contest and competition is a mode of producing wealth which, in connection with the other parts of the miserable system, by which the world has ever yet been governed, requires 10 or 20-fold more waste of labor and unhealthy and disagreeable occupation, than would be necessary under a well-devised system of society. The competition, now rendered unavoidable, between individuals in producing wealth, compels them to apply much capital and labor in their individual establishments, which would not be required in a superior state of society, and gives a wrong direction to a great part of the labor and capital, by holding out inducements to create many things possessing little or no intrinsic worth of usefulness. But the waste of capital and labor, by unnecessary establishments, and by the production of useless or injurious articles, created to tempt society to purchase them, are small evils compared to the extent of the injurious feelings, violent passions, vices, and miseries unavoidably attendant on a system of individual competition, and more especially when that competition is carried to the extent it has now attained in the commercial world, and particularly in Great Britain. Under such circumstances as are now prevalent throughout the British dominions, individual competition is productive of evils of every description. It takes the means of supporting themselves, by their utmost exertions, from many, it gives to a few accidentally favorable individuals, in every branch of industry, injurious advantages over the mass, engaged in similar pursuits, and as, in many cases, it is a contest for the means of maintaining a respectable situation and standing in society, or falling into a state of degradation and pauperism, the feelings created between the parties thus set in opposition to each other are, in almost all respects, the reverse of those which it is the interest of mankind should exist among the members of every community. Previous to the discovery of such enormous powers of mechanism as are now possessed by society, there might possibly be some necessity for injurious artificial motives, to stimulate men to invent, but of the truth of this supposition I am very doubtful. I believe there are no motives which impel more powerfully to action, than truth and justice, when directed by kindness and a knowledge of the laws which govern human nature, in all its actions. A system possessing this character has never yet been tried among mankind, but wherever there has been a slight approach towards it, the most extraordinary beneficial results have been effected. Quite sufficient, indeed, to convince all who can calmly, and without prejudice, reflect upon these subjects, that whenever the time shall arrive, when the human race shall be trained and governed rationally, or in accordance with the plain and simple, yet beautiful laws of their nature, no injurious excitement from unfriendly competition and contest, will be required to bring forth the higher and best qualities of our nature. No such arrangements as commercial rivalry creates, will be found necessary to stimulate to invention, or to make a continued progress in all the arts, sciences, and physical and mental improvements. The pleasure of attaining new knowledge, when we feel and know it to be real knowledge, and not merely useless learning which gives little or no satisfaction to superior minds, will afford stimulus abundant to urge on the human faculties, to dive into the depths or ascend into the heights of those regions, whence new facts and valuable information are to be obtained. On private property. Nor yet will there be any necessity for inequality of rank or condition. All who have deeply studied human society, and traced its innumerable evils to their source, have lamented the existence of those causes which have continually produced the rich and the poor, the ignorant and the learned, the powerful and the weak, and the tyrant and the slave. They discovered, that with these distinctions among any people, vice must be permanent in their society, and extended among them in proportion as these differences between the members of the community increased. But no parties understood why these distinctions were a necessary part of the only system of society that had been established among men. The individuals who, in practice, have excluded the most evil, for the longest period, from amongst them, are the Society of Friends, and this beneficial effect has been the result of adopting all the measures they could devise, under the existing system of the world, to obtain equality of wealth and knowledge among all their members. And it is well known to the most intelligent of the society, that their difficulties, vices, and miseries, have gradually increased as inequality of wealth and knowledge has extended among its members. In the nature of things it could not have been otherwise. Poverty and ignorance existing amidst an excess of wealth and exclusive privileges, will necessarily create envy, jealousy, and a desire to possess, by any means in their power, what their rich neighbors appear to enjoy in superfluity and to waste, and poverty and ignorance are sure to create ignoble and inferior characters in the great majority who are trained under those unfavorable and demoralizing circumstances. While wealth and exclusive privileges are equally certain, when in contact with poverty and ignorance, to create feelings of contempt for those that are inferior to them in wealth, rank, or learning, and to fill them with pride and an overweening importance of their individual superiority, which inevitably leads them to the adoption of measures to obtain and secure for themselves the political power of the country by unjust and oppressive laws, which become, through time, highly injurious to the whole population, not excluding even themselves and their descendants. All parties who have occupied themselves in studying human nature, have uniformly come to the conclusion, that without equality of condition, there can be no permanent virtue or stability in society, and many have been the devices and attempts to obtain it in practice, and to retain private or individual property, but, as might have been anticipated, without any chance of succeeding to their wishes. The Society of Friends has been the most successful in the early period of their association in approaching somewhat near to it for a short period. Private property, however, by giving large possessions to some, and depriving others in the same proportion of the fruits of their industry, has now removed this singular, sagacious, and, in many respects, superior civil sect, farther than ever from their original object, and they are gradually preparing themselves to fall into the general measures which, ere long, must be adopted to relieve all classes from the unavoidable evils of the extremes of wealth and luxury, and of ignorance and poverty. In other countries, many individuals who had dived into the depths of human society, and who had become satisfied that virtue and happiness could never be attained, even to a moderate extent, under the demoralizing and vicious arrangements unavoidably attendant upon any system in which private property was admitted to form an inequality of rank and condition among the members of the community, attempted to abandon this principle altogether, and secure an equality of wealth and rank, by merging all private into public property, and forming arrangements to prevent any of the individuals in their association from acquiring in future any private property. These shrewd and sagacious individuals thus proceeded one step towards the formation of a society to prevent the creation of motives to the commission of all the crimes and misery attendant upon inequality of condition produced by private property. The complicated arrangements necessary to procure and obtain all the rights, as they are termed, of private property, are measures necessarily and unavoidably productive of motives to the commission of an incalculable extent of crimes, and of forming society into a machine too complex to be understood by almost any mind, in consequence of the innumerable laws, customs, and regulations, which become requisite to meet the growing evils which daily arise, while property is accumulating in the hands of a few, and diminishing in proportion in the possession of the many, or while the extension of inequality of rank and condition is upon the increase. These evils, inseparable from inequality of condition, with the misery which necessarily follows all deviations from nature's righteous and beneficious laws, the Shakers 25 and some other societies in the United States of North America, intended to avoid, by excluding private property from the communities, and, as far as they knew how, inequality of condition also. But to accomplish these objects in any degree of perfection, they were unconscious of the obstacles which the old system of society had placed in their progress, and which must be removed before any permanent progress can be made in a system of society without private property and inequality of rank and condition. A system of society, among the component parts of which are equality of rank and condition among all its members, and public property substituted to the exclusion of all permanent private property, requires for its adoption and continued existence a much higher degree of knowledge and of virtue than has ever yet been produced by any of the past, or than can be attained by any of the present arrangements known to be in practice in any part of the world. And although it is true, that many of the vices and miseries of ordinary society, including the usual arrangements for the maintenance of private property and of inequality of rank and condition, have been avoided by the Shakers in the United States, and also by Messrs. Rapp's 26 Society of Germans, now located at Economy, upon the River Ohio, about 17 miles below Pittsburgh, and that they are now, perhaps, the most moral societies known in consequence of their abandonment of private property, and also, as far as their knowledge permits, of inequality of rank and condition. Yet it is equally true, that they remain in a very unnatural and unsatisfactory state, and that, although their communities offer a refuge from poverty and its evils, and from individual commercial competition within their associations, and all the crimes which it engenders, they do not present that union of wealth, knowledge, virtue, and natural enjoyment by which man alone can become satisfied and happy. and which is necessary to induce the population of the world, or any large proportion of it, to desire to change their present bad habits, injurious customs, and erroneous notions, whatever may be the miseries which these evils inflict upon them. These comparatively novel societies have not discovered the means by which arrangements to exclude private property, and to maintain the natural union of the sexes, could be formed, and, in consequence they have found it necessary, in excluding private property, to exclude also all natural connection between the sexes. It was found to be beyond the utmost stretch of their power to relinquish private property in wealth, and to retain it, by the marriage state, in person. They had not acquired sufficient experience to know that the present system of the world is held together by the union of all its parts, each being necessary to the others, and whenever a change shall be made to become general and permanent, it must be effected by an entire change of the whole fabric of society. Its very foundation must be laid afresh, its construction must be altogether different, no part of the new will resemble any part of the old. All the present inefficient, inconsistent, and vicious circumstances, of which, alone, the existing society consists, must, one and all, be made to give place to another combination of intelligent and rational circumstances, of which alone the new and superior state of society will be formed. There can be nothing deserving the name of virtue, of justice, or of real knowledge in society, as long as private property and inequality in rank and condition shall constitute component parts of it, but the present system of the world cannot be supported without private property and inequality of condition, consequently it is irrational to expect to find real virtue, justice, or knowledge, in the present system, in any part of the world. All, generally speaking, are now dissatisfied with the existing state of society, but few, if any, know the real cause of their discontent. They are not aware, that to support an inequality of condition, arrangements must exist, numerous, complex and tormenting, to prevent, on the part of a large proportion of society, the due and healthy exercise of their natural propensities, faculties, and qualities, without which exercise it is altogether vain and useless to expect the full enjoyment of happiness, or even any approach to contentment or satisfaction with our condition. It is for these, and numberless other reasons which might be added, that in the new and superior state of society, to which we now, even in this generation, confidently look forward, there will be no necessity for inequality of rank or condition. From the revolution in the mind and practice of the human race. On social reorganization. The universal permanent government, constitution, and code of laws, based on the unchanging laws of nature, for the world, in which there is but one real interest for all its population, wherever situated, and also for each state or nation separately, until they shall have acquired the knowledge and wisdom to unite in federative union. Introduction. The period for introducing the permanent rational system of society, based on the ascertained laws of nature, for remodeling the character of man, and for governing the population of the earth in unity, peace, progressive improvement, and happiness, is rapidly approaching, and no human power can long resist the change. The governments of the world will, therefore, soon be compelled, in their own defense, to adopt this superior system, to prevent their being involved in anarchy, war, and ruin. This change will root up and utterly destroy the old vicious and miserable system of ignorance, poverty, individual competition and contests, and of national war, throughout the world, and will introduce, in place thereof, the rational system of society, in which competition, strife, and wars, will cease forever, and all will be trained, from infancy, solely to promote each other's happiness. This system can be the best commenced by convincing governments of the truth of the principles on which it is founded. There must be also a sufficient number of individuals instructed to acquire its genuine spirit of charity, affection, and philanthropy for man over the world, and taught the best mode of applying it to practice. They must likewise possess patience and perseverance, to overcome all the obstacles which the prejudices arising from ignorance, will oppose to their progress, and, above all, they must be united, have full confidence in each other, and be directed by one heart and one mind. It is now deserving of the most serious consideration, that under the irrational system of society, hitherto alone known, and devised in opposition to nature, almost all the external circumstances formed by man, are of a vicious or inferior character, but that, under the proposed rational system, formed in accordance with nature, all the circumstances under human control will be of a good and superior character. Also, that under the existing religious, political, commercial, and domestic arrangements of Great Britain, 250 individuals cannot be supported in comfort upon a square mile of land, while under the proposed system, with much less labor and capital than are now employed, 500 may be immediately supported in abundance, and in a few years after the new arrangements shall have been matured, 1,000, 1,500, and probably, without any additional new discoveries, 2,000 individuals, may be so supported upon every square mile of land of an average quality. Such will be found to be the difference between the rational system of society, based on the unchanging laws of human nature, and formed in accordance with them, compared with a system based on falsehood, and constructed in direct opposition to the ascertained laws of humanity. Under the latter, the earth is gradually approaching toward a pandemonium, while under the former, it will rapidly advance, without retrogression, toward a terrestrial paradise, for the creation of which nature has now provided the most ample materials. Duties of government. A rational government will attend solely to the happiness of the governed, to attain which it will ascertain what human nature is, what are the laws of its organization and existence, from birth to death, what is necessary for the happiness of a being so formed and matured, what are the best means to attain those requisites, and to secure them permanently for all the governed. It will devise and execute the arrangements by which the conditions essential to human happiness shall be fully and permanently obtained for all the governed, and its laws will be few, easy to be understood by all the governed, and perfectly in unison with the laws of human nature. What human nature is. Human nature in each individual is created, with its organs, faculties, and propensities, of body and mind, at birth, by the incomprehensible creating power of the universe, all of which qualities and powers are necessary for the continuation of the species, and the growth, health, progress, excellence, and happiness, of the individual and of society, and these results will always be attained when, in the progress of nature, men shall have acquired sufficient experience to cultivate these powers, physical and mental, in accordance with the natural laws of humanity. But they may be misunderstood, misdirected, and perverted, by the inexperience of society, and thus made to produce crime and misery, instead of goodness and happiness. Through want of knowledge in our early ancestors and their descendants, this perversion of man's natural faculties has, so far, been universal among all people, through all past time. The natural organization of each individual, from birth, may be, therefore, rightly or wrongly directed by society, and, from misconception of its powers, it has been, hitherto, wrongly directed. It has now, in the progress of nature, for the first time in man's existence, to be rightly directed through the life of all. Human nature, its organization and existence, are, consequently, a compound of natural faculties at birth, which may from that period be well or ill directed by society. Thus, nature and society are alone responsible for the character and conduct of everyone. Conditions requisite for human happiness. First, to have a good organization at birth, and to acquire an accurate knowledge of its organs, faculties, propensities, and qualities. Second, to have the power of procuring at pleasure whatever is necessary to preserve the organization in the best state of health, and to know the best mode by which to produce and distribute them. Third, to receive from birth the best cultivation of our natural powers, physical, mental, moral, and practical, and to know how to give this training and education to others. Fourth, to have the knowledge, the means, and the inclination, to promote continually, and without exception, the happiness of our fellow beings. Fifth, to have the inclination and means to increase continually our stock of knowledge. Sixth, to have the power of enjoying the best society, and more especially of associating, at pleasure, with those for whom we feel the greatest regard and affection. Seventh, to have the means of traveling at pleasure, with pleasure. Eighth, to have full liberty to express our thoughts upon all subjects. Ninth, to have the utmost individual freedom of action, compatible with the permanent good of society. 10th, to have the character formed for us to express the truth only, in look, word, and action, upon all occasions, to have pure charity for the feelings, thoughts, and conduct of all mankind, and to have a sincere goodwill for every individual of the human race. 11th, to be without superstition, supernatural fears, and the fear of death. 12th, to reside in a society well situated, well organized, and well governed, whose laws, institutions, and arrangements, are all in unison with the laws of human nature, and to know the best means by which, in practice, to combine all the requisites to form such society. Universal Constitution and Code of Laws. I. Providing for and educating the population. Law. I. Everyone shall be equally provided, through life, with the best of everything for human nature, by public arrangements, which arrangements shall be also made to give the best known direction to the industry and talents of everyone. Law 2. All shall be trained and educated, from birth to maturity, in the best manner known at the time. Law 3. All shall pass through the same general routine of education, domestic teaching, and employment. Law 4. All children, from their birth, shall be under the especial care of the associated society or township in which they are born, but their parents shall have free access to them at all times. Law 5. All children in the same township shall be trained and educated together, as children of the same family, and shall be early taught a knowledge of their nature, the most important of all knowledge. Law 6. Every individual shall be encouraged to express his feelings and convictions, as he is compelled by the laws of his nature to receive them, or, in other words, to speak the truth only upon all occasions. Law 7. Both sexes shall have equal education, rights, privileges, and personal liberty. Their marriages will arise from the general sympathies of their nature, well understood, and uninfluenced by artificial distinctions. 2. Liberty of mind or conscience. Law 8. Everyone shall have equal and full liberty to express the dictates of his conscience on religious and all other subjects. Law 9. No one shall have any other power than fair and friendly argument to control the opinions or belief of another. Law 10. No praise or blame, no merit or demerit, no reward or punishment, shall be awarded for any opinions or belief. Law 11. But all, of every religion, shall have equal right to express their opinions respecting the incomprehensible power which moves the atom and controls the universe, and to worship that power under any form or in any manner agreeable to their consciences, not interfering with others. 3. The principles and practices of the rational religion. Law 12. That all facts yet known to man indicate that there is an external or internal cause of all existences, by the fact of their existence, that this all-pervading cause of motion and change in the universe, is that incomprehensible power which the nations of the world have called God, Jehovah, Lord, etc., etc., but that the facts are yet unknown to man which define what that power is. Law 13. That it is a law of nature, obvious to our senses, that the internal and external character of all that have life upon the earth, is formed for them and not by them, that, in accordance with this law, the internal and external character of man is formed for him, and not by him, as hitherto most erroneously imagined, and, therefore, he cannot have merit or demerit, or deserve praise or blame, reward or punishment, in this life, or in any future state of existence. Law 14. That the knowledge of this fact, with its all-important consequences, will necessarily create in everyone a new, sublime, and pure spirit of charity, for the convictions, feelings, and conduct of the human race, and dispose them to be kind to all that have life, seeing that this varied life is formed by the same incomprehensible power that has created human nature, and given man his peculiar faculties. Law 15. That it is man's highest interest to acquire an accurate knowledge of those circumstances which produce evil to the human race, and of those which produce good, and to exert all his powers to remove the former from society, and to create around it the latter only. Law 16. That this invaluable practical knowledge can only be acquired by means of an extensive search after truth, by an accurate, patient, and unprejudiced inquiry into facts, as developed by nature. Law 17. That man can never attain to a state of superior and permanent happiness, until he shall be surrounded by those external circumstances which will train him, from birth, to feel pure charity and sincere affection towards the whole of his species, to speak the truth only on all occasions, and to regard with a merciful disposition all that have life. Law 18. That such superior knowledge and feelings can never be given to man under those institutions of society which have been founded on the mistaken supposition that each man forms his own feelings and convictions by his will, and therefore has merit or demerit, or deserves praise or blame, or reward or punishment, for them. Law 19. That, under institutions formed in accordance with the principles of the rational system of society, this superior knowledge, and these superior dispositions, may be given to the whole of the human race, without chance of failure, except in cases of organic disease. Law 20. That in consequence of this superior knowledge and these superior dispositions, the contemplation of nature will create in every mind, feelings too high, sublime, and pure, to be expressed in forms or words, for that incomprehensible power which acts in and through all nature, everlastingly composing, decomposing, and recomposing the elements of the universe, producing the endless variety of life, mind, and organized form. Law 21. That the practice and worship of the rational religion will, therefore, consist in promoting, to the utmost extent of our power, the well-being and happiness of every man, woman, and child, without regard to class, sect, sex, party, country, or color, and in those inexpressible feelings of admiration and delight, which will arise in all, when made to become intelligent and happy, by being surrounded from birth by superior circumstances only. 4 general arrangements for the population. Law 22. Under this system of society, after the children shall have been trained to acquire new feelings and new habits, derived from the laws of human nature, there shall be no useless private property, now the cause of so much injustice, crime, and misery. Law 23. As soon as the members of these rational townships shall have been educated from infancy in a knowledge of the laws of God, trained to act in obedience to them, and surrounded by circumstances all in unison with them, and thus made to acquire a true knowledge of their own nature, there shall be no individual reward or punishment. Law 24. Each township shall be an association of men, women, and children, in their usual proportions, from 500 to 3,000, the latter being the greatest number that can be most beneficially united under one scientific arrangement, to perform all the business of life. Law 25. As these townships increase in number, unions of them, federatively united, shall be formed in circles of tens, hundreds, and thousands, etc., until they shall extend over Europe, and afterwards to all other parts of the world, uniting all in one great republic, with one interest. Law 26. Each of the townships shall possess as much land around it as will be sufficient for the support, forever, of all its members, when it shall contain the maximum in number. Law 27. These townships shall be so arranged as to give to all the members of each of them, as nearly as possible, the same advantages, and also to afford the most easy communication with each other. V. Government of the population, and duties of the council. Law 28. Each society shall be governed in its home department by a general council, composed of all its members between the ages of 30 and 40. And each department shall be under the immediate direction of a committee, formed of members of this general council, chosen by themselves in the order determined upon. and in its external or foreign department, by all its members from 40 to 60 years of age. Law 29. After all the members of the township shall have been rendered capable of taking their full share of the duties of the general government, there shall be no selection or election of any individuals to offices of government. Law 30. At 30 years of age, all the members who shall have been trained from infancy in the township, shall be officially called upon to undertake their fair share of the duties of management in the home department, and at 40, they shall be excused from officially performing them. At 40, they will be officially called upon to undertake the duties of the external or foreign department, and at 60, they will be excused from officially attending to them. Law 31. The duties of the General Council of the Home Department shall be to govern all the circumstances within the boundaries of its township, to organize the various departments of production, distribution, and formation of character, to remove all those circumstances which are least favorable to happiness, and to replace them with the best that can be devised among themselves, or of which they can obtain a knowledge from other townships. The duties of the General Council of the External or Foreign Department will be, to receive visitors or delegates from other townships, to communicate with other similar townships, to visit them and arrange with them the best means of forming roads and conveying surplus produce to each other, to travel, to give and receive information of inventions, discoveries, and improvements, and of every kind of knowledge that can be useful, and also to regulate and assist in the establishment of new townships, composed of their surplus populations, and to send delegates to the circle of townships to which their own shall be attached. Law 32. The general councils, home and foreign, shall have full power of government in all things under their respective directions, so long as they shall act in unison with the laws of human nature, which shall be their sole guidance upon all occasions. Law 33. All individuals, trained, educated, and placed, in conformity with the laws of their nature, must, of necessity, at all times, think and act rationally, unless they shall become physically, intellectually, or morally diseased, in which case the council shall remove them into the hospital for bodily, mental, or moral invalids, where they shall remain until they shall have been recovered by the mildest treatment that can effect their cure. Law 34. The councils, whenever it shall be necessary, shall call to their aid the practical abilities and advice of any of the members of the township. Law 35. To prevent injurious expressions of opinion or feelings arising among the adult members of the township, and permanently to maintain all the laws of God in full purity, a meeting shall be held annually in each township, on the first day in the year, at 10 a.m., composed of the elders who have passed the councils, and of those who have been trained from birth within the township, who are above 18 years of age, but who have not entered the councils, to hear read an official written report, prepared by the councils, and presented from them by the senior member of each council, containing a correct narrative of their respective proceedings for the past year. After the report shall have been read, the meeting shall deliberate and well consider it, and when they shall have come to a general understanding respecting it, a committee of the 3 junior elders and of the 2 senior juniors shall draw up their report upon the reports of the councils, and shall state especially whether or not the laws of God have been maintained consistently throughout the past year, and they shall also state, in the genuine spirit of truth and charity, their opinion upon any measure which to them may appear to contravene those all-wise and unchanging laws. These reports to be registered, preserved, and printed, for the use of the members, and to be sent to other townships of the Federation. 6. On the adjustment of differences. Law 36. If the general councils should ever attempt to contravene the natural laws of humanity, which is scarcely possible, the elders of the township, who have passed the councils, shall call a general meeting of all the members of the township between 16 and 30 years of age, who have been trained from infancy within it. This meeting, called after a month's notice, shall calmly and patiently investigate the conduct of the general councils, and if a majority shall determine that they have acted, or attempted to act, in opposition to these laws, the general government shall devolve upon the members of the township who have passed the councils and are above 60 years of age, united with those who have not entered the councils and are between 20 and 30 years of age. With parties trained rationally from infancy, and placed from birth within good and superior circumstances only, it is scarcely possible to conceive that this clause will ever be required, but if required, it can only be of temporary application. All other differences of every description, if, indeed, it be possible for any to exist among a population once trained to become rational in feeling, thought, and action, shall be immediately determined and amicably adjusted between the parties, by a decision of the majority of the 3 members who have last passed the councils. Transition governments. The inhabitants of Europe, under all its separate governments, have had their characters so misformed, in consequence of society having been, from the beginning, based on false principles, that innumerable errors and evils have been created in practice. A new state of society for Europe has, therefore, become an immediate, irresistible necessity, to calm the excited feelings and passions of its population, and a rational government is required to gradually supersede governments which experience has proved to be most irrational and injurious in practice. But the characters which have been created under the old governments, have been made to become so inferior and irrational, and their practices so injurious, that, without a new training and education, the people are unprepared to rationally govern themselves, or to be rationally governed, nor can they be educated to become competent to well govern themselves while they shall remain within the arrangements and institutions emanating from the false fundamental principles on which alone the entire system of society over the world has hitherto been based. In consequence, transition arrangements, to re-educate and gradually new place all the inhabitants of Europe, are now required, as the first practical measure to ameliorate the present sad condition of its population, and make it rational, and thus to prepare it to live under the universal rational government, which has been previously given in detail. To establish these transition arrangements peaceably and rationally, they should emanate from the existing governments, whatever may be their present form, that the change may be effected gradually, in peace, with order, foresight, and sound wisdom. These governments, remaining undisturbed, like the old roads during the formation of the railways which were to supersede them, should select a certain number, say 7, more or less, of the most intelligent practical men they can find, to be called a committee, council, or by any other name, who should have entrusted to them the creation of the new arrangements, under which, in the new state of society, all the business of life is to be conducted, arrangements devised to create and distribute wealth, form character, and govern, in a very superior manner, compared with existing arrangements, formed with the view to attain these results. This committee should begin the change by enlisting all the present unemployed into a civil army, to be trained under new arrangements, in order that they may create their own supplies of every description, be re-educated, become defenders of their country in case of invasion, and maintain peace and order at home, while the regular army shall be employed abroad, as long as a regular army shall be necessary. This civil army, to be well drilled, disciplined, properly officered, and instructed, to create the new arrangements required to reorganize society upon true principles, arrangements purposely devised to perform all the business of life in a superior manner. Thus, gradually, peaceably, and wisely, to supersede the present injurious and most miserable state of human existence, by a scientific and rationally constructed society, far superior to any past or present, for permanently producing health, knowledge, and happiness to all. These transition arrangements may be made not to interfere with any existing government or public or private interests, but gradually to supersede them, as the railway superseded the old road, most beneficially for all the members of old society.